weapons. Later in the game, when you get to mid and late game, you'll definitely want to transition out of lasers, but early on, this should be your bread and butter when it comes to fleet design and fleet building. The Null Void Beam is only accessible through a specific outcome of the Doorway event chain. That's the special tile you get from one of your planets, where you end up finding a doorway you can investigate to another universe. I have marked this down as a support weapon. This is useless if used in isolation. However, one of these weapons on your ships will generally be much better than any other version of anti-shield weaponry until you're getting quite late into the game with, X-Slot and kinetic artillery type weapons. Why is that? Well, the Null Void Beam deals an additional 400% damage against shields. That means the L-Slot version of this bad boy will be dealing 50 damage per day on average against shields. That's pretty much in line with kinetic artillery. However, the big downsides are that minus 75% damage against hull and armor. You probably want just one of these on your ships to counter any shields. They'll shoot at shields and then run other weapons. It does kind of work in the early to mid game, though it does fall off massively in the late game. It does somewhat have a place in possible ship designs, I must begrudgingly admit. Kinetic weapons have 15% lower accuracy than lasers. They also only have 100%, so they don't have any increases to their damage versus hull. They're getting 50% more damage against shields and 50% less damage against armor. Overall, there is a better early game weapon you can run instead of running your kinetic weapons. If you're struggling with large artillery, you might also put a L-Slot kinetic weapon at tier 3, 4, or 5 if you don't have kinetic artillery and you're struggling with shields, though possibly the Null Void Beam may be a better fit. The weapon I just mentioned, it does have much longer range than the kinetic weaponry and no minimum range. However, kinetic weapons have a minimum range of 45 if you're building an L-Slot version. I really considered putting the kinetic weapons all the way down in the F tier, but they are still better than weapons down in the F tier, so I want to just differentiate them by saying they're the worst of C tier, pretty much. Don't forget, as usual with bioships, the small slot weapons are better than this. They're probably the top of C tier, or at least kind of closer to lasers, whereas the L slot weapons are going to be very useless. Don't run, if you can help it, L-Slot kinetic weapons like this. Scourge missiles are only available to you if you get salvage from the Pretherin Scourge, one of the endgame Crisis factions, and honestly, based on that, I'm only really rating these relative to other super late game weapons. They're worse, they're straight up worse than neutron launchers. Yes, they have 100% penetration against shields, that's very, very true, but they deal 20% less damage against armor, and they don't have any bonus damage against hull. Plus, they have half of the scaling bonus, the multiplicative damage bonuses, that you would get if you're running neutron launchers. Usually you're able to run kinetic weapons of some type, maybe kinetic artillery or mega cannons or something to clear out the enemy shields before your neutron launchers hit, and that's generally going to be better for you than running the Scourge missiles. They also have shorter range, but thankfully, this is an important point here, very, very high tracking. 80% tracking is ridiculous for a torpedo weapon like this. With a low cooldown, you could consider running these if your enemy is spanning corvettes or alternating between corvettes and other types of ship, because they are going to hit corvettes basically all the time with that 80% tracking. When you include bonuses from your sensors, they are going to hit that max tracking of 90 and entirely wipe out any evasion bonuses pretty handily. Amoeba Strikecraft, if you get them early on before you've reached tier 3 Strikecraft, are better. They are better than tier 1 and tier 2 Strikecraft. However, they have lower tracking than tier 1, 2, and 3 Strikecraft put together, making them much worse at fighting enemy corvettes, enemy high evasion ships. In order to get these weapons, you'll have to research space amoeba debris after you've killed some space amoeba, or get access to this as a research option through First Contact, but overall, they really do fall off once you get access to regular tier 3 Strikecraft. Swarm strikers have relatively good tracking at 80%. They also have pretty high average damage at 50. That is 25% more than regular tier 3 strikecraft. They get 100% shield penetration and 66% armor penetration. I have not found them to be particularly useful. Against cruisers and battleships, they're really not that useful, especially when coming up against relatively medium amounts of armor and shield hardening, which you will see in the mid to late game. They are alright at dealing with corvettes. The main issue with them is the average damage per hit is very, very low. It's only 8 to 12 damage per shot. So a couple of crystal hull plates and you will be able to completely negate any damage impact from swarm strikers. If your enemy is running that, or if your enemy has these and you're running crystal hull plating, these will literally do nothing. The biofield generator is a weaver weapon that is slightly better than all of the rest of the ones we saw down in the F tier. This is granting you an increase to ship fire rate and ship weapons range. At the higher levels, you'll also get an increase to shield and armor penetration. At the max level, if you go Cosmogenesis, you'll be getting 30% more ship fire rate and ship weapons range for 10 days, and 25% more shield and armor penetration. That's actually really, really quite pleasant. The main issue with these kind of P-slot weapons is they are not an aura, they actually have to shoot your own ship, so they won't already be active until combat starts. That's a problem. The other issue is that your weavers will generally go and try and shoot the enemy, so they might run out of range of your artillery ships. That's also a problem. On top of that, I think often it can be better to just run more weapons. There is a balance where these can be useful, but overall in testing, I've not actually found them to be consistently useful. They don't perform well consistently. There's some kind of weird, funky behavior with them, and I'm not entirely convinced that they don't just need a bit of a rework. Again, if you increase the range on these to 100, I think they would be working much better. It's the short range that I think is hampering these Weaver weapons most of all. Psionic Lightning is a psionic version of Cloud Lightning. It has slightly higher range at 70 over 60, slightly higher damage, double the average damage in total, because this weapon fires about 40% more quickly, and on top of that, it has the ability to terrify military ships. I've labeled this as a support weapon because terrifying military ships can be useful, but the chance of terrifying enemy ships is actually very, very low. The number of these you'd have to run to get a good chance of terrifying cruisers, battleships, or Titan-level ships is ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. As you can see from this chart, courtesy of the Stellaris wiki page, Stellaris wiki page, you can see here that if you're firing at a ship size of 15 or above, aka a Titan, a Juggernaut, a Colossus, there is only a 1% chance that you will terrify the enemy ship and prevent them from moving or shooting for just 5 days. Even corvettes only have a 25% chance per shot of Psionic Lightning to be terrified for 10 days. You don't have enough of these weapons to terrify the entire enemy fleet. If you do, you'd already have won with a massive alpha strike through conventional means, so why do you need to terrify them? It's just a little bit silly. If they really want this to work, they need to massively buff the terrify chance and duration, and also the range. If you made this thing range 100 or 120, then maybe it could be useful as well. The Ancient Cavitation Collapser is basically equivalent to a tier 4 laser if you go for the Archeo Weapon Ascension perk and also find, I want to say the Rubricator grants 15% as well. I think so. It's not in my notes right now, but I'm pretty sure. That will give you basically slightly better than a tier 5 weapon from this Ancient Cavitation Collapser. The main change between this weapon and a laser is that instead of getting plus 25% damage against hull, you get plus 50% penetration against armor, so once you've chewed through the shields, you will begin directly hitting the hull. That does sometimes mean you can kill ships with high armor and low hull quicker than a normal laser. The Ancient Saturator Artillery is the Archeo ship X-slot weapon equivalent of the Giga Cannon. This is much better at dealing with shield. You'll get plus 150% damage against shields, much worse at dealing with armor, minus 75% damage against armor, and slightly better at hitting hull at plus 25% compared to that Giga Cannon. I've labeled this as a support weapon because it is really, really good at taking out enemy shields, but really awful if it then comes up against armor. The long range of this one, 150, means it would be really good as an opening initial volley to knock out the shields, then allowing neutron launchers or plasma or some other close range weaponry to come in and strip away the enemy armor. And then together, this X-Slot weapon alongside anti-armor weapons could destroy the ship's hulls. That does work. You can sprinkle a small number of these across a fleet, but the main issue is that if you're running battleships, you're only running L-Slot and X-Slot weapons. The best L-Slot weapons are going to be anti-shield weapons, the kinetic artillery. The plasma throwers are good, they just don't have the long range, so it doesn't actually pair well in a mono fleet. It does work if you put this alongside kinetic artillery on some battleships to sprinkle them in with some neutron launcher cruisers. That is definitely effective, though not necessarily more effective than just running kinetic artillery, one of them on each of your cruisers. Alright, we're just about to hit 30 minutes to this tier list. I think I'm now going to do the secret call out in the C tier. If you're watching and you've watched the whole way through to this point, let me know down in the comments section that you have watched and seen my secret call out. Please use the word saturate or saturated or saturator in your comment, just so I know. The ancient nano missiles used to be amazing. If you put them onto your menacing ships or onto your thermophilic crisis ships that don't actually have to pay the minor artifact cost for these weapons, they were amazing. However, now they have two big issues. The first issue is that armor and shield hardening are much more prevalent across fleets, so the 100% shield and armor penetration of these weapons isn't as good. Their average damage is quite low. If they're having to chew through armor and shields, they kind of suck. On top of that, because their base damage per hit is so low, just 3 to 5, only 1 or 2 plates of crystal forged plating will completely negate these weapons and prevent them dealing any damage whatsoever. They are somewhat useful against AI empires, but I would not recommend trying to run these against player empires. They will counter you and you will do nothing to them. Welcome up to the B tier. We're now at the midpoint of the tier list. Actually, we've gone through just about half the weapons already. This tier and the S and A tiers have the other half of the weaponry. Some of the weapons are so powerful that they've really had to go as a category of their own in a higher tier. Let's see what we've got in the B tier. These weapons represent pretty much good all-rounders. You might be playing them for the entirety of the game. There are specific niche weapons that are better than these, but you might not have access to them, and thus you might rely on B tier weapons throughout your game. Let's dive in and see what we're playing with.
Engaging enemy station.
Plasma launchers are now simply straight up better than lasers. They have slightly lower tracking for small and medium slot weaponry, and the damage against shield reduction has gone down to minus 75%, so they're only dealing 25% of their base damage versus shields, which is punishing, but, this is the big but here, they are dealing plus 100% damage against armor and plus 50% damage against hull. Relative to lasers, their base damage output has also seen some increases. The base damage that plasmas now do are pretty much equivalent to their laser weaponry equivalent. So tier 3 lasers is basically the same base damage as plasma tier 1, tier 4 lasers same as plasma 2, and tier 5 lasers pretty much the same as the plasma cannons at tier 3. You're going to want to run plasma launchers as your anti-armor, anti-hull weaponry on your small slots, and possibly your medium slots. There are better L-slot weapons out there. If you're running only battleships, you might end up forced to run these things, but be careful. They can't do everything. Whilst they are better than lasers, they can't do everything. Their range is limited at a maximum of 80, which is quite low relative to other L-slot weapons. If you're beating off the extra-dimensional invaders, that is the Unbidden, the Vehement, and the other one, I don't remember. First off, take a look at yourself in the mirror and stop doing adult work. You shouldn't be beating off aliens. Second, you could be able to salvage some debris from those invaders and get access to matter disintegrators. These have a massive reduction to damage against shields, minus 75%, but quite a big bonus to damage against armor and hull. They're basically slightly better than plasma weapons if you can get your hands on them. They also get a slight increase to damage output based on target size. They're kind of 1/4 the bonus of a regular torpedo. It's good, but it's not amazing.
Complete.
They are slightly better than plasma.
Engaging
as I
enemy
mentioned,
station.
if you have a choice between these and plasma, pick these. They do more damage. Psionic disruptors are a much better version of regular disruptors. They don't have 100% armor and shield penetration, that's true. However, they do have a better on-hit effect. That effect is minus 20% ship fire rate. Being able to deal damage whilst also reducing enemy fire rate by 20%, and yes, there is a shield regen debuff here as well of 35%, but that reduction to fire rate is very, very good. These are mainly a support weapon though, probably put them on a couple of small slots. They do actually have additional shield damage, that's helpful, but this isn't going to be the mainstay weapon of a fleet. You should probably run other things. The main reason you're using this is for that reduction to ship fire rate, alongside the fact that it will almost always be doing some damage to the enemy hull, so it will always contribute to your overall victory. Focused arc emitters are the first X-slot weapons we've come across in the regular weaponry. This one has 100% shield and armor penetration, but its base damage output is substantially lower than regular X-slot weapons. In a universe full of more shield and armor hardening now than ever before, this weapon just really does not work as effectively as it used to. If you're running up against 40 or 50% armor and shield hardening, which isn't abnormal, it's much better to get a different X-slot weapon on your
Skywatch
ships.
is tracking
This
a new enemy
is still
fleet.
useful against some crisis
Construction
factions
complete.
that don't run much armor and shield hardening, but that is really the exception now and not the rule. On top of that, this weapon doesn't pair very well with other weapon types, as the other bypass weapons all suck. They're all pretty crap now, and so you don't have many L-slot or G-slot weapons to pair this bad boy with. A quick note on the Bioship versions of this. The Bioship versions have basically the same issues. Their average damage is quite a bit lower, and that's because they have pretty much 50% additional cooldown alongside a lower base damage hit. 2 Bioship X-slot weapons are generally
Station
equivalent
reports
to
enemy
1
contact.
machine ship X-slot weapon. Autocannons have really had a redemption arc. They're now in B tier, and they're quite comfortably near the top of B tier. They still have, and this is sadly the case, or I guess you could use this to your advantage if you want, they still have a higher military power than what their actual effectiveness in combat is. That means that if you want to have a high Diplo rating, autocannons are a good way to get there, because you're going to get higher diplomacy ratings for political things if you're in the Galactic Senate than with other weapons on the same ships. If you want to get nanite autocannons, you'll need to either find the scavenger bot to salvage them, or you might roll them if you run Cosmogenesis Crisis. These deal 50% additional damage against shield, minus 75% damage against armor, and plus 25% damage against hull. They have absolutely phenomenal tracking, making them fantastic at hitting high evasion enemy ships. You should probably pair one of these to every 2 plasma type weapons if you're facing close range enemy high
Fleet
evasion
action
ships.
underway.
Put them in your small slots and either on your cruisers or on corvettes, and autocannons will do a sterling job. For bioships, these weapons get even better, because let's not forget, bioships small slot weapons have increased damage output, whereas the L slot weapons have longer cooldowns. You don't really want to run L slot autocannons or quill launchers anyway, so it's not really very much of a problem for bioships that the L slots suck. Kinetic artillery has been the pride of many an artillery fleet, many an artillery battleship, since time immemorial. With 4.3, I have moved it down ever so slightly. It's now in the B tier. Why is that? Well, it has no tracking. It's very, very bad against corvettes. It's very bad against high evasion ships. It does have plus 100% damage against shields, minus 50% damage against armor though, and no longer gets a bonus output to damage versus hull. On top of that, the bioship weapon version of this is worse. It's just straight up worse, dealing an average of 20 damage a day, 21.97. That kind of damage output sucks for an L-slot artillery weapon. This kinetic artillery has also been supplanted by a cousin. We'll get to that cousin later. Always good to have this on your L-slots though. If you need to deal with shields, this is a great weapon. It's still relatively okay at chewing through armor. The minus 50% is annoying, but not the end of the world. It's not like you're running minus 75% or something like that. The accuracy isn't too high, so you can push this up to 100% accuracy to get a 33% increase to damage output overall, so that's pretty fun. Add to that the range of this weapon being 120, and it is still a very effective artillery weapon. And if you're enjoying this video, please launch a coordinated kinetic artillery strike on that like button. Giga Cannons are the anti-shield X-slot weapons. They're dealing 50% additional damage against shields, minus 25% damage against armor. Honestly, you could just run these plus kinetic artillery and you'll probably be alright overall. Yes, you're not going to be as effective against armor. The Prethrin are going to laugh in your face if you ever face them in combat, but an Alpha Strike shouldn't be underestimated. They have long range, they deal with shields quite well. They don't need any bells, gimmicks, or whistles. They're not relying on penetration. They're not terrified of hardening. They're just a solid weapon. I've labeled them as support because honestly, there are better anti-ship weapons that struggle when they come up against shields, and that means running some mega cannons in amongst your fleet isn't a bad idea. Torpedoes are the poster child of anti-cruiser, anti-battleship, anti-titan, anti-defense station weaponry. Why is that? Well, they deal additional damage based on 20% of the target ship size. I.e., if they come up against a corvette of size 5, they deal plus 100% damage, plus 200% damage against a destroyer for a total there of 300% damage. I'll just tell you totals from now on. Against cruisers, 500%. Against battleships, 900%. Against titans, I think they're no longer capped out, but I may be wrong here. I think they're no longer capped out, and you can get up to 1700% additional damage versus Titans and Citadels. What else do they do? Well, they have a massive cooldown. That's kind of their big problem. You need to get in very close. They have a range of 30, so the best way to run these is on cloaked frigates. Getting close, hit the enemy if it's a station, like a starbase, with a massive alpha strike, wipe it out instantly, and just win. That's pretty much the best way to run torpedoes. You can't go far wrong. On top of that, possibly camp at the end of a hyperlane with a cloaked fleet of these and engage an enemy as soon as they get in system. Stay inside them at very close range so that their artillery weaponry cannot hit you, because let's not forget, most L-slot weapons have minimum range, and you will be able to deal with cruisers and battleships. I wouldn't really recommend you put these on cruisers. Trying to get your cruisers in that close will just cause them to die. You also can't cloak cruisers as effectively as you can cloak frigates. In order to keep the cloak working, the enemy must have low detection. This is the battle you're choosing if you want to run torpedoes. They also suck against high evasion ships like corvettes. They have basically no tracking, and they only really deal one massive strike. Strikecraft are really good at dealing with corvettes. They have very high tracking, 100% at tier 3 and maximum accuracy, so they will hit those corvettes every single time. They have 100% penetration against shields and get a bonus 50% damage against armor. On top of that, they also fly away from your carriers at a very early point in the fight and then go and harass enemy ships. Again, a good thing. You want the fight to take place far away from your own ships. You don't want it to be close to where your ships are, because then they might die. The bio version of Strikecraft have twice the number of Strikecraft per hangar, but each Strikecraft deals half as much damage basically making it the same. The only issue with this is that it is very easy for corvettes to counter biological strike craft because they only need to have a couple of crystal forged plates, and then those bio strike craft will deal absolutely no damage. In fact, when you combine that with an evasion of 90%, enemy ships that don't have any other weapons capable of dealing close range damage to your corvettes, if they're not running autocannons or plasma launchers in these small slots, if they're only expecting to hit you with strike craft, and then they've got kinetic artillery or neutron launchers to deal with other larger ships, your corvettes are going to be a really, really big problem for those bio ships. Flak guns are meant to be for killing enemy strike craft. However, they are generally better than equivalent kinetic weaponry of the same tier. In the early and mid game, you should probably run a flak battery, cannon or artillery instead of kinetics level 1, 2, 3 or 4. When you get to autocannons, the autocannons are better, but early on, flak guns which have 200% additional damage against shields and 25% penetration against shields are really good at stripping away enemy shields, then allowing your lasers to get in and finish off the job. They will also shoot down missiles if they have nothing else to hit. Ancient driller drones are pretty good if you've got a way of dealing with enemy shields. Unlike regular strike craft, they don't penetrate shields. In fact, they get minus 50% damage against shields. What they do is they fully penetrate enemy armor. This makes them amazing against Pretherin crisis ships. They can completely shred them because they'll go straight for the enemy hull, dealing plus 25% damage against hull. They do have high tracking as well, so they're not terrible against high evasion ships, so just make sure you've got some way of dealing with the enemy shields, and these support fighters are pretty darn good. Welcome to the A tier. These weapons are really, really good. I'd expect you to use them if you have them available to you. Let's dive in and find out what we're running. The mighty Tachyon Lance is still very, very good. It is the best of the X-Slot weapons. Yes, it has minus 50% damage against enemy shields, which is bad, but it makes up for that with plus 100% damage against armor and plus 50% damage against hull. If you're only running one X-Slot weapon, and given that armor and shield hardening is going to exist, this will kill the enemy faster than any other X-Slot weapon. Neutron launchers were the best weapon in Stellaris for a good long while, then they sucked for a brief period, and now they are back in the A tier. What do these things do? Well, they are torpedoes. So just like regular torpedoes that we looked at in the B tier, they deal multiplicative increases to damage based on the enemy ship size. Don't be fooled by the low average damage output of these weapons. Allegedly, they deal 3.38 damage per day, but when you're hitting a cruiser or a battleship and dealing 500% or 900% damage, that becomes 20 or 40 damage. The main drawback with neutron launchers is that they have minus 50% damage against enemy shields. So you really do need some way of stripping away the enemy shields for these weapons to be effective. They also have absolutely no tracking, so they struggle massively against high evasion ships. You'll want to either stack modifiers to tracking to boost these tracking numbers, but even then, high evasion ships usually have low target ship size, thus meaning the damage output isn't really that big, so it's good to run some form of support weapon alongside neutron launchers. The 50% damage against armor and 75% additional damage against hull really, really do wonders to wipe out enemy fleets. That bonus will just strip away enemy ship hull and arm points so quickly. Plus, the cooldown is very long, meaning these are alpha strike weapons. You might even wipe out an entire bracket of ships in the first salvo if you're running enough of these. Psionic bombers, like all the rest of the psionic weapons, actually this hasn't been mentioned yet, we should mention this, all of the psionic weapons are only available to psionically ascended empires. So you need to psionically ascend to get your hands on them. Psionic bombers are basically torpedo bombers. They are half as effective as regular torpedoes, which still makes them really good at dealing with enemy ships. The main negative is that they have only 35% tracking, so they're not very good at dealing with enemy corvettes or high evasion ships, but overall they are usually, in general, outside of dealing with actual corvettes, really good at fighting enemy cruisers and battleships, and even better at fighting star bases. Oh my goodness me, yes. We have the final specialized Weaver weapon now, and that is the Confusion Spore. Enough of these Confusion Spores and the enemy will be destroying themselves rather than attacking you. This has solved the main problem that most of the P-slot weapons Weavers has, and that is they have 100 range. When you hit an enemy ship with this weapon, and they have a 12-day cooldown, which does mean you need a phenomenal number of these to keep them firing at themselves, they have a chance of enacting confusion for 5 to 10 days based on ship size. The level 5 version of these have a 90% chance per hit of dealing confusion, and the Havoc Storm, the Cosmogenesis version, have a 100% chance of confusion. Increasing your fire rate by just 40% gets these to under 10 days, stacking enough of these and the enemy will literally just shoot each other. They are amazing. Their range isn't good enough to deal with artillery that well. You do need to try and get in close, possibly cloaking can help with that. But
tracking
they are very,
lifeform.
very good weapons. The best of the best when it comes to
station.
Weaver weapons. I recommend you confuse the crap out of the enemy. Confusion, by the way, causes the enemy to have friendly fire, and they will shoot at each other. Yes, the enemy will literally kill itself, so you don't actually need other weapons to win the combat. Whatever weapons the enemy bring, that is the weaponry you'll use to win. Ruination Glare is an Archaeo-Titan weapon. Unlike the regular Titan weapon, this only has a range of 125, making it barely better in terms of range than kinetic artillery or neutron launchers. So if you equip this, your Titan will almost certainly end up in range of enemy artillery. That is bad. The good bonuses here are the fact that yes, you're going to be dealing 500 damage as a splash effect to all enemy ships within 40 of the target. That means you can deal with corvettes with ease. It also deals 500 to 1000 damage and has quite a short cooldown. So this weapon does fire more frequently. Overall though, I generally wouldn't recommend this over the regular Titan weapon. The regular Titan weapon is just better. This one deals reduced damage to shields, 75% more damage against armor, and 25% additional damage against hull. It will be buffed further by Archaeo engineers, but the reduced range is where it really struggles. Welcome to the S tier. These represent the best weapons in Stellaris. I think one of the weapons here you're going to be a little bit confused by, but I will explain the method to my madness. Why on earth has Vontu put the macro batteries all the way up in the S tier? I have labeled them support. Let's dive in and find out what is amazing now. If you've already watched my video on the best weapon in Stellaris, you might know that Zro launchers are currently that weapon. They are functionally equivalent to neutron launchers, except they have double the base damage output, which is amazing in and of itself, and then on top of that, they also get 50% penetration against shields and armor. You can increase shield and armor penetration through a variety of methods, so it is possible to get Zro launchers up to being fully 100% bypass weapons. I know it's insane. Then they get 75% additional damage to hull. Given the fact they've already got phenomenal base damage, that gives you the ability to alpha strike the enemy into oblivion. These are the best weapons in Stellaris, making Psionic Ascension, from a weaponry perspective, the best ascension path at the moment. Economically, there's massive issues. You know, Psionic Ascension has economic issues relative to the others, but weaponry really puts it ahead. If you take one of the Galvanic Synthesis Civics, you will not be able to synthetically ascend, so you can still do bioascension and get Zro launchers, and then you'll have access to the Reshaping Projectile Artillery. This is very, very similar to the Kinetic Artillery, except, and this is the big difference here, it requires living metal to build, quite a lot of living metal. It doesn't have a living metal upkeep though, so that's generally alright. You will be getting plus 150% damage against armor and 50% penetration against armor. That armor penetration means that once you've dealt with the shields, the remaining damage goes straight against the hull. This is, to all intents and purposes, a better version of artillery than kinetic artillery, and thanks to the penetration, it does pair better with throw launchers than regular kinetic artillery. Otherwise, though, it's basically just kinetic artillery with some extra jingles. The mandibles are only available to your maulers. They have a very limited range of only 10%, and they are technically torpedoes, dealing additional damage based on ship size. Their base damage output is absolutely insane. It's much higher than regular torpedoes on average because it hits so often. It has a cooldown of only 1.3 days. These mandibles hit a lot, and they hit hard. They have 100% shield penetration because they're mouths, and they have 50% damage against armor plus 25% against hull, and then half of the effect of regular torpedoes. Camping at the edge of hyperlanes with mandible-equipped maulers or cloaking the damn maulers is the surest way to make someone rage quit Stellaris, honestly, and it's a really easy way of dealing with an enemy. Their very short range is a problem, their tracking isn't amazing, but they can still deal reasonably well with corvettes. The main issue is that maulers are quite slow. Chasing down a corvette may be a challenge for you. They're very strong weapons. I recommend you run them. If you want to run them exclusively. You could run just fleets of these. They will die because they aren't artillery ships. Artillery has the advantage that often artillery can strike at range and thus not take any damage before it's wiped out the enemy. Mandibles don't have that luxury. They get in close, they get in dirty, and they win fights. From my testing, they are amazing. The Perdition Beam is the one-shot stop that you will need if you want to deal with corvettes. Yes, it's a Titan weapon, but let's not forget it's getting plus 500 damage to every ship within 40 of the target. A few of these spread out in a system will quickly wipe out enemy corvettes. Zap, zappity zap. It has no minimum range, so it can deal with corvettes in close. This weapon now basically makes the Titan an anti-corvette ship, hilariously. Yes, the tracking is 0%, that's a problem, but there are ways of buffing tracking, subterfuge, the sensors. You can also get the special module on your Titans for plus 10 tracking. Overall, this weapon is great against other Titans, great against battleships, and even better at dealing with corvettes.
Fleet action
you always want to
underway.
run some Titans for the auras, now you want to run them even more than previously. Macro batteries are an Archaeotech weapon, so you can buff them with Archaeo engineers. They are in the S tier because they are kind of hilarious. Why are they hilarious, Montu, I hear you ask? Well, they have the longest range in the game. The large slot version of these have a range of 150. That means they are equivalent, if not better than, because you can add some buffs to them, X slot weapons
Spaceport
in
reports
terms
enemy
of
contact.
range. If you put these onto destroyers with massive amounts of sublight speed, you can get destroyers up to some frighteningly fast speeds. Those destroyers will be able to kite the enemy ships and never, ever be able to take damage. The only thing that will be able to shoot them is X-slot weapons. Good luck having the tracking to actually hit them effectively with X-slot weapons. The damage is relatively low. Yes, that's true, granted, but the ability to kite with these cannot be understated. When it bugs out, it's crap. But when it works, it is hilariously broken and overpowered. The main issue here is that they do need lots of minor artifacts to run full fleets of these. A full battleship equipped with ancient macro batteries and an X-slot weapon is going to set you back at least 200 minor artifacts per ship. That is unsustainably large in terms of cost, but hey ho, if you want to run something funny, try out macro batteries. In this video, I have broken down every single weapon available to you in Stellaris, but what if we wanted to combine these weapons onto some ship designs? Let me present to you the best ship in Stellaris. If you'd like to watch a video on the best ship design in the game, a one-stop shop to deal with any enemy, click the video on screen now.
Science Division reports success. Engaging enemy station.
Council agenda available.
Battle debris secured. Battle debris secured. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Battle debris secured. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Battle debris secured. Special project complete. Science Division reports success. Spaceport lost to enemy action. Fleet action underway. Construction complete. Science Division reports success. Science Division reports success. Fleet action underway. Anomaly found. Construction complete. System reconnaissance completed. Recon pass completed. Construction complete. Construction complete. Science Division reports success. System reconnaissance completed. Fleet action underway. Science Division reports success. Science Division reports success.
One of the most important narrative choices and mechanical choices you will make in Stellaris before you've even begun playing is the origin of your empire. This represents the background of a species before it unifies into an empire. Today, we're going to go through every single origin in Stellaris, break down what it does, and rank it in a tier list. There are currently 50 separate entries in this tier list, so make sure you've got a snack and a drink. We're going to be here for a little while, ladies and gentlemen. But before we dive into the tier list, I need to say a special thank you to Stardock for sponsoring this video. Have you ever dreamed of creating your own civilization from scratch? In a world where magic isn't just lore, it's your greatest weapon. In Elemental Reforged, every game is a brand new saga. Design your own hero, shape the world, and compete against rival civilizations for control of the legendary shards of magic. With every shard you seize the power to alter the world around you. Backed by a rebuilt 64-bit engine, Elemental Reforged combines the best of three games: War of Magic, Fallen Enchantress, and Sorcerer King. Finally delivering the fantasy 4X RPG hybrid you have always imagined. This game includes 3 brand new campaigns, truly unique units, each with their own backstory, and a world that reacts to every decision you make. Forge your legacy, harness magic, and reshape the world. Click the link in the description and wishlist Elemental Reforged on Steam today, and also support this channel. We're going to start in the bottom in the F tier. Now, Origins in this tier will actively hinder your gameplay. That means you're basically picking something that will give you a disadvantage. There are a couple of exceptions to that rule, and I will highlight those when we get there. They're here basically because I think they kind of suck and need some improvement, and I want to highlight how bad they are and how they could be much better. Life Seeded starts you off on a size 30 Gaia world with a bubbling swamp, crystalline cavern, and dust
Construction
cavern planetary
complete.
features. That means when you unlock the correct technology, you'll be able to harvest those rare resources. This is where the good news ends. The bad news is you'll get the Gaia world preference, meaning that your species have 0% habitability on your 2 guaranteed habitable worlds, or however many you've got depending on your settings, will not exist. So your early game expansion options are massively limited. Because you can't go out and colonize new planets, there is an effective way to play this Origin by rushing for alloys, building up lots of ships, and conquering somebody else's world and stealing their species, then using that for colonization, or finding a way to make friends with an alien very quickly. But you are going to miss the early and very critical years where getting up some initial colonies will vastly boost your economy around the mid-game, thus pulling you back quite a bit in terms of power level. Doomsday is basically the Krypton Origin. You're going to start on a planet, and that planet will explode within 35 to 45 years. Yes, you're going to get some bonuses to energy, mineral, and alloy production, but those bonuses will basically only counteract the negatives from all of that devastation and reduced stability that the events and different effects are going to give to you on the planet. On top of that, you won't get any guaranteed habitable worlds near your home system. This is a challenging Origin, and the game labels it as such. Subterranean gives you a bunch of bonuses for your mining. You'll get uncapped mining districts, plus 200 housing from those districts, and some bonuses to do with defending your planets. You'll get minus 75% orbital bombardment damage reduction and a minus 25% cosmic storm devastation reduction. You'll get a slight increase to planetary infrastructure cost and upkeep, as well as a reduction to planetary infrastructure build speed. Then you'll also get the
Fleet action
Cave Dweller
underway.
trait if you are organic. Cave Dweller reduces the biological pop growth speed by 20%,
Construction complete.
which is quite a big reduction. If you're lithoid, this won't affect you, but you're already suffering the minus 25% pop growth speed and pop assembly speed. You do get plus 50% species minimum habitability, so on absolutely no planet will you have less than 50% habitability. That's not amazing, but it is better than nothing. You'll also get plus 15% mining job efficiency, so you will be producing more minerals. Overall, this is going to hamper your economy unless you go for lithoids and some sort of crisis rush where those minerals are going to be very useful. There's not really much additional power to gain here. Broken Shackles gives you a few pre-game nerfs. You're going to have fewer techs actually researched when the game starts. You will get some
Our
bonuses
pioneers
in
have
terms
made
of having your
planetfall.
factions spawn straight away and getting more unity from them, somewhat like parliamentary system, but the negatives here are going to set you back quite a few years in terms of technology. By having multiple species on your starting world, you will have a better chance of finding habitable worlds that you can
Construction
colonize
complete.
at maximum efficiency at the 80%, 60 or 80% level in terms of habitability. But overall, the negatives here do mean that you will be behind other empires. And on top of that, you'll have to deal with the Minimar specialized industries. Payback is similar to Broken Shackles, however, now you're going to get fewer pops on your capital, and if that wasn't enough, this origin basically sets you on a collision course directly with Minimar specialized industries. It is very hard not to have to fight them, and they will be stronger than you in the mid-game. Both this origin and Payback are very fun, they're very thematic, but you definitely start at a disadvantage compared to any other empire in the game. Fear of the Dark reduces your starting population by 800, which is very, very nasty. Even worse than that, you get -1 research alternatives, making early tech choices very, very limited. You'll also get a reduction of leader pool size by 1 as well, making your leader choices even narrower. Having said that, there are
Fleet
some
action under
positives.
ready.
A quick spoiler alert if you've not played this origin before, but in the mid to late game, you can get access to either another civic slot or you can become a fanatic purifier. Both of these are very, very helpful and very strong. You start at a massive disadvantage, but there are benefits. There is a light further down the tunnel. Riftworld starts you off with an ancient dig site on your capital, and you also get some bonuses to Astral Rift exploration speed and a reduction to Astral Rift fail probability. You'll start with the Astral Harvesting technology research, but not the technology to actually dive into Astral Rifts. Yes, if you play this correctly and RNG is on your side, it can be very, very good, possibly even B
Our
or A
pioneers
tier
have
if the
made
RNG
planetfall.
is really with you with the Astral Rifts, but it can also just be completely useless. Honestly, this Riftworld origin is very hit and miss. I'd like it to get some bonuses that actually bring it up. Maybe some additional population or a mid-game event chain, something minor to give it a little bonus to push it up maybe into the C or B tier. This origin doesn't give you a distinct disadvantage like the previous ones we looked at, but I think it does need a little bit more love and affection from the developers. Before we dive into exactly what Storm Chasers is, I want to point out there is a red exclamation mark here. Any items with a red exclamation mark mean that there is a specific way of playing this origin that is more powerful than the tier it is placed in. However, you're not necessarily pushed into playing that way, or it requires a very specific combo, meaning that generally it's not more powerful, but if you play it in that, as I mentioned, specific way, it will be boosted. Storm Chasers gives you the Storm Rider trait on your leaders, which improves them if they are within a storm. You get a bonus and increase to the chance of storm technology research options and storms appearing within your borders, and you'll also get some special
Construction
projects
complete.
as the game goes on to spawn some storms all the way up to a Nexus storm further into the game. If played correctly, this can be very, very powerful, I have been told. I don't know exactly what this correct, really good way of playing it is, but if you play it right, this is probably B tier. Otherwise, the storms hurt, and generally they hurt and increase devastation, so you probably don't want storms in your border. And also storms are annoying, and I don't like them. And yeah, that whole Storm DLC was just weird, wasn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Let's move on. Fruitful Partnership is thematically very interesting.
Science
you will
Division
load up
report
your
success.
seeds onto Tianki, who will then go and plant them on other planets out there in the galaxy. You can then spend energy in order to open your seed pods and colonize worlds way outside of your borders. In practice, generally this doesn't really give you very much. Unless you're playing on a very large galaxy with very few empires, there isn't enough
Science
time
Division
for
report
to go out and
success.
spread your seed, so you actually don't really get to colonize very many planets this way. This really isn't a very negative origin. The downsides are not large here, but I just wish there was a bit more to it. I wish there was a way of getting seeds out faster, or maybe some manual Tianki control, so we can actually have an impact with this origin early on in the game when it's important, before all of the planets have been owned and colonized. Cybernetic Creed used to be a really interesting origin. It's currently broken, and that's why it's in the F tier. Your spiritualist population basically just don't grow if you take this origin, which is a massive nerf, especially given that they generally are the population with all of the implants, all of the cybernetic stuff. If it gets fixed, I'll probably put it back up to the A or B tier, but until that time it's down here in the F tier because it just doesn't work properly. This is a similar story for many aspects of Stellaris at the moment. Welcome to level C. Origins here are generally not bad for you. They're going to be net more positive than negative, but they're usually just not that impactful overall. If you want to play a game where your origin isn't that important, probably, or at least isn't going to give you a power boost relative to other empires, you'll want to look at origins in this level. Lost Colony is probably about as vanilla and non-origin as you can get. The impacts of this origin are very few, at least for you. An advanced empire with the same species as you will spawn elsewhere in the galaxy, and you should be able to go and find them during the game. Your homeworld will not get the plus 30% habitability bonus, but it does start with a positive modifier that should increase habitability a bit and give you some other benefits. Overall, this is not a very impactful origin one way or the other. If I really had to search for positives here, I would say it's very positive that you have an advanced empire with exactly the same species as you can go out and conquer them and get a host of your own pops, get more of your own population very easily. That's about the biggest bonus I can see here. Hard Reset starts you off with Cyber Commando trait. You'll also get to use Cyborg trait options during species creation, but you'll have the negative trait Unplugged, which is very nasty. You'll get minus 50% pop amenities usage for the first 10 years, which offsets Unplugged a bit, and you will get a Doom World with 100% devastation and an archaeological dig site starting in your home system. You'll also start in combat with 3 corvettes, and neighbouring systems are guarded by hostile fleets. Their size depends on the game difficulty. Factions will also form after just 1 year, so that's a big bonus here for this origin. If you play this origin with scavengers and make sure to utilize these enemy fleets that you're having to fight, you can actually get quite a lot of alloys, quite a lot of research, quite a lot of stuff from these early game ships. If you play it in that way, it's probably B tier, maybe even A tier. Otherwise, without scavengers, it sits down here in C. Post-apocalyptic gives you the survivor trait if you're organic, or radiation shielding if you are mechanical. This trait gives you plus 70% to your Tomb World habitability, making Tomb Worlds viable colonization options for you. You'll also get plus 10 years of leader lifespan. That is it though. If you don't find any other Tomb Worlds outside of your home world, which is a Tomb World now, then this origin basically is just plus 10 years of leader lifespan. If you do, you can use them, but that is the only bonus you are getting, making post-apocalyptic a very vanilla origin. On the Shoulders of Giants gives you a dig site in your home system, which chains into more and more dig sites. This should give you a glut of minor artifacts at the start of the game. You'll also get the On the Shoulders of Giants mid-game event chain that can give you quite a nice little bonus. However, you are completely unable to discover precursor anomalies or sites before you complete your story. Once you do that, you are 3 times more likely to discover precursor anomalies or sites, but this means that other empires can go out there and discover the precursor you will get first and complete it before you, and completely lock you out of that precursor, getting the unique system, getting whatever relic comes with it. That is a massive downside in my opinion. If this origin did not lock you out of precursor anomalies, and if minor artifacts were a little more impactful like they used to be, this would definitely be up in B tier, but at the moment it deserves its place down here in C. Shattered Ring starts you up on a Shattered Ring world. The big negative here is you get the Ring World preference, meaning your species cannot live on other planet types. They'll get 0% habitability basically everywhere else. Based on the number of guaranteed habitable worlds you set in your options at the start of the game, you will get the ability to colonize other ring segments, up to 3 in total, including your capital, which does make this quite a bit stronger and more useful than the Gaia World origin, but it's still a bit of a nerf. You will generally be able to get a good mid-game economy up and running, but you must utilize Conquest or change your species habitability preference by rushing research. That one's a bit harder to do. Or get a migration treaty to offset the mid-game impact of not being able to colonize even more worlds. As long as you come at this origin with a plan though, you should generally be alright. Here Be Dragons starts you off with a Sky Dragon Guardian in your capital system. You can eventually kill the dragon, and if you've got the right civics or whatever, you can resurrect it. You can also make friends with the dragon quite a bit later and take control of it as well. Basically, this is great for turtling. Almost no empire is going to be able to take your capital system in the early game, but you're not really getting very much of a bonus outside of that. Yes, you can defend, but attacking until you get the dragon, either by killing and resurrecting it or by making friends, is not really going to be buffed at all. Ocean Paradise starts you off on a size 30 ocean world with a modifier of bonus, and you'll get the Crystal Reef planetary feature along with 3 submerged ore veins, 3 underwater vents, and 8 teeming reefs. This is very similar to the Gaia World origin in that you will lose access to your guaranteed habitable worlds. They'll instead be frozen worlds. However, you will still be able to colonize any ocean worlds you find. So if you don't even have guaranteed turned on, this isn't even a debuff, and if you do, it's a debuff that you can work around with proper scouting and good luck in colonization. You'll also have to choose aquatic or waterproof. That trait can be very, very useful. Slingshot to the Stars reduces your starbase influence distance cost by 75%, meaning you can forward set or you can go and steal choke points at a massively reduced cost in terms of influence. You'll also get access to a ruined quantum catapult megastructure nearby, and this increases your chance of rolling mega engineering later in the game. You can repair the quantum catapult even without mega engineering, and there is a dig site nearby that gives you some bonuses towards that. You get plus 50% quantum catapult accuracy, and all catapulted fleets receive a 50% fire rate bonus after they arrive. The biggest bonus here, I'd say, is definitely the reduction to influence, but there's basically no negatives. You could play this and not really utilize any benefits from it, or you could play this in a very aggressive way, trying to scout out and steal habitable worlds from other empires before they have a chance to get to them. Under One Rule forces your species to pick Perfected Genes trait. That reduces your experience gain but increases the lifespan of your leaders. You will get a special luminary trait on your ruler, which must be the Great Dictator, and your ruler starts at level 4. You can also select some pretty good unique traits for that ruler. There is some interesting shenaniganery that will befall your empire. Every 40 years or so, something crazy happens. You can go down the Golden Throne route and go full Warhammer 40,000 if you want. You can also do some other things. Overall, the impacts are generally minor. Honestly, even the leader itself isn't that strong and impactful. But the negatives, especially if you play the situations wrong and get a civil war, can be very, very unpleasant. So just make sure you don't screw things up. Good luck. Primal Calling is basically the space fauna origin. You'll get bonuses to your space fauna. You get an increased amount of vivarium capacity to hold more space fauna. You'll also get some space fauna after you complete contacts with them and all sorts of crazy little bits and pieces. And you get some research options. Isn't that nice? Some research options. Not full technologies, just options. Overall, space fauna are not the most powerful way to play the game. Yes, you can get some crazy broken nonsense early on with amoeba and other such trifles, but it's really not that strong in the long term. Treasure Hunters has some pretty fun bonuses for you, but they are locked behind defeating quite strong and powerful fleets, meaning you can't get access to those bonuses until the mid-game at the very earliest often, sometimes even later. Trailblazer is quite a good trait. You can get some unique ruler traits, of which one of them is Trailblazer. I definitely recommend that one for early game exploration. That's awesome. And you'll also get access to treasure troves and some great specimens. This is basically the specimen origin, and it is a lot of fun, though it's really not that strong overall. Evolutionary Predators starts you with the Malleable Genes trait, meaning you'll have to start with a bunch of negatives to make up for that trait. You will get +1 organic species trait picks, and you'll start with the Adaptive Evolution situation, which grants you some more traits over time. So over time, your species will get more and more traits, making them somewhat better in a kind of randomized way. However, it does lock you into the Biological Ascension, and more specifically the worst of the 3 base paths of the Mutation path. It's not great, honestly. It's not terribly negative for you, but it's really not great. Strong C at best, even if played well. We're now in the B tier. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. In this tier, you have to believe that you're getting a bonus, because you actually are. These are generally positive for your empire. Prosperous Unification is kind of the generic starting origin. However, that does not stop it being a good origin. You'll get more initial population, +400, which is excellent. That gives you the ability to increase starting colony size quicker than other empires, whilst not limiting your economic output on the capital too much. You can make those early colonies viable faster, basically,
Fleet
reducing
action
their own
underway.
populations faster and contributing faster. Colonies
Station
aren't really
reports
useful
enemy
until they
contact.
get to around 1,000 to 2,000 population at the minimum, so getting there sooner is better. You'll also gain the Prosperous Unification modifier on your capital for the first 20 years, and that is a very strong, powerful leg up as well. Overall, this is always positive, though not as strong as some of the origins we'll see in the S and A tiers. Galactic Doorstop used to be the butt of all jokes, but has since reformed into the Great Galactic Doorstep. Basically, this grants you a derelict gateway in the capital. When you unlock this gateway, when you activate it, you'll get 95% progress to gateway construction, allowing you to build more gateways. You'll also get a 33% chance to get Scrand Sharpbeak if you have Galactic Paragons installed, the DLC. This gives you 25k of ultra powerful battleship, which is very good if it's early. It also has a jump drive, by the way. And when you reactivate subsequent gateways, you'll get a 67% chance to roll Scrand, which is pretty good. That means more often than not, this origin will get access to Scrand Sharpbeak. Wowzers. If you can get Scrand early, that's basically GG. You can kill all the empires around you, subjugate them, and force them to be your vassals or whatever you want, steal their worlds, like literally you can do anything. Yeah, that's the main bonus here, is Scrand. Did you know you can also play Life Seeded as a machine empire? If you do, you must simply research the machine template system technology.
cleared.
It's a very easy tech to get your hands on. And then you can modify your species to no longer have Gaia
Construction
preference.
complete.
And that basically allows
Science
you to
Division
sidestep all
reports
the
a new
negatives
breakthrough.
that regular bios take a lot longer to deal with, because they have to get to their species modification technology and society research, which is tier 2. Machine template modification, however, is just tier 1. It does cost 4,000 research, but you get access to this much, much earlier. It also gives you plus 20 years of leader lifespan and 5% more habitability. It's a very juicy technology to get. Oh yes, yes. Common Ground lets you start as a member of a federation. You'll be giving up your guaranteed habitable worlds, which is negative, but you will get 2 buddies. You'll also get to choose your federation type, so you can start straight away as a trade lead to get access to that fantastic trade policy. And then, the reason this has an exclamation mark is that you could kick out one member of your federation and then eat them, still maintaining the federation and gaining a second habitable homeworld for your empire. That is a very strong early play. Regardless though, depending on which federation type you choose, this can be more or less powerful. If you pick a Federation type that has very early access to a Federation fleet, it can also be very good for conquest, as you can set the laws to mean that the other Federation members will be building ships for this Fed fleet. You will be the president controlling it, and then you can go to war and use the Fed fleet as your beating stick to steal stuff from other aliens. Hegemon is basically identical to Common Ground, however it forces you to be in the Hegemony Federation type, whereas Common Ground lets you pick any Federation type other than Hegemony. That's it. It's exactly the same. Otherwise, it should not even be an origin. It should just be rolled into Common Ground. The whole thing makes no sense to me. It is feature creep. What the hell? Please change it. Get rid of this. Just put it all into Common Ground for the love of God, or at least make Hegemon different in some way or do something. Thank you for your time. Speaking of time, I don't think you'll believe it, but we're now at the secret call-out, not in the C tier, but actually I've hidden this one in the B tier just behind a boring expose about how Hegemon needs to be removed. I'm not going to get back into that again as much as I want to, but anyway, if you're still listening and you've made it to this part, let me know down in the comment section, and please try to weave the word Hegemon or Common Ground into your comments so I know that you've heard this. Starlit Citadel gives you +1 megastructure build capacity and +1 deep space citadel system capacity. You'll also start with a deep space citadel in your home system. You'll start with the technology, and you'll also get some hostile fleets coming through to fight you. Don't worry, your deep space citadel should handle them mostly. You might want to buff it a bit. Combine this with Unyielding and you have a very strong defensive start. Additionally, once you've gone over and taken the abandoned hatchery, you could have a nexus system leading to multiple other systems depending on how many other Starlit Citadel origins are out there. It's fun, it can be strong, and it's definitely defensive. Calamitous Birth lets you as a lithoid build meteorite colony ships, allowing you to hurl meteorites into other planets. This also starts with a massive crater planetary feature on your capital and gives some more features on other planets that you hit with your colonies. It's fun, it's more positive because you'll get some of these lithoid pop blockers to clear that grant you more lithoid pops than regular lithoid empires, but overall it's not that much stronger. It's low B at best, ladies and gentlemen. Tree of Life is basically the origin that the Na'vi from James Cameron's Avatar have. You'll start with a giant Tree of Life on the planet and you can take cuttings of it and put them on more colonies that you have. It's a small bonus overall, but it is a positive bonus, a strong bonus that you'll definitely want to expand out with. This used to be one of the strongest ways of playing Hive Mind. It's not anymore, but it still has a lot of economic value there. Wilderness completely locks you into taking the Purity path, which thankfully is the strongest path in the game.
We have claimed
However,
a new
it doesn't
world.
give you any specific bonuses towards that path, and that's why it's not further up. Yes, it locks you into the strongest Ascension path at the moment, before we've had our Psionic rework, but doesn't give you any bonuses to that path. It also gives you something of a different playstyle. You use biomass instead of pops, meaning you can kind of get worlds faster in some ways. You don't build colony ships, you instead terraform worlds to grab them. Overall, it's a little bit stronger, I'd say. That's why I bumped it up here to the B tier, but it's not massively powerful. It's mainly a fun, unique playstyle that I definitely recommend you try out at least once. In terms of negatives, it does also lock you out from taking the Galactic Nemesis, Cosmogenesis, or Behemoth Fury perks, meaning you cannot be a player crisis. Arc Welders reduces the number of population you have on your starting world by 300, and your homeworld is set to be a size 15. This is a massive economic nerf. The positives are you get an arc furnace in your starting system, and you get another system that has access to a good arc furnace site with lots of available deposits. It's good, but it's now definitely mid. It's not better than that anymore. Constructing a second arc furnace unlocks the mega engineering technology for research, which is definitely fun,
Construction
but it's
complete.
very expensive to grab that early. Guaranteeing it as a research option forever is nice, but it's not better than B tier, unfortunately. We're now up to A tier. These are some of the very strongest origins in the game. They generally have very few downsides, and if you play with one of these origins, you're in good standing to take on a 10 or 25 times crisis, and you're also going to be doing well relative to your AI neighbors, regardless of the difficulty level of the game. Remnant starts you on a size 22 relic world. You'll also get some bonuses on the first 2 colonies you take, because they are technically previous colonies you once had. That means they will develop a little bit faster. You can build infrastructure there a little bit quicker. You'll also get ruined arcology blockers. Removing those grants you minor artifacts
Ships refitted.
alongside technologies. Yes, you heard me
Station
right.
reports
You
and
get
contact.
free tech. And on top of that, you'll get a faculty of Archaeo Studies building, which is pumping out minor artifacts for you. If you churn these out quick enough, and you really can get a lot of them, you should actually be able to support in the early and mid game a fleet equipped with Archaeo weapons. Taking the Archaeo Studies Ascension perk alongside that gives you a very strong start for a strong origin. And then in the mid game, if you want, you can convert this relic world into an Ecumenopolis and get an early Ecumenopolis, producing lots of alloys, lots of research, lots of whatever you want, because Ecumenopolis worlds are now very moddable. Mechanist starts you off with the powered exoskeletons and robotic worker technology already unlocked. You'll also get access to the machine template system tech as a permanent research option. Once you research that, you can alter your robots. Speaking of robots, you start with robot population on your capital with the adaptive frames trait, meaning they can work and be good at any of the basic worker jobs. You'll get 15% more mechanical pop assembly speed, +2 mechanical modification points, and +1 mechanical species trait picks. Also, and this is really good, the adaptive frames trait costs 1 point less. Wow. This gives you a lot more pop growth at the start of the game, because you're getting pop assembly for machines mixed in with your bio pop growth here for maximized growth. You can also build more assembly plants on your initial colonies, getting more growth
Construction
there too.
complete.
And because of the way that population growth now works, getting that fixed early assembly is very, very useful to get to a sustainable population that will actually grow over time. Those additional mechanical modification points and trait picks makes this a great choice for a synthetic or cybernetic ascension. Ladies and gentlemen, what a time to be alive. Syncretic evolution has had a meteoric rise. This is good if played with a mechanical primary species or a biological. Having your serviles end up being livestock, that's really quite good. That's going to give you pretty much all the food you need to run a food-based economy, which you may want to do in order to get access to your bioships, or if you've got
Battle debris secured.
food turning into alloys with the Civic there, that's going to be good as well. What's crazy is this is basically now as strong as Necrophage. There used to be a funny meme or a joke that syncretic evolution was the necrophage we have at home, mum. But now I wouldn't mind having syncretic evolution at home. Doomsday kind of sucks. Unless you play it with a machine empire, then you can ignore a lot of the debuffs, and you can also colonize pretty much any planet type you want. Why is that? Well, you can change your species preference type on your machines from the start of the game, so no matter what type of planet you find, it will be viable for a colony. You can produce a lot of energy, minerals, and alloys thanks to the bonuses, and generally ignore the debuffs from habitability, thank goodness. It's not as good as it used to be, but it
Science
is
Division
still
report
a
success.
very strong option if you're a machine race. I've got Void Dwellers in here twice, ironically, one time for bio and now a second time for machine. If you pick this, you basically start off with all of the effects of the Voidborn Ascension perk. You'll also get the Void Dweller or 0G optimized trait on your species, depending on if you are mechanical or organic. You'll get the habitat preference, meaning you don't really want to live on worlds other than habitats, but that's fine, because habitats are pretty good
Science
now,
Division
and you
report
can
success.
get quite a lot of output from them. This is especially good for getting a bit of an early alloy rush. You can easily get 50 or 60 alloy production at the start of the game without doing pretty much anything. Push those alloys into early corvettes and conquer a neighbor or make them into a vassal or something, and then from that point you're just laughing all the way to the bank. Necrophage grants your primary species the Necrophage trait, and your secondary pre-patent species will not get that trait which reduces pop growth and instead just grow up normally. You will get chambers of elevations in order to convert your pre-patent species into your primary species. However, because of the way pop growth has changed, overall this is a reduction to the growth of your species. Having a bunch of pops being necrophage and thus getting massive reductions is bad. Okay? Necrophage is at the bottom of A tier. I almost put it into B tier, I just couldn't quite bring myself to do that. Having many bonuses from the necrophage trait for your rulers, your elites, and your specialists is good, but it's just not as good as it used to be. And if you're enjoying this tier list video, please take a note out of the necrophage playbook and elevate that like button. Teachers of the Shroud locks you into choosing the psionic ascension path. Your species start with the latent psionic trait, and you unlock the mind over matter agenda right at the start of the game, so you can already begin getting down the psionic theory technology path pretty quick. It's also unlocked as a permanent research option too. This isn't as good as it used to be, though it might get better with the psionic rework coming very soon.
Engaging enemy
praise
station.
Be to the psionic rework, in whose name we trust. I did consider moving this down to B tier, but I wanted to leave it here partly out of hope and partly because psionic is still relatively good. You can get some good buffs to resource efficiency from those telepaths, though it's not as good as it once was, where you could get an almost infinite number of telepaths. Damn you devs, why did you take away our toys? Progenitor Hive is honestly not shifted. I'm barely even going to cover it. It gives you some bonuses. You're going to get the offspring nest building on the capital, alongside getting your progenitor nest planetary feature. You get some debuffs if you don't have an offspring ship with a fleet, but you get some positive benefits if you do. It's still good, it's still strong. It's not as strong as some other bits and pieces, but it is still a strong hive mind origin. We now come to the subterranean origin, but if you are a machine, it's significantly easier to offset the machine assembly speed debuff from molebots, so the negatives here are really not that important to you. If you go down Crisis again, it's going to be very strong, having all of those minerals to turn into Crisis ships, and that's basically all there is to it. You can pretty much sidestep the negatives very quickly. You can also just modify out the molebot's trait, I'm fairly confident, relatively quickly, and given that you can ascend and then go for modularity as well and get rid of it that way very quickly too, it's really not that bad. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the S tier. This is the best of the best when it comes to origins. Some of the items here are steadfast and have remained here since time immemorial. Others are going to be a surprise to you, or at least they were a surprise to me. Anything picked from here basically is guaranteeing you a win unless you really screw up your game somehow, but they're all really strong. Clone Army grants you access to the Ancient Clone Vat, which gives you very quick production of population. You'll also get the ability to either ascend or descend your clones. If you ascend them, they become much stronger. If you descend them, they get to reproduce biologically. So you can get a massive initial population up very quickly with those ancient clone vats, then start having them screw each other in order to get more population, or just make them all stronger. It just works, ladies and gentlemen. Scion makes you a Fallen Empire's little bitch. However, you can go and complain to Mummy that you're being treated unfair in the playground, and they will come in and help you out. They'll also give you free gifts every now and then. Basically, it's the game on easy mode because Big Brother is watching you and will be looking after you. And I don't mean a 1984 style Big Brother, I mean a friendly, warm, compassionate, loving brother who's a little bit weird and esoteric and likes to play in the corner. Shattered Ring as a machine is much stronger than Shattered Ring as a normal empire. You can quite quickly remove your Ring World preference and replace it with another preference once you get access to that template system technology. I'm pretty sure, though actually maybe you can just do it from the get-go. Either way, as soon as you've gotten rid of Ring World preference on your population, then you can just inhabit any world and it just works. Like, this origin then just becomes so strong. There's only upsides. You're also going to get a Ring World later on. I mean, how much more do I need to say, ladies and gentlemen? Overtuned does two massive things for you. It's now kind of the most powerful origin in the game to a large degree, and that's because you're going to get access to overtuned traits. Excellent. Some of those are very, very strong right from the start, and they will be strong later on. And on top of that, you need one less Ascension perk in order to pick the Biomorphosis Ascension perk and go down the Biological Ascension path. If you go down the Purity path, alongside picking some options
Science
from
Division reports
mutation
success.
and cloning, you can get the strongest Ascension path in the game. And you'll even have some bonuses here because you'll have access to the overtuned traits, making it kind of more powerful.
Science
alongside
Division reports
+2
success.
modification points and +1 organic species trait picks. This is just really, really good now. You can generally, in the first kind of 10, 20, maybe 25 years at a push, get that Ascension path completed, and then you're just laughing all the way to the bank. Imperial Scion starts you as a specialized subject of your liege. This is going to grant you a load of bonuses, especially if you completely screw over your overlord and make them pay through the teeth. If you're, I don't know, let's say a bulwark or something like that. And then the overlord will implode about 50 years in, granting you access to a whole host of worlds ready for conquest. Those are going to be big Gaia worlds with large populations, making them really, really good to conquer. This is just bonus after bonus after bonus. Synthetic fertility rushes
underway.
you down the synthetic ascension path. This is going to mean you synthetically ascend very quickly, and that's good. If you become slightly virtual in your ascension, you get access to the virtual economic policy, granting you insane bonuses to either research, unity, or leader experience gain. I'd recommend the research bonuses, to be honest. You'll also get some nice buffs from your identity repository on the capital, which is going to make all of your robots better. Yes, it does take a little bit of time to get going. You need to not be attacked in the first 15 to 25 years of the game, but once you've ascended, you are cooking with gas. Resource consolidation has gone through something of a metamorphosis with the 4.0 update. You now start on a machine world, which is to all intents and purposes a better version of an Ecumenopolis, but only for machines. That is honestly amazing. This starting world is so good that you are going to have the bulk of your economy fixed here. This machine world is going to give you access to many, many more jobs on your capital, giving you a lot of fluidity with the movement of population between one job type and another. Knights of the Toxic God used to be a bit of a joke. It used to be down in the C tier. Previously, actually, I think it was in the F tier briefly. There were some economic issues at the start of the game. Now, you can churn out so much research and a bit of unity through the Knights that it's honestly just ridiculous. This origin is such a tech rush. You can get quite a lot of trade value as well, if I'm not mistaken, through this origin. Yeah, it's just really, really strong in a way that I think nobody saw
Council
coming.
agenda
It
available.
used to be good,
Engaging
and
enemy
now
station.
it's just completely busted. Don't forget, you can click the link in the description and wishlist Elemental Reforged on
Inbound
Steam
message
today,
traffic.
and also support this channel. If you enjoyed this video where I ranked every origin in a tier list, and you've got a hankering for more new Stellaris 4.0 tier lists, you might want to see my breakdown of Ascension perks in Stellaris 4.0. To do that, click the video on screen now.
Fleet action underway. Spaceport reports enemy contact. New sitrep. Science Division reports a new breakthrough.
Mi considerables. Mi considerables. Mi considerables.
Science Division reports success. Fleet action underway. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Station reports enemy contact. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Fleet action underway. Inbound message traffic. Fleet action underway. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Science Division reports success. Our pioneers have made planetfall.
Mikonderena please.
Domina. Noster impedas suicid.
Special project complete.
Mi kom der Anablis.
What game is your faggot ass playing? What game is playing what? Oh, yeah. Is it good? Who asked? Who fucking asked you, dude? One of you have like Alzheimer's. Baby, you got something in your nose. You're a fucking nigger and oh. What'd you do if like a really scrawny Justin Seagross type of guy came up to you and like grabbed you by the like fucking shirt and like said, "Listen here, nigger boy"? I don't know. What would you do? No, it's just a free response. You can. You wouldn't rape him? It's gotta be romantic. God, I need fucking platinum. James, since you're not playing Warframe anymore, give me all your platinum, dude. Did you? Oh, yeah, you did. How much did you get? Damn. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, because I forget on PC they get the, yeah. How come they don't do that? Well, I guess it's something to do with Microsoft, probably. Am I retarded, or did you used to get Warframe slots for ranking up? Did you ever used to get, or am I like just retarded? So I'm like retarded? Why would you say that? Why would you say that? I hate nigger. Oh, look at all that porn. Have you seen Mez's fucking heirloom that's gonna come out? They are just slut maxing. I don't really like it. They're just like slut maxing. I don't know.
Mi kom der Anablis.
I don't know. Just kind of seems nigger to me. You know what I mean? Just seems kind of niggardly. I'm about to come. Yeah.
Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Our pioneers
cut
have
that
made
out.
planetfall.
Stop. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Calm down. You're good. Just calm down. I said fucking relax, dude.
We have
So
claimed a new
tense.
world.
Just breathe. Go. Sorry about that. Oh fuck, my pussy. Oh my god, my pussy, it's burning. It's fucking. What would you do if you were about to fuck the hottest bitch ever, but she said, wait a minute, pulls out a thing of Tabasco sauce and just dumps it on her pussy? What would you do? Yeah, she's like smoking. No. You gotta go in raw. No condom, no nothing. Yeah, like you gotta, she said, this pussy's closing in 3 minutes, nigga. And you got a split second decision. She said, what's it gonna be? She says, what's it gonna be, asshole? So you're fucking her? It wasn't. It was pretty mid. Cause she's ran through. No, it's a sure hit effect. I don't know. Nigger, nigger. Nigger, nigger, nigger. Don't fucking do that. What the fuck even went? It's what it feels like when I'm deep inside your mama. Oh. Can you say that? I don't think you're allowed to say that. Okay. Beep boop boop bop. And we began to rock steady, rockin' steady all night long. And we began to fuck her in the ass, fucking her in the ass. Oh, raper, oh, raper, 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 please, raper, raper. Daddy, raper, raper, daddy. She's getting away, raper. I'm getting to it, Jebediah. Sit that sweet ass in the corner and wait your turn. I'm having a hard time with this fashion. Goddamn.
System reconnaissance completed. We have claimed a new world.
Council
Science
agenda
Division
ready.
report success. Ships refitted. Construction complete.
Cut that shit out.
New sitrep. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Construction complete. Recon pass completed.
Oh, damn.
Mikom dere nablis.
Science Division reports a new breakthrough.
God damn, dude, that scared the dick off me. Holy shit. Yeah, like it was quiet, and then like you did that, and it scared the dog piss out of me.
Science Division report success. Blocker cleared. Special project complete.
Council agenda available.
Shut your rickety roo looking out. Stop! What'd you do? Stood up and said that. Said stop! Said Joe nigga looking out. Oh shit. Karma. Karma. Yeah, choke on it. Like a good little nigga. Oh, who's a good nigga? Oh, who's a good little? Give me that leg, boy.
Construction complete.
Knowledge.
Hull integrity failing, decompression imminent. It's been an honor. Field engineers have cleared a blocker. Standing by to commence offensive operations. Engaging enemy station. Science Division, report.
Using recently developed technology, an already extant mining station can now mine a strategic resource. These rare resources confer powerful bonuses and make for valuable trade goods. Two metaphorical avians allegorically struck down by an imaginary projectile.
Engaging enemy station. Science Division reports a new breakthrough.
We are one.
This channel is now under military. Engaging enemy station. Spaceport reports enemy contact.
All right, I'm about to go night night.
Fleet action underway. Science Division reports success. Fleet action underway. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Engaging enemy station. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Fleet action underway. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Engaging enemy
I've become
station.
more powerful than any Jedi. Even you.
Much to learn. You still have.
Stellaris 4.0 and Stellaris Biogenesis have just released. Today we're going to look at the updated economic system for the game and try and work out exactly how planetary management works so you can dive in. I do need to say a special thank you to Paradox for sponsoring this video. If you'd like to purchase Stellaris Season 9 or purchase Biogenesis, you can do so by using our link to the Paradox Interactive Store and also supporting this channel. I think about 12.5% of your purchase goes towards supporting this channel if you use our link
Spaceport
or at the
reports
checkout
enemy
use the code
contact.
Montu-Plays. Without any further ado though, let's dive in. So you started a new game of Stellaris 4.0 and you might be terribly lost. Don't worry, we're going to go through everything you need to know in order to manage your planet properly. We'll start with the
Engaging
generic
enemy
default
station.
race, the United Nations
Spaceport
of
reports
Earth.
enemy contact.
This is a very normal empire that has pretty normal bonuses. Now, step one in managing your planets is to open them. You can either do that through the outliner or go to a planet and click on it. And then we come to the new planetary management screen. I'm going to start by explaining what every icon means, so if you already know what all of these icons mean, you might want to skip ahead to the next chapter. The important bar here is this bar in the top half of the planet management screen. On the far left, we have stability. Any value above 50 and you're going to get a bonus to your production. Any value below 50 and you're going to get a reduction to your production.
Science
If
Division
your stability
reports
gets
a new
too
breakthrough.
low, if you have slaves, that's 40%. Otherwise, if you get down to 25%, you could be facing a planetary revolt. Next, we have the current population. With the 4.0 rework, there are many more pops on every planet. Our starting population is 5,200 because we have the prosperous unification start. Normal empires do
Fleet
start with
action
less
underway.
pops on the capital. Crime is a number you can mostly ignore as long as it stays below 30%. At 30% and above, you will start getting some negative events happening to your planet that could either further reduce crime or just cause nasty things to happen. Housing represents how much space there is for your people to live on the planet. As we haven't unpaused the game yet, we don't have any inclusion for the actual people living on this planet already. By unpausing and allowing the game to tick over by a day or so, this number has now updated alongside the stability number, and it shows us our net housing. That is, all of our available housing from different districts and buildings minus our housing usage. This number should be positive. If it ever gets negative, it will start negatively impacting your stability, which will reduce the output on the planet. On top of that, it's also essential for population growth, which we'll get into a little bit later. Amenities represent the daily needs of your population, and you need amenities to keep your population happy. As long as your amenities are positive, you'll get an increase to the happiness of the
Science
population
Division
living on the
reports
planet,
success.
which will in turn affect the approval rating and thus boost stability. If amenities go negative, you'll get a reduction to your happiness, which will then reduce stability. Hovering over available jobs, we can find out which jobs are currently being worked on our planet and how many of them are empty. Generally speaking, you do want this number to be 0. There's no point having open jobs that nobody can work outside of a few specific circumstances. Unemployment is usually a number we can ignore in patch 4.0. This represents how many pops lack a job. But there's a new special type of job that unemployed pops will filter into, and that job does produce some resources. At present, you will always, as your population grows, have a small amount of unemployment as new pops that are in different strata filter back down to that job right at the bottom called civilian. You basically don't need to worry about it though. A planet is made up of districts and buildings. Apart from these special planets that we'll look at a bit later, you have 3 basic types of district available. The generator district, which will provide jobs that give you energy credits, the mining district, which will provide jobs that give you minerals, and the agriculture district, which will provide jobs that give you food. Then you get the city districts. City districts still provide you housing. However, depending on the district specializations you choose, you will get additional jobs. Let's dive into how this works. So a basic city district with no specializations will grant you 1,000 housing and absolutely no jobs. With further technology, you can increase this number. However, we start with some specializations, an archive and a mixed industry. These will impact how each of your city districts behave. The archive reduces the total housing given by the city district by 200, taking it down from 1,000 to 800, and also gives us 20 physicist, biologist, and engineer jobs, those are research producing jobs, and 40 bureaucrat jobs. Basically, this specialization overall gives us 100 jobs in various sectors. But those jobs aren't just a one-shot. For every single district we have, and at present we have 3 districts, we're getting these jobs, meaning we have a total of 60 physicists, biologists, and engineers, and 120 bureaucrats from our city districts.
Engaging enemy station.
The mixed industry is granting us 50 metallurgists and 50 artisans. They're producing consumer goods and alloys, as the tooltip says. From our 3 city districts, we have 150 of each on the planet. If you want to change one of the specializations, all you need to do is select it and then click the replace icon. You'll then be given a pop-up asking if you're really sure you want to do this, as some of the buildings may be incompatible and destroyed, and then you can see the full number of available choices. Let's quickly go through what each of these does now. So the urban expansion simply provides
Science Division
200
reports a new
additional housing
breakthrough.
per district. Heavy industry is similar to the mixed industry but only grants metallurgists, and civilian is the same but with only artisans. We already have an archive, so I won't cover that one again. The research enclave only gives you 90 jobs, but every job here is a research type job, so if you're looking to make a research world, you want to place one of these down. You can double up as well with your specializations, so we could decide to have 2 research enclaves as specializations here instead of the archive and the mixed industry. The physics, society, and engineering specialization only grant you research jobs in that specific research category. The administration hub is going to give you bureaucrats for more unity. The planetary defenses will give you soldiers, giving you naval capacity, stability, and more defensive armies. This is good if your planet is on a choke point. The commercial nexus will give you traders, which turn consumer goods into trade. Trade is now essential, as in order to buy or sell anything from the market, you'll be using trade value, not energy credits anymore. The last 3 districts are generator, mining, and farming support. If this world is dedicated
Engaging
to
enemy
basic
station.
resource production, it can be very useful to add some of these in. Per district, you're going to get 50 trader jobs, which is half as much as the commercial nexus, but quite a nice boost of plus 20% to whichever basic resource type you choose. Once we've chosen a specialization, or simply colonize the planet, we unlock a number of building slots. Specializations grant 3 building slots, and the planetary administration outside of the capital grants a further 5 slots. In these locations, we can place buildings that will either have an effect on the entire colony. For example, the Autochthon Monument here is granting us 5% additional unity from jobs and 0.5 unity per 100 civilians on the planet. Alternatively, we can place down buildings that simply provide a few more additional jobs, like the civilian industries. We've got one of these, and it's granting us an additional 200 artisan jobs. These slots are limited though, so you will have to choose exactly what you want. Whether you want bonuses like the Chthon Monument or simply more jobs. Generally speaking, it is more cost effective to place a building for additional jobs. Placing the city district can be more expensive, but this also provides additional housing. And housing is very, very important for growing our population. In order to specialize our generator, mining, or agriculture districts, we do need some special technologies which will unlock as we play the game. I'm going to come back to these a little later when we look at how our colony has developed over time. There's a few more pieces on the surface screen I want to discuss. First off, planet size and planetary capacity. Planet capacity is affected by available housing
Science
and
Division report
empty
success.
districts. A planet has a certain size, in this case 18, meaning it can support a total of 18 districts, amongst the city, generator, mining, and agriculture districts. At the moment, we have 12 districts used, and therefore there are 6 districts remaining. 3 of these districts currently are blocked from usage. We can clear those by paying a cost. Possibly we may need to unlock some special technology to get rid of these blockers. But until we do that, they are unusable, inaccessible, and will not contribute towards planetary capacity. Just to the right of our planet size, we can see the designation. By clicking on this, we can change between auto-designate, which honestly doesn't work that often, and choosing which designation we would like for the planet. Different designations provide you different effects which will change the efficiency of the planet. Generally speaking, it is
Engaging
still a
enemy
good
station.
idea to specialize your planets towards producing 1 or possibly 2 specific types of resources, and then choosing a designation that goes along with that. However, for your capital, Empire designation is absolutely fine, don't feel the need to change it. Next to designation, we have the automation settings. Automation is currently a little bit balked, and I do have some other videos on how this all works, so I won't cover it right now. Finally, on the far right, we have the build queue. You can queue up different districts, different buildings, and then if you want to, change the order in which they are built. Shift clicking will move an item to the top, and left clicking on it will remove it from the build queue entirely. Whilst a district is being constructed, the empty district will no longer add towards planetary capacity. This is important to remember, because if you queue up all your districts in one go, you'll be severely damaging your planet capacity, which will have a massive impact on your population growth. So it is actually optimal to queue only 1 district at a time. At the top right of this screen, we have any bonuses or modifiers affecting the colony. In this case, we're getting prosperous unification, granting us more happiness, more amenities, more resources from jobs, and the notification that this will only last for 20 years. On the far left, we can see the planetary governor. The governor has an impact not just on the planet it controls, but also the entire sector if this planet is the sector capital. There are 3 different types of leaders, each providing different bonuses. And if you're enjoying this video, please manage that like button in minute detail. Let's take a look now at the second tab, the Management tab. This tab will tell you all about your population, give you access to knowing what the planetary features are and the blockers I talked about earlier. You can also do some sector editing and colony ascension from this place, and do your decisions alongside terraforming. Let's first talk about population growth. Because pops have been massively changed, population growth has also been changed as well. To find out the individual growth of any one particular segment of population units on a planet, you need to hover over the number on the right. This will tell you the population change from last month and the estimated growth next month. The total growth for population on a planet is based on the total population numbers, which in this case is 5,203, and also the planetary capacity. At the very top, we can see the monthly pop growth for the colony last month for everything as a whole, alongside the estimated growth for each species. In this case, humans are estimated to grow by an additional 2.76 pops. Base growth is now 1 population per month. However, that is then modified by logistic growth. In very young colonies with small populations, or in very large colonies where the population is almost at the same level as capacity, you're not going to get very much
Spaceport reports
population
enemy
growth.
contact.
This growth is then split equally between each population grouping based on its relative weighting and size in the overall population. Any estimated growth under 1 means that there will be a chance, in this case a 0.1 chance, which is a
Engaging enemy
10% chance
station.
that a new human elite pop will spawn at the end of the month. On the other hand, the human workers have a 95% chance of getting a new pop. Here we've colonized our very first planet, Sirius 3. New colonies start with only 100 population. This means that they actually have very, very low growth. Here we're getting a modifier of minus 0.75, and on top of that, due to habitability, a further minus 10% applied to everything for population growth. That means our estimated growth next month is only 0.19. So there is a 19% chance we'll get a new population. As we get more population, the growth rate from logistic growth will go up. However, at this rate, it would take around 40 years to get to 200 population, which is the equivalent of getting +1 pops under the old pre-4.0 system. To offset this, we're going to end up with some migration from our core world out to Sirius. New colonies heavily rely on migration in order to get up and running. There are 2 ways of boosting your population growth, either increasing planetary capacity by adding excess housing by building more city districts, or clearing blockers that give us more available districts and thus increasing our planetary capacity. The other way is simply by having a higher population. Until we get up to around 1,500 or 2,000 population,
Science Division
the growth on
report
this
success.
planet is going to be so minimal we can basically ignore it. We'll actually get maximum population growth, which is capped out at your logistic ceiling, the base setting of that is 5, when we are around half the population compared to our planetary capacity. Do be careful your housing usage doesn't go too negative, because if it gets too negative, you'll start dealing with population decline, regardless of your planetary capacity to actually support this population. Clearing blockers usually costs energy and sometimes requires a technology. You'll also often get access to planetary features, giving you more available districts of mining, energy, or food. And on special planets, you'll even get some special bonuses too. If a planet is uninhabited or you have the correct technology, you can also terraform it to match the habitability of your population. In this case, we prefer continental worlds, so there's actually no need to terraform Sirius. Decisions like distributing luxury goods or spending minor artifacts to increase
Spaceport
bureaucrat
reports enemy
output
contact.
will have an effect on your colony, but usually stop after about 10 years. Certain ascension perks and certain abilities give you access to more decisions. Let's jump back to Earth and now take a look at the Economy tab. This tab allows you to change up which jobs are being worked on your planet. Your population is split into different strata. At the very top you have the elites. They often do jobs like politicians, or science directors, or nobles. Then you have the specialists. These usually create your advanced resources,
Science Division
like
report
research,
success.
unity, alloys, and consumer goods. Below that you have your workers. They usually output your basic goods, which are energy, food, and minerals. At the very bottom we have civilians. These are basically the old clerks from pre-4.0. anything that is unemployed for long enough will filter down and become a civilian. Civilians produce a small number of amenities and also some trade. However, they are the worst job in the game. You'll probably want to create proper jobs for these civilians to access. So even though our available job says 0, it is a good idea here to build more districts and buildings to provide jobs for these 1,900 civilians. Alternatively, as long as you have resettlement turned on, you can resettle some of these civilians to a new colony where they are going to take up a job if they have a job available. It'll cost you around 100 energy credits before any changes to move 100 pops. Moving over around 700 civilians to our new colony has not only increased our population growth on the colony, we're now up to about 1.39 new pops per month. Back on our capital, because we've reduced our population, bringing it closer to half the value of our planetary capacity, our population growth on the capital has increased as well. So moving these civilians off to your early colonies is good for growth both on those colonies and on your capital. We also have granular control over which jobs are worked. By expanding one of the categories, we then have these sliders. We can use the plus or minus or simply drag to reduce the number of workers by 5% at a time, from the maximum down to 0%. If we remove all of them, the job will no longer be worked, we won't be paying the upkeep, but we also won't be getting the output. We can also click on a specific job type to set that as a priority. This will force population to work that job if at all possible. These granular controls can be very useful after you've done a bit of conquest, or if you're having some economic issues and you need to reduce your upkeeps of things like researcher jobs or bureaucrat jobs in order to keep everything stable. If you've spent a lot of time messing around with jobs and you want it all to go back to normal and have full employment, then you need to click the Restore Job button and everything goes back to being fully employable. The next screen is Army. This basically hasn't changed from pre-4.0. You can deploy your armies in orbit or not, include them in the army builder at star bases, and recruit armies as you like. You can also employ generals to be present on a specific planet. The last tab is Holdings. This is only useful for corporate empires and overlords if you have a vassal. You can't place corporate buildings or overlord holdings on your own planet, but if you go and select a vassal's planet, or if you're a corporate empire, someone you have a commercial pact with planet, then you can build corporate buildings and overlord holdings there respectively. We've jumped ahead in time quite a bit now. Let's look at how we can expand our planet as we go into the future. With the right technology, you can specialize your agriculture, mining, and generator districts. Doing this grants you an additional 100 jobs per district, so going from the basic plus 200 to plus 300 jobs per district. We can then also build the specialist building, which not only gives you a percentage modifier increase to your output for that job type, but if you upgrade it, you'll also get a base output that is further modified by bonuses as well, making these jobs much more efficient. The other building slots here can include things like an industrial mining site, which grants you an additional +2 available maximum mining districts. However, that still must obey planet size, meaning you can't go over your planet size even with one of these mining sites. You can also put storage capacity on these planets, though I'd recommend you probably use star bases for that. The last building you can build here in the specialized basic resource districts are buildings that grant you additional jobs like the Surface Quarry Depot. That's going to give us +200 miner jobs. If we have available civilians for that job, which we currently actually don't, then those civilians will move up to work this job, granting us more mineral income in this particular case. Jumping over to look at the capital, I've added a clone vat, which is giving us some base monthly organic pop growth, which is in addition to our regular growth, and a robot assembly complex, which is building new robots for us every month. Overall, this has brought our population growth in total on the capital to about 8.5 new pops every month, which means in about a year we'll get another 100 pops ready to work 100 new jobs. In my city district, I've used the building slots to place specialized buildings that are going to boost the output of specific jobs that I'm getting. For example, the auto-curating vault here is giving me a little bit of research and a bit more unity from each of my bureaucrats, but at quite an increased cost in terms of consumer goods upkeep. There are also buildings that increase efficiency, and, as mentioned before, buildings that just give you more jobs. When it comes to getting rare resources like gases, motes, and crystals, you'll now produce them either through mining or alternatively
Science
through
Division
synthetic
report
production.
success.
Synthetic production has been changed drastically. You're now
Special
going to get,
project
if you build an
complete.
exotic gas refinery, +1 gases for every 100 metallurgists
Engaging
or artisans
enemy
on the
station.
planet, and a small increase to the mineral upkeep of those metallurgists and artisans. This basically means if you have a world dedicated to building alloys, consumer goods, or both, you should probably put down the rare resource synthetic buildings to get access to the exotic resources. Our capital doesn't really have much in the way of a planetary deficit. We're producing most things we need locally, except not enough consumer goods. Sirius as well generally produces most of what we need, however it doesn't produce quite enough energy or food. But we do have a planet that has vast problems in terms of local deficits. Alpha Centauri 3 is an ecumenopolis. This is a research ecumenopolis making almost 2,000 research every single month. But this comes at quite a high cost in terms of energy, rare resources, and consumer goods. Having planetary deficits will now cost you trade on an empire-wide level. Here we can see we are consuming 225 trade every single month thanks to the very high planetary deficits on this planet. That's not necessarily a problem, we'll just need to make some trade on another world to offset this deficit. Specializing this world into research production does mean we're producing a phenomenal amount of research with only 7,700 population. Part of the bonuses here are for optimization. There's a new building type in the game called an optimization building. This provides you with automated workforce for all of your districts in a specific zone. For example, the residential arcologies here, which have 10 of a maximum of 13 zones, only need 50% workforce to be fully run. Moving over to the economy tab, we're getting 50% of our workforce added at the cost of 300 energy credits every single month. This cost is based on the number of buildings and districts you have in this district. So for example, if I demolish a hollow theater here, you'll see the price going down by 10 energy credits. Ecumenopolis worlds are now very similar to hive worlds and machine worlds. Each operates on a basic principle. You have your residential sector in the center, which can have 2 specializations. Then you have 3 districts which can be specialized. In fact, Ecumenopolis worlds are now slightly less useful or versatile compared to Hive and Machine worlds because they only get access to generator, mining, and farming support. They cannot actually build generator, mining, or farming districts. We then have 3 different arcologies that can each be specialized. We can choose to have the same specializations as the capital residential arcology. Honestly, at the moment though, I'd recommend you put down just a single district here, giving you access to the building slots. You can't specialize an arcology until you've got down at least 1 district. The reason for this is the capital arcologies, the residential ones, have access to 2 specializations, giving you double the number of jobs per district you place. And let's not forget, each of these districts provides 3 times the jobs of a regular district. For example, the heavy industry district here is granting us 300 metallurgist jobs per district, rather than just 100, which is what we get on any other normal planet. I think it's also worth mentioning the luxury residences. At the moment, they're a little overtuned, and 1 luxury residence grants you more amenities than all of the entertainers you'll get from a hollow theater. They also don't require any jobs, so right now it's definitely in your best interest if you're having an amenity issue to build more luxury residences. Jumping over to look at Gestalt consciousness empires, they don't get civilians, instead they get access to maintenance drones. Maintenance drones are going to be your primary source of amenities. 100 maintenance drones provides you with quite a lot of amenities. And the drone storage building is more correct than the luxury residence. This only provides 300 amenities. Outside of maintenance drones and drone storage, the only other place you'll get amenities is your logistic drones. They also produce trade. I know it seems weird if you're against self-consciousness, but don't forget you still need trade to buy and sell things on the market, as well as covering planetary deficits and fleet upkeeps. If you're going to play as a hive mind or a machine intelligence empire, it is essential you don't eliminate all of your maintenance drones, because then you'll be suffering from an amenities deficit, which will also reduce your stability. If you have too many jobs and not enough maintenance drones, the simplest way to deal with this is to deprioritize some jobs to push more pops into unemployment, who will then jump down and take on the maintenance role over time, granting you more amenities yet again. If you've got any further questions on planetary management, please ask down in the comments below. I, and hopefully other people in the community, will try to answer your questions and help you out. Don't forget, if you'd like to purchase Stellaris Season 9 or purchase Biogenesis, or in fact anything from Paradox Interactive, you can do so using our link or going directly to the Paradox store to buy your Steam keys and using our code MON2PLAYS to also support this channel. If you enjoyed this video covering planetary management in Stellaris 4.0 and you'd like to watch another Stellaris video, click the video on screen now.
Spaceport reports enemy contact. Science Division reports success.
اینو valuardam. اینو valuardam. اینو valuardam. اینو valuardam. اینو valuardam. اینو valuardam.
Fleet action underway. Science Division reports success. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Science Division reports success.
We are losing credits at an alarming rate. Last month's budget report makes for some grim reading.
Science Division reports success. Construction complete. Construction complete. Ships refitted. Science Division reports success. Science Division report success. Construction complete. Construction complete. Construction complete. Science Division report success. Construction complete. Anomaly found.
En oval yordam. En oval yordam.
Construction complete. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Science Division reports success. System reconnaissance completed. Construction complete.
Council agenda ready.
Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Our pioneers have made planetfall. Science Division reports success.
En nouvelle Yoradam. evalueradam. 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 Evalueradam.
Construction complete. Science Division report success. Science Division report success. Ships refitted. A new world has been secured for our colonists.
Council agenda available.
Blocker cleared. C3 fitted. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Science Division reports success. New sitrep. Special project complete. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Standing by to commence offensive operations. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Engaging enemy station. Skywatch is tracking a new enemy fleet. Tracking spaceborne life form. Skywatch is tracking a new enemy fleet. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Spaceport lost to enemy action. Fleet action underway. Engaging enemy station. Science Division reports success. Science Division reports success. Fleet action underway. Tracking enemy fleet. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Science Division reports success. Engaging enemy station. Spaceport lost to enemy action. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Spaceport lost to enemy action. Science Division reports success. Blocker cleared. Field engineer. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Tracking enemy fleet. Spaceport lost to enemy action. Field engineers have cleared a blocker. Field engineers have cleared a blocker. Engaging enemy station. Ground forces are dropping on target. Contact lost with all sword ground elements. The operation is a bust. Engaging enemy station. Science Division report success. Engaging enemy station. Ground forces are dropping on target. Sword 1 Actual reports all ground objectives secured. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Spaceport lost to enemy action. Skywatch is tracking a new enemy fleet. Fleet action underway. Science Division report success. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Fleet action underway. Station reports enemy contact. Engaging enemy station. Fleet action underway. Engaging enemy station.
Council agenda ready.
Spaceport reports enemy contact. Spaceport lost to enemy action. Fleet action underway. Engaging enemy station. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Engaging enemy station. Fleet action underway. Spaceport reports enemy contact. All sword ground elements are dropping on target. Ground objective secured. Science Division report success. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Engaging enemy station. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Spaceport lost to enemy action.
Council agenda available.
Fleet action underway. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Spaceport lost to enemy action. Science Division reports success. Science Division reports success. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Spaceport lost to enemy action. Skywatch is tracking a new enemy fleet. Fleet action underway. Engaging enemy station. Science Division reports success. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Fleet action underway. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. All sword ground elements are dropping on target. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Ground objective secured. Spaceport lost to enemy action. Fleet action underway. Ground forces are dropping on target. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Ground objective secured. Science Division reports success. Engaging enemy station. Science Division reports success. Engaging enemy station. Fleet action underway. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Spaceport lost to enemy action. Engaging enemy station. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Spaceport lost to enemy action. Engaging enemy station. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Spaceport lost to enemy action. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Science Division reports success. Engaging enemy station. Science Division reports success. Fleet action underway. Engaging enemy station. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Fleet action underway. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Fleet action underway. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Engaging enemy station. Science Division reports success. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Fleet action underway. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Engaging enemy station. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Spaceport lost to enemy action. Spaceport reports enemy contact. All sword ground elements are dropping on target. Engaging enemy station. Spaceport lost to enemy action. Fleet action underway. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Engaging enemy station. Contact lost with all sword ground elements. The operation is a bust. Spaceport lost to enemy action. Fleet action underway. Engaging enemy station. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Fleet action underway. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Fleet action underway. Engaging enemy station. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Engaging enemy station. Spaceport reports enemy contact.
Council agenda ready.
Fleet action underway. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Engaging enemy station. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Engaging enemy station. Spaceport reports enemy contact.
Council agenda available.
Spaceport reports enemy contact. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Battle debris secured. Battle debris secured. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Special project complete. Science Division reports a new breakthrough. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Battle debris secured. Battle debris secured. Battle debris secured. Science Division report success. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Battle debris secured. Special project complete. Spaceport reports enemy contact. System reconnaissance completed. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Science Division reports success. Fleet action underway. Spaceport reports enemy contact.
Thanks to recent advances in genetics, we have gained an extra trait point that we can use to modify and enhance our people.
Spaceport reports enemy contact. Special project complete. Engaging enemy station. Special project complete. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Science Division reports success. Fleet action underway. Inbound message traffic.
Is nothing. Did great things. Terrible. Yes. But great.
Let this be the final word in the story of Beginner's Guides. In this video, I'm going to try and go through everything that you could possibly need in order to play Stellaris. I'm going to start at the beginning of the game and go through all of the various icons and buttons. I'm going to talk about ascension paths. I'm going to talk about late game mechanics like megastructures. I'm going to try not to spoil any narrative things outside of vaguely mentioning that mid-game and end-game crises exist, but give you the tools so that you can understand how on earth we play Stellaris. The game is now 10 years old. Happy birthday, Stellaris. Without any further ado, though, let's dive in to this complete beginner's guide. I'm going to start this guide in the way that I start all of my guides, at the beginning and then working our way up to more complex topics. So, to play Stellaris, the first thing you'll need to do is click
Science
on New
Division
Game. This
reports
brings
a
us
new
to the
breakthrough.
Empire creation screen. I'm going to play with all of the DLC enabled. Given that Stellaris now offers a DLC subscription so that you can play with all of the DLC for
With
just
the
a
yoke
single
of natural
monthly
evolution
payment,
lifted from
I'm
their
going to
shoulders,
assume you've
our
got a
people
fair
are
few
sure
of
to
these for the
thrive in
purposes
space.
of this guide and go through all of the information you might need. When you're choosing your empire, you can either start with a random empire, choose one of the pre-created empires, pre-loved and pre-crafted for you, or create a new empire. For your very first game, I wouldn't actually recommend you create your own empire. If you're dead set on doing that, then I will explain how to do that in just a moment. But for now, my recommendation is you pick United Nations of Earth, click select, and that will bring you to game details. Before diving into game
Fleet
details
action
and galaxy
underway.
setup, let's look at how empire creation works if you're really headstrong and you want to choose something different. If we click select on creating a new empire, we end up in the empire creation screen. Here we're going to design our species, then give our civilization a bit of a background, choose our ethical alignment, and prepare ourselves to explore the galaxy. First up, there is species and portrait. There are a number of portraits you can choose from to decide what your species is going to look like. Each portrait comes from a distinct, unique category. Depending on the categories you choose, this could also have an effect on the traits available to your species later on. For example, birds, avians can generally fly or use some of the flying traits, which molluscoids can't, but they get access to some
All
of their own
sword drone
traits.
elements are dropping on target.
Next, you can pick your origin. This is going to give you some initial bonuses, modifiers, and possibly, depending on which type of origin you choose, could also give you some extra narrative events that are going to happen as the game goes on. Certain origins will block you from doing things or be more challenging, but most of this is explained when hovering over. For your first few games, I recommend you start with Prosperous Unification. That is the normal default origin. After picking origin, we can then choose our government and ethics. Ethics come in 4 main flavors, with each flavor being divided into 2 opposites. First off, you have how militarist or pacifist your civilization is, then how xenophobic or xenophilic, how egalitarian or authoritarian, and how materialist or spiritualist your nation is. You have a total of 3 points to choose from, so you can pick either 3 individual ethics or 1 ethic and 1 fanatic ethic. Fanatic ethics give you twice the number of bonuses that a normal ethic provides. Most of the decisions you make in game will be providing you with some bonuses or penalties to different categories. This is a Paradox Grand Strategy game. Small modifiers being compounded are at the heart of your experience. Do note that you cannot pick 2 ethics of the same flavor as they are opposites. You must
Science
either be
Division reports
xenophobe
success.
or xenophile. In the center of this web, you have the Gestalt consciousness. This means that you are one single species that all share the same mind. If you're biological, that means you're going to be a hive mind, and if you're a machine species, that means you will be a machine intelligence.
Spaceport reports
Gestalt
enemy
empires
contact.
are quite different to regular empires. In some ways, they are easier, but in other ways, you're going to miss core aspects of gameplay, so I wouldn't actually recommend you start with a Gestalt consciousness. Speaking of authorities, there are 4 main normal authorities in the game. We have democratic, which means our leader will be elected every 10 years through an election. Oligarchic, meaning our leader will be elected every 20 years through a closed election. Dictatorial, meaning our leader will be elected every time the previous leader dies through a very closed election. And then imperial, meaning our new ruler will be the imperial heir of the previous ruler. Yes, there are dynasties, and yes, you can end up with, Henry III giving way to Henry IV, etc. The other authority, which completely changes your gameplay because you get access to branch offices, is corporate. Corporate empires are very similar to oligarchic. You get a corporate election every 20 years that is functionally the same as the oligarchic election, but then you also get access to the branch office mechanic. On top of that, the civics that corporate empires, as well as hive minds and machine intelligences get access to, are entirely different to regular empires. For that reason, I recommend you start your first game playing with one of the 4 main authorities. After authority, we now need to look into our civics. You can choose 2 civics to represent your empire. To quote the Stellaris wiki, civics represent the foundational principles and societal structures that define your empire. Civics are entirely ordered in an alphabetical list, which does make it a little easier to find what you need if you're looking for something specific. At the very bottom, there'll be a number of civics that are grayed out. The reason they're grayed out is that you simply cannot pick them. In order to pick them, you might need to go back and change either your origin, your species portrait, or your ethics and/or authority. Civics like your authority and ethics will have some changes on your empire, giving you some modifiers. The big difference here, though, is that they might also have an effect that gives you a fundamental gameplay difference. For example, anglers here forces you to have the aquatic trait, and it replaces your farmers, which are awful, you'll find out why later on, with anglers, and your artisans with pearl divers. Anglers and pearl divers do more for you. The other important thing that a civic does is it gives you access to a counselor position. Counselor positions are filled with your leaders that have skill levels. The higher the skill level, the more effective they are in that counselor position, and the more the bonus will be applied to your empire. For example, if you take catalytic processing and get a principal catalyst, you'll be getting some bonuses here to your metallurgist production. What on earth are metallurgists and minerals? Don't worry, we'll cover that later. After you've selected your civics, we can move on to the trait selection. There are some things you need to bear in mind here. You have a limited number of trait points, 2 at the start of the game, and a limited number of trait picks, 5. Traits are either positive, they cost points, or they are negative, meaning they refund you points. Negative traits do give you penalties, however, by adding some negative traits to your species, it allows you to pick more positive traits or more expensive positive traits. Traits are going to give you minor bonuses to various aspects of your gameplay or minor penalties. Don't worry too much about trait selection at the start of the game. This is only a minor bonus or penalty overall. I probably recommend for your first game you just select a couple of positive traits and move on. Next, we have one of the most important RP selections of the game, and that is the name list. Name list impacts what your ship names, fleet names, planet names, and leader names will be. You can always rename basically everything in the game, so this is just a starting basis point. The important thing to know is that Aquatic 4 is the best name list. You can also set a ship prefix. Applying a ship prefix will then add it before all of your other ships. Last in background, we have the species name. You can either randomize the name, which is impacted by the name list you've selected, or write your own in. The same is true for empire names and empire adjectives. We have to select the type of world our people live on. There are 3 main categories: wet, dry, and cold. Depending on which subclass within these categories you pick, that determines which world your people live on the best. They'll live on planets similar to your category, so if we go with continental, ocean, and tropical worlds will have 60% habitability, but all of the other worlds, cold and dry, will only be at 20%, making them kind of crappy. We do need to select a homeworld name and a star name, and then choose the city appearance that will be shown to us in the background, and the room, which is going to change how our empire shows up diplomatically. If whips and chains excite you, then that option is available. There's actually a massive host of options here, all the way up to the Camino room, as I like to call it. You need to pick an advisor voice. This can either be based on government, or you can customly set this. You can also change this after the game starts, so don't worry too much about that. You have to choose your flag and your primary and secondary colors. The primary and secondary colors you pick for your flag are important because this is how your nation will show up in the game. The primary color will be the color of your empire, the secondary color should be the color of your border. This is the color you're going to stare at the most once the game begins, so please choose a color that you like. After that, in Empire, we have ship sets. There are two types of ship sets, mechanical and biological. At time of recording, biological ships are, in some instances, quite a bit more powerful than mechanical ships, but they are more complicated. There are a host of different mechanical ship sets as well, probably something for everybody here, depending on the way you'd like your empire to build ships, their look within space. You can go through and look at what every different ship class will look like, all the way up to your citadels, which is your star bases, your colossus, your juggernaut, and your space habitats. Down at the bottom we have ruler selection. Here you can choose your ruler name, write a little biography for them, choose the title of the ruler, if they are male or female, and what color they are, what their clothing looks like. There are a lot of different options. Below that, we can select which class our leader will be. There are 3 classes of leaders in the game: officials, commanders, and scientists. For your first game, I'd recommend you pick an official and give them something like the charismatic trait or the principal trait. You can only pick one trait to give them at the start of the game, and these traits will have a small impact on your entire empire. With your nation designed, I recommend you save it, and then if you're ready to start playing, click Done. With our empire created, it's now time to begin the game. For your first game, I'd recommend you change the size of the galaxy to either 400 or 200 stars. Depending on the capabilities of your computer, 600, 800, and 1,000 stars can be very, very, very intensive, especially in the mid and late game. Huge galaxies are actually something I generally won't play on because the lag can be atrocious. The default difficulty is set to Cadet. I actually think this is not necessary. I'd recommend you go up to at least Ensign. This means that you will have no inherent economic, scientific, or military advantages, and neither will the AI. On Cadet difficulty, you're getting some false bonuses, which will make you feel stronger than you actually are, and honestly, I think these crutches are going to make it harder for you to understand how to play the game. You can then pick your galaxy shape, so elliptical, spiral, any of these are completely fine. They just impact the distribution of stars on a strategic, long-scale level. Star to star, it's basically functionally the same. You can change your hyperlane density. Stars in the galaxy are connected by hyperlanes. Later on, you will have the ability to travel between stars without hyperlanes, but at the beginning of the game, hyperlanes is how you'll get around. You can then pick how many AI empires you're going to choose. This is the other rivals you want in the game. If you randomize, then you won't know exactly how many empires you will be selecting. Advanced AI empires start with more planets, more technology, more resources, and more population. So if you want a challenge, turn this on. For your first game, I'd recommend you turn this down to 0.
Science Division
Fallen
reports
empires
success.
represent ancient cultural behemoths that exist out there in the galaxy. They are generally inert and don't do very much, but from time to time they might come and have a demand for you. It's always fun to at least have one of these on. If you have 2 or more, a war in heaven can occur in the late game, so just be aware of that. What is a war in heaven? Don't worry about it.
Did he say don't worry about it? Is he not taking the simulation seriously?
If you want to head over to advanced settings, here you can change things like the technology cost, the crisis strength, a whole host of
Science
different
Division
things
reports
for
a
the
new
game,
breakthrough.
including mid-game, end-game year, victory year, L-gates, storms, Cuthaloids, worms, all of that kind of nonsense. For your very first game, I'd recommend you turn off Cuthaloids and worms. They're going to be terrifying and confusing and annoying. Otherwise, everything else here can probably stay exactly as it started. With all of our settings chosen, it's time to dive into the game. Once the game is loaded up, you'll be assaulted with this initial screen. It's going to give you some backstory. In the case of the preset nation, this background biography is very, very specific. For example, the United Nations of Earth tells you all about what happened between the 20th and 22nd century. Our game starts at the dawning of the 23rd century. The year is 2200, and we have
Construction
just
complete.
discovered faster than light travel. Your initial reaction on seeing this screen after you click begin might be to panic, but don't worry.
Oh my god! Okay, it's happening! Everybody stay calm!
What's the
Everybody
procedure,
stay calm.
everyone? What's the procedure?
Stay calm!
Before going any further, I'm going to go through what everything on this screen is so you can understand what the devil is going on. I'm going to start off with the most important and most confusing aspect of this game if you haven't played another Paradox title like Hearts of Iron, Crusader Kings, Europa Universalis, or Victoria. Stellaris is a real-time game. We can issue commands, queue up orders, begin building things, begin doing things, but nothing will actually take place until we unpause. Stellaris is not a turn-based game. This isn't Galactic Civilizations. This is not Civ in space. If we want anything to happen, I have to either press space or click on this area of the screen. There are different speeds the game can go at, all the way down to slowest at the very bottom and fastest at the very top. If you just want to jump forwards one day as well, you can press the full stop or period key to move one day into the future. For now, don't unpause the game. You're going to want to do some initial setup before time moves inexorably onwards. On the very top of our screen, we have our resource bar. From left to right here, we have energy credits, minerals, food, consumer goods, alloys, trade, the strategic resource, if we click on the drop down, income and storage, influence, unity, research, which is split into physics, society, and engineering, empire size, envoys, starbase capacity, and naval capacity. Before I dive into what these resources are, I want to explain what the numbers mean here. The number on the left is how much you currently have in storage, and the number on the right is how much you're going to gain at the end of every month. Remember we said that Stellaris is a real-time game? Well, it's split into years, months, and days. We're in the year 2200, month 01, day 01. It will go up to day 30, and at the end of day 30, we'll hit month 2, February, as we like to call it on Earth. And at that point, we will gain our income from every single one of these categories. So what do these resources do? Energy credits represents transferable energy stored by your nation. This is used for upkeep of ships and buildings, along with some population types like robots. You'll also need it to clear planetary blockers. Minerals represent basic, unrefined rubble. You'll need this to build buildings, construct civilian space stations, which is your mining and research stations, and they can also be refined into making alloys or consumer goods. Food is honestly the most useless resource in the game. At present, it has only one purpose. Your people will eat food. That's it. If you've got excess food, great. There's nothing you can really do with it, aside from selling it to someone else in exchange for something more useful. Energy, minerals, and food are referred to as basic resources. Next, we have the advanced resources. Consumer goods are, in a lot of ways, just as useless as food. There are a couple of minor bonuses we can gain by spending some additional consumer goods on our planets, but otherwise, these are simply necessary for upkeep. Both your population, unless you're a Gestalt consciousness, and your specialist jobs like researcher or priest or bureaucrat will require some consumer goods in order to undertake. Running out of consumer goods is very bad. It's bad to run out of any resource. You could end up going bankrupt. But having excess consumer goods isn't really necessary. Alloys are honestly the most important resource in Stellaris. You will be converting minerals into alloys and then spending them on military ships, starbases, and megastructures. Fleets are necessary to enforce your will on the galaxy or defend yourself from alien threats. Without fleets, you are naked and defenseless in a dark, dark forest. For that reason, you need alloys. Alloys equals ships. After that, we have trade. Trade could also be called logistics. It is necessary for ship upkeep and the upkeep of some of your colonies. We also can sell any of our resources on the internal or galactic markets in exchange for trade, and we can then use trade to buy our resources. This basically represents cash or money if you come from a capitalist society, except for the fact that you cannot take out loans So Stellaris doesn't really run a debt-based economy in that way. Let's not dive into the economics of Stellaris right now, though. Let's move on to strategic resources. The three basic strategic resources are volatile motes, exotic gases, and rare crystals. These are necessary for advanced buildings, advanced ships, advanced star bases, and some special actions you can do later in the game. You've then got advanced strategic resources, which are living metal, throw, dark matter, and nanites. Those resources generally aren't necessary or important until the very late game, so for now I'm going to basically ignore them. Volatile motes, exotic gases, and rare crystals, though, are very important. You'll need to get technologies to either refine them using minerals or mine them from suitable deposits in the galaxy. And you must get the technology to do that before you can even research the advanced buildings that require these strategic resources. Moving along now to the more esoteric resources that are kind of mana-like, we have influence. Influence is important for establishing new outposts. That means claiming and owning new star systems, making claims on star systems owned by others, maintaining diplomatic pacts, and basically just doing diplomatic actions. You can get more influence by declaring other empires rivals or having more power projection from having a larger navy. In the early game, though, it's relatively hard to gain additional influence. Then there is unity. Unity represents how unified your society is. I know it sounds stupid, but that really is what it does. You can accrue unity over time, and you will be spending this on traditions. You can also use it to enact edicts, and you might need it to resettle pops. On top of that, you can spend unity on recruiting and maintaining leaders, which is a very important aspect of the game we'll get into in a little bit. Research is necessary for researching new technologies. As mentioned before, this is split into three categories, and we also have three categories of technology: physics, society, and engineering. Generally speaking, engineering is the most important type of research, followed by physics, and then society. Though for certain empires, especially psionic ascended empires, society does become the most powerful and most important field. Generally speaking, though, you'll want to balance your research income so that it's the same across all three categories. Empire size represents how unwieldy your empire is to manage and govern in a constant level. If your empire size is below 100, great, there's
Council
no problem.
agenda available.
Once you're big, depending on how big your empire is. A bigger empire can have a higher income of research and unity to spend on technologies and traditions, so this is kind of like a weighting modifier that you don't need to pay too much attention to in your first few games. It's important to note that colonies now have a very large impact on empire size. About 5,000 pops is equivalent to one colony. This is why it's important now in Stellaris you don't colonize too quickly, and you don't colonize planets with very low habitability. Anything below about 60%, and you should probably ignore it because the empire size increase won't be worth the production you're going to gain from that colony. Instead, focus on either terraforming or researching new technologies to bring that 20% or 0% habitability world up to 50 or 100%. Envoys allow you to engage in diplomacy with other empires, also in espionage with other empires, and begin first contact. Everyone starts with 2 envoys. You get more through some technologies, ethics, and civics. Overall, they're not that important unless you're trying to do a massive amount of espionage or diplomacy. Starbase capacity represents how many starbases your empire can effectively upkeep. Once you go over capacity, the upkeep of all of your starbases goes up by 25% for every starbase over cap. So at the moment we have a cap of 3. If we were to have 6 starbases, we would have 75% additional upkeep for every single starbase in our empire. You can see how this becomes prohibitive quite quickly. This is a soft cap. You can generally afford to go 1 or 2 over starbase capacity, but don't go too far beyond that. Last in this panel we have nav cap. Naval capacity represents how many ships you can have. Each different class of ship has a different naval capacity contribution. Once we go over our naval capacity of 50, we'll start increasing the upkeep of all of our ships across the Empire. This does get quite expensive quite quickly. It's important to increase your naval capacity through either starbases with anchorages, some jobs, some technologies, and some traditions. All of those methods will allow you to get your nav cap up. The maximum naval capacity in the game, though, is only 9,999. You can run more ships than that, but you can never exceed that hard cap. Underneath your resources, you get your notification bar. This is where important events will pop up. Things that are slightly important and should be dealt with are tinged in orange. Red tinged things are very important, and you should probably pause the game and investigate them straight away. White bordered things can generally be right-clicked and dismissed, or you can go and find out what's going on straight away. If you left-click on any notification, you'll be brought to the relevant screen to deal with whatever the problem is. And if you're enjoying this video, please guide that like button. Let's now look at the left side of our screen, which includes the navigation bar. If we hover over it, it'll ping out. I can also lock it to keep it closed if I don't want to keep seeing what each of these icons mean. We can also, if we click the menu options, toggle which order these options are placed in. This will also change the hotkeys for which hotkey will allow you to access which window quickly, I guess. The last three sadly don't have hotkeys, but you can get to them fairly easily. Starting at the top, we have the situation log. Here you'll find lists of special projects and event chains that may be ongoing as you begin exploring the galaxy and interacting with things in the universe. After that, you've got Empire Focus and Empire Timeline. This is honestly something I don't even really pay attention to, though for your first few games, you may wish to do so. As you complete these objectives, you'll get points towards exploration, conquest, or development. As you then get points, you'll complete levels, different tiers. Depending on which tier you've completed, you'll gain access to research options, guaranteed in the game. In my experience, though, all of these research options will be already available to you and research long before you've actually completed these objectives. Sometimes these objectives are also counterproductive, so, probably don't focus on doing these things. They aren't necessarily in your best interest. These are randomly drawn cards. For example, building 3 defense platforms right now will be a complete waste of our alloys. We need to spend those alloys on civilian ships for research and colonization. The third tab is anomalies. As our scientists explore new star systems, they might find anomalous things that they put a pin in and come back to do research on later. You can find all the various anomalies your scientists have uncovered here later in the game. I'll come back and check on this once we've actually got some entries filled in. The last tab is Victory. This is only important if you hit the end game. Victory is based on score in theory, though honestly, when I first started playing Stellaris, it was just an open-ended sandbox. Adding a score technically gives you a victory condition, though basically just be the most powerful, biggest empire and you'll win this. Economic strength is based on your income. Technology level is based on the research you've done, the actual technologies you have, not your research income. Number of systems is based on your system ownership. Colonies based on colony ownership. Pops based on pop ownership.
Construction
Subject
complete.
empires based on which empires are subservient to and vassals. Federation, if you're in a fed. Crisis ships killed, how many ships of a crisis you've killed. And relics, how many relics you've got. It's pretty self-explanatory. All of these things give you points. Points do nothing for the actual game. I would recommend you never come and look at this screen again. Just go and enjoy yourself. After situation log, we have government. This is a critical screen that you'll be coming back to constantly. First off, you have the council. The council includes your empire ruler, and at the beginning of the game, a minister of defense, state, and a head of research. Different councillor positions are available to different leader classes. We're going to find out more about the different leader classes a bit later, so I won't go too much into depth on this. But basically, you can replace your leaders with different leaders, either leaders you already have in your empire or recruiting new ones. And those leaders have traits. Some traits will only be effective if that leader is on the council. This is in addition to the effect from that individual councillor position. For example, the head of research will give our empire 2% additional research speed per councillor skill level. At the moment, my level of this scientist is level 1, so that's just 2% research speed. At level 10, which is the maximum level, I'll get 20% additional research speed, though you can push your skill higher with effective skill level bonuses. Your actual skill level may be capped at 10, but using effective skill bonuses, you can get the effective counselor skill well above 10. Our council will be creating agendas. We'll set an agenda, which will then take a number of months to launch. Once progress on this bottom bar hits the end, you can click launch on the agenda. Whilst an agenda is being prepared, you get an initial modifier. In this case, that is 4% citizen pop happiness. Once we launch the agenda, we'll get a launched modifier of 10% happiness. Generally, launching it gives you a better bonus, and that agenda effect will last for 10 years. We can spend Unity to launch agendas early. Generally, you don't want to do this, but there may be some specific niche cases for certain strategies where you're going to do that. For now, don't worry about launching it early. Once an agenda has been launched, we can then set a new agenda. Agenda progress is dictated by the number of councillors you have. They all provide a base progress of 10, and then further progress equal to half of their skill level, which is why we have a total progress of 42. That is then modified by different effects. For example, Politician here is granting us 10% council agenda speed, so our base speed of 42 goes up to 46.2. After launching Infinite Opportunities, I recommend you expand the council. This gives you an additional slot, allowing you to add one of the 2 councillor positions from your civic to the Empire. Because you're getting another councillor, that means at least plus 10 base council progress for more agendas, so you're looking at a minimum of 20% additional bonus to council agenda speed. After expanding the council, you can then do pretty much whatever you want. Evolving Society is a great next pick that everyone has access to. Some agendas are unlocked by your ethics, and others are unlocked by traditions, which we'll get to in a moment. The last thing you can do from here is open your edicts. That actually opens the 3rd tab in this window, so I'll get to that last. The 2nd tab is factions, which we'll come back to and examine after year 10, after our factions have spawned. This is basically all about how ethics are represented in our empire and the political parties or political movements that represent those ethics and are demanding things from your government. Even an empire has political movements and has people demanding things. Slaves, for example, might be demanding egalitarianism. The 3rd tab here is policies and edicts. At the start of the game, you basically only have a couple of edicts based on your ethics and a small edict fund. Based on 10, plus whatever your ruler is granting you to edict fund based on their skill level and the council position. Edict fund can be spent entirely for free. In order to activate an edict, you have to pay the cost for that edict. In this case, that would be 5 for Fortify the Border and 5 Unity for Political Thought, and then pay the upkeep. However, Edict Fund is entirely free. This is basically free Unity to spend on edicts. Any Unity spent above this cap, in this case it's 15 for us, then comes out of your Unity income. So in the early game, you definitely want to keep your edict spending below or at least equal to your edict fund. You need your Unity for buying traditions, which we'll get to in a moment. On the left side, we have policies. Policies basically represent the legal system of your empire, and they can answer some important questions for you. A lot of policies are dictated by the ethics you chose at the start of the game. For example, as a xenophile, we cannot enslave entire species or displace aliens, and we cannot use the no refugee species policy. These allow you to answer questions like, is slavery legal? Can we do genocide? Are we allowed to forcibly sterilize a population? Are robotic workers banned? What's our economic policy with regards to the economy? Are we in a civilian economy or a militarized economy, which has an impact on the outputs of our people? Have we imposed restrictions on dangerous technologies for research? Is our border status set to closed or open when we first make contact with another species? Are we allowed to forcibly resettle people? Can we indiscriminately bombard planets with any amount of weaponry, allowing for civilian casualties? Or are we only allowed to hit military targets, keeping civilian casualties to a minimum? If we're trying to subjugate other nations, are we getting a balanced, benevolent, or oppressive vassalage policy as the default? These are the questions you must ask yourself when you're first starting your empire, and based on the decisions you make, this will impact how your species, how your empire interacts with the rest of the galaxy. Decisions at this level will impact the diplomatic relationships you have with other nations, so choose your policies and legal system carefully. Honestly, the policies tab here and the political system that Stellaris allows is the reason I fell in love with this game. The depth provided is phenomenal. As you continue playing, more policies will come up over time. How do we treat pre-FTLs, for example? Are we running a prime directive or not? This is the heart of Stellaris, but a lot of players ignore it, and I just really want you to take a quick look through all of this and choose what matters to your people. The third tab here, Society Management, is actually the Tradition tab. Another way of accessing the Tradition tab is also to click on the Unity at the top of our screen. Here we're going to select Traditions, which are going to give us access to additional agendas and give us a host of modifiers that change the way our nation works ever so slightly. Generally, it's not gameplay changes, it's mainly small bonuses in one direction or another. Once you have enough Unity to purchase a tradition, you need to pick between one of the many trees. Some trees will be unavailable to you because you either don't have the correct technology yet, you don't have the right Ascension perk like the Ascension trees right down at the bottom, or maybe an event hasn't happened yet like the Galactic Community forming. Every tree in the game has an adoption effect. That usually involves getting an agenda, sometimes you'll also get an edict, and sometimes you'll get a bonus. In the case of Discovery here, we're going to get 20% anomaly research speed. We will then have 5 boxes to select from, starting from the bottom and working your way up. If you played Sydmere Civilization 5, this system will make a lot of sense to you. As you pick out the different picks in the tree, which will cost even more Unity, you'll get more bonuses. When you've done everything, you'll unlock an Ascension perk and get the finisher effect. In this case, for Discovery, that's plus 10 research speed and access to the Research Cooperative Federation type. Once we've completed a tradition tree, as they're called, and selected all of the perks by spending Unity, we'll then get access to Ascension perks. There are a host of Ascension perks available in the game, going from things like Galactic Wonders, are we going to build ring worlds, matter decompressors, and Dyson spheres, to arcology projects, will we build an ecumenopolis like Trantor, or xenocompatibility, will we let our species make babies with aliens, all the way down to more mundane things like, does our government have a single vision, do we have executive vigor? All of these Ascension perks give you empire-wide bonuses, and there are a limited number of just 8, so choose them wisely. The most important decision you will ever make when it comes to Ascension perks is which Ascension path your species will be progressing down. There are 4 main paths. Genetic Ascension. Does your species want to focus on purity, aka the Viltrumites from Invincible? Are you interested in cloning, or does mutation tickle your pickle? Then we have Cybernetic Ascension, which basically is all about integrating the machine into you, kind of like the Mechanicum from Warhammer 40k. Synthetic Ascension, which is all about replacing your weak, fragile biological bodies with robots, kind of like the Necrons from Warhammer 40k, or the Psionic Ascension path, which is all about unlocking your psionic abilities, reaching into the Shroud, aka the Warp from Warhammer 40k, and using magical space powers. Each of the different Ascension paths has bonuses and drawbacks. I'm not going to go into specific details for now. In your first game, it doesn't really matter which one of these you pick. All 4 of them are powerful and give you bonuses. The only question is, how powerful do you want to be? Later on, you could also pick one of the 4 player crisis paths. Galactic Nemesis, do I want to blow up the galaxy? Galactic Cosmogenesis, do I want to create my own galaxy? Behemoth Fury, do I want to create a space kaiju to eat the galaxy? Or Galactic Hypothermia, is the galaxy too cold and should it be hotter? Taking any of these 4 Ascension perks gives you access to the second tab here, which is the Crisis tab. It also will eventually pit you at odds with the entire galaxy, so only take one of these if you want to fight everyone. The 4th tab is Technology. Another way of getting to the Technology tab, which is honestly a little bit longer, is to click on Research and then click on one of the 3 categories, and that will open this up. Here you can choose what you're going to research. There is a technology tree in Stellaris. Certain technologies follow on from other ones, but you don't get access to that. I will put a link down in the description to the technology tree if you'd like to go and look. It's a little overwhelming. I probably wouldn't recommend you actually dive into that immediately because it's not actually necessary. Why is it not necessary? Well, the way Stellaris technology works is a little odd. There are a number of technologies that you can possibly research based on what you've already researched. Every time you research a technology, the game will randomly draw cards from the available research options. You then get to pick one of these to research right now. In this case of physics, I could choose quantum computing, administrative AI, or zero-G laboratories. Each technology card has a category, which is important because certain traits that are on our council for our researchers may give you bonuses to the draw weight, the chance to draw that technology, and the research speed for different categories. Technologies either give you minor bonuses and changes, or they unlock buildings, ships, or edicts. That's basically it. Techs don't really do anything else. They are in essence a modifier change, but by stacking these
Field
modifier
engineers
changes and
have cleared
getting
a
access
blocker.
to new buildings, we can do more and more and more. In the beginning of the game,
Blocker
I'd recommend
cleared.
you go for economic focused technologies.
Science
For example,
division
here, I'd
reports a
probably
new
recommend the
breakthrough.
Field Dynamic Center or the Administrative AI for a boost to research speed. In the physics tree,
Field
in
engineers have
society,
cleared a
I'd
blocker.
probably recommend planetary unification for additional unity and access to the campaigns. And in engineering, I'd go with powered exoskeletons because this is part of the robotic path. Sometimes
cleared.
technologies will indicate that they are part of a chain, and if you research them, you'll unlock more down the chain. If you want robots, you need to take powered exoskeletons and go down the robot path. You can also see
Blocker
which
cleared.
technologies you have already researched in physics, society, and engineering. We start with a host of technologies at the beginning
Battle
of the
debris
game,
secured.
unlocking components for our ships, unlocking buildings, districts, and that's basically it. So we'll be gaining our research income at the end of every month, and that will be applied to technologies. Once we've completely allocated all of the points here, we'll have researched that technology. In this case, physics is going to take us 85 months at a research rate of 12.95 per month plus 2%. If a research category is
cleared.
empty, don't worry, your research will actually be stored and then applied at a rate equal to no more than your monthly income. So you'll have your income plus your storage to a tech category. So actually not researching anything doesn't slow you down that much as long as you do finally pick something to research. You're not wasting any research points, so don't be too terrified. The other important number here that I touched on briefly is research rate. This is changed by traits on your council. Different scientists can have traits to boost it, and your head of research, alongside different government authority types and different ethics and civics. The higher your research rate, the more progress you're actually gaining from your research income. So research rate's really a very good thing to boost. Welcome to tab number 5, the Leaders tab. Leaders are our heroes. They run our empire, they travel around exploring space in our science ships, they lead our fleets into battle or our ground forces in planetary invasions. Think Captain Picard from Star Trek, Emperor Sheev Palpatine, or Darth Vader from Star Wars. Leaders cost unity to recruit and then have a unity upkeep. Unity upkeep is equal to 2 per leader level. There are also some negative traits that can add additional upkeep to your leaders, like consumer goods, energy, or alloys, but that's honestly a minor thing, so just don't really worry about it. As your leaders go off into the galaxy and do things, they will gain experience. You get experience for being on the council. You also get experience for being employed on a science ship, being a governor of a planet. Any leader can be a governor of a planet regardless of class, or doing any other assigned task. As they accumulate experience, eventually they will level
Field
up.
engineers have
Once
cleared a
your
blocker.
leaders have leveled up, they've reached level 2 or 3 or beyond, you then get access to another trait pick. Trait picks are basically randomized cards that are going to give you different bonuses. There are 2 types of traits. Some traits have this little counselor icon on the bottom. That means it is a council trait, which will have an empire-wide effect so long as your leader is on the council. For example, Dolores Mwanga here, I'm going to make her into a fertility preacher. Other traits may not have that symbol and they only affect this individual leader. For example, Annika Grasser here can become carefree, giving her a 20% anomaly research speed and thus faster anomalies. Once your leaders reach level 4, you will have to pick a specialization for them. There are generally 2 main categories of specializations: counselor specializations and non-counselor specializations. Depending on which specialization you pick, this limits the skills your leaders can gain going forwards. If you pick a counselor specialization,
Blocker cleared.
generally they'll only be able to gain further counselor traits that are specific to that specialization. So with our Empire Ruler, we definitely want to pick the Advisor class here that's going to reduce our pop upkeep and give us 5% trade from jobs empire-wide, alongside unlocking different veteran class traits going forwards, as those traits will be counselor specific. For our commander, on the other hand, we may want to pick an admiral, as an admiral will give us bonuses to our fleet combat. Generals are good for armies and attacking star bases, and commissioner traits are basically a governor trait. Of the non-counselor traits, you'll generally have one or two which is a job, and the other which is a planetary governor, with further traits specializing in being a planetary governor. For researchers, we have statistician, which is the research veteran trait, analyst, which is the scientist planetary governor class, scholar, which is all about researching anomalies and doing archaeology sites, and explorer, which is all about exploration. Generally speaking, explorer is useless at the moment. I wouldn't actually recommend you pick that. Scholar, analyst, and statistician are going to be your bread and butter. Jumping back to official, delegate is going to help you if you're trying to do diplomacy either in the galactic community or within a federation. If the galactic community doesn't exist and neither does a federation, it's kind of worthless. Industrialist is the planetary governor bonus, reducing amenities usage and increasing specialist resource output. Very, very good stuff. We're going to have a look at governor effects in a lot more detail once we get to planetary management, which I'll be covering quite a bit later. Don't forget there are chapters. You can check those chapters out in the description. But for now, let me basically say that governors make a planet more efficient, and if you put a governor on a sector, it will not only make the one planet that governor works on more efficient, but also boost the economic output of all planets in that sector, though this will be overridden by local governors. If you're enjoying this guide and you want to either buy Stellaris, buy some DLC for Stellaris, or buy anything else from the Paradox Interactive store where you can get your Steam keys, you could do that and also help to support this channel by using our link down in the description below. Or at checkout, use our code MON2PLAYS to activate our affiliate program so that I believe 12% of your purchase will go towards supporting this channel. If you do decide to use our link, thank you very much. When it comes to our leaders, they have the three categories, as mentioned previously. Officials are useful for governing planets, that's actually what they're best at, and then doing diplomacy in the galactic community or in a federation. Commanders either run fleets or armies. They're also very good at basic resource output boosts on a planet, but really hurt advanced resources like alloys, consumer goods, and research, and can make your planet more defensible. They're also very good as generals for leading your
Inbound
troops.
Message
that
traffic.
is ground forces on a planet. Scientists either boost your empire-wide research by being on the council, or you need to stick them on a science ship and send them out to do surveying or anomalies or that type of stuff. When we actually get to science ships, you'll understand what the devil I'm talking about. Each type of leader has a soft cap for how many you can have of that specific type. If we spend our Unity on hiring more leaders, let's just say here, for example, I'm going to hire 4 scientists because I want 4 science ships, and we then go over our cap, we will get a penalty to not only the upkeep of our leaders, as you can see here, we're getting a 33% increase to our Unity upkeep, but also a reduction to our leader experience gain. This is a soft cap, but generally speaking, you don't want an upkeep penalty or a reduction to leader experience gain, so don't go over your leader cap. Technologies, traditions, and civics can increase this soft cap if you need more leaders. The 6th tab is the Species tab. Here we get to have the delight of setting the rights of different species in our empire. Yes, not every person in your empire has to necessarily be a citizen, and not every citizen has to have the same rights. To change the rights of a species, you click on that species and then you click species rights. The first type of right is citizenship. Your primary species must be full citizens. They must be able to create leaders and they must be politically active within your nation. You can never take away full citizenship from your primary species, but for other species that aren't our dominant species, depending on our ethics, we can set them to be residents, so they will not produce leaders. They are less politically active. They're also not so happy about this, but they don't require as many amenities. We'll get to what amenities are when we do planetary management in a little bit. After that, there is slaves. If you set a species to be slaves, the entire species will be enslaved. You can only do this if you have authoritarian or xenophobic ethics. The last citizenship definition is undesirables. This means you're going to get rid of them from within your nation. To do that, purging must not be prohibited. You must allow genocide, and then you get to go down to purge type and choose the type of genocide you'd like to do. That can be anywhere from displacement all the way up to death squads going around, rounding them up and shooting them. Following citizenship, we have subspecies integration. As we unlock more technologies, we will find ways of modifying our population to make them more adaptable to different environments. For example, they could change their habitability preference, or to give them more traits, possibly positive or negative. You must always choose which of a species class is the default. You can then choose to integrate each other subspecies into the default, force them to change every single month. Living standards defines what kind of conditions a pop will live with. The normal is decent conditions. This means that most members of your species will have what they need in order to survive. They'll have an acceptable quality of life. This makes your elites happier and your specialists a little bit happy. Depending
Science
on the
Division
living
reports
standard
success.
you choose, this is going to impact the consumer good upkeep of different strata of your population: elites, specialists, workers, and civilian. Those are the 4 stratas. And also, it will change the political power of each of your classes. For example, stratified
Science
economy
Division
will make the
reports a new
elites very
breakthrough.
happy, the specialists a little bit happy, and massively reduce the political representation of the worker class. If they wish to better their lot in life, they will have to work for it. This is definitely a Swedish game because from an RP perspective, stratified economy is modern capitalism, or at least the American monopolistic version of it. The higher you go on living standards, the more expensive it is in terms of consumer goods to keep your people happy. Utopian abundance is only available to egalitarian empires. It makes everybody happy. They have the same consumer good upkeep, which is the same as everyone living as an elite in decent conditions or stratified economy. But they become very, very happy. This also means your civilians, which is in essence your unemployed people, produce some unity and research. Social welfare means your worker and civilian pops require a few more consumer goods, bringing them in line with your specialists, kind of the middle classes in your nation, but it makes everybody happier. And it doesn't make unemployed, which is basically your civilian pops, any less happy. You'll also notice that it increases the political power of workers. Academic privileges only available to materialist empires. This makes elites very powerful, reduces the worker political power relative to decent conditions, and makes your specialists very happy as well. It also gives you a 10% job efficiency buff for researchers. Basic subsistence makes everybody pretty miserable. This really should only be set on slaves that are already hateful. Non-existent is only available to people that are undergoing neutering or displacement, because we do not budget for the dead. The 4th citizen right is military service. At full military service, the species will produce both armies and commanders. As soldiers only, they will not produce commanders, so you don't have to worry about this species becoming leaders. On exempt, they can neither produce leaders nor produce armies. Robots generally start on exempt because they are actually physically incapable of fighting. They're not specialized enough. You'll have to research droid technology before you can make them your soldiers. Colonization rights determines whether or not you're allowed to use this species to colonize. Population controls determines whether or not the species will be allowed to procreate. Migration controls determines whether or not this species will be allowed to freely move within your empire. Egalitarians will hate it if you turn on migration controls, but this can be a reasonable precaution if you end up with some pops that are particularly crap on 1 or 2 of your worlds and you don't want them spreading to other colonies and infecting those colonies with their crapness. Slavery is only available to xenophobic and authoritarian empires that have chosen it, and you'll have a number of different slavery types that determine which kind of roles your slaves can take, whether they can work specialist jobs, whether they are forced to work in the mines if they're chattel slaves, whether they are battle slaves or possibly servant slaves that are going to boost amenities across your planets. You can also change the default rights for any other species that may end up living within your empire. The Set as Default button doesn't change a species to become the default species rights, it changes them to be the default template that subspecies should integrate into. Once we research gene tailoring, we'll be able to create new templates and apply those templates to our pops to give them more traits, which should in theory make them better at working their jobs. You can see just the species living within your empire, or you can also click on all species that you know about
cleared.
within the galaxy. Until you know about them, this is going to be empty, of course, because there are no aliens, you are the only creation. I've jumped ahead a little bit to show you how species modification can work. There are technologies that are different to modify biological and robotic species. Once we have those technologies, we can create new templates. This allows us to either remove or add traits to our pops. We have a number of trait
Science
points and
Division
trait picks.
report
This
success.
is identical to the Empire Creation start screen. However, and don't take this as a particularly good pop, I've just randomly put traits together. Once we apply this, we can then choose whether to apply it to individual worlds. All worlds in our empire are nobody, and then undergo a research project. The research project may take you a long time. In that case, it could be a lot better to set this species as a default and then force the primary species to integrate into this default subspecies. This means I won't have to spend any research, and every month more pops will convert to my new template, which is excellent. Certain ascension paths can grant you more bonuses. For example, biological makes biological species modification much better, giving you more trait points and more trait picks, alongside better choices for traits. The 7th tab is planets and sectors. Sectors don't really do that much. It's more an administrative thing that allows our governors on planets to spread their effects out to other planets within the same sector. From this tab, you can see the overall outputs of your sectors, and if they're not your core sector, you can create vassals to release sectors as vassals that are still nominally tied into your government structure, but at a distance. Trade is unfortunately hidden within the advanced resources block here. I don't know why it's like that. It should really be its own category, but to know how much trade a sector is producing, you should look here. The Planet Expansion tab is really helpful for finding colonies that your people can live on. As you survey the galaxy, you're going to fill up this space with different planets that you can colonize. If the planet type is not colonizable, you can't even click on it here. If the habitability is above 0 and it's actually colonizable, this is currently Mars, which is a barren. This currently includes Mars, which is a barren world, and thus we can't live on
Blocker
barren
cleared.
worlds. But later in the game, we will be able to use technology to terraform Mars because it is a terraforming candidate. As your empire expands, it can be very useful to come here, group the planets by planet size, and then colonize the biggest worlds first. Probably only look at the colonizable worlds, and you can also choose if only your primary species or some other species can live effectively on that world. Minimum habitability here, probably you should set to 60% when you're choosing worlds to colonize, but in terms of terraforming, keep it down at 0. The 9th tab is Fleet Management. Fleet Management includes two things, not just fleet management, where we are going to design the templates for our fleets, choose which classes
Skywatch
of ships,
is sighted as
how many
spaceborne
of
life
them there
form.
are going to be in a fleet. We can also copy a template that we like into a new fleet to then build that. We can overwrite the fleet template. So let's say there are some ships in a fleet, but they were destroyed, and I know I'm not going to be able to build more here. I can click overwrite to go down to whatever is actually in the fleet, not just the template. I can tell a fleet to repair, I can tell them to upgrade, I can turn them into a mercenary enclave, or I can disband them, which will delete the ships. If you want to add ships of a different class, you can click the Add Ship button. If there is no leader assigned, you can also assign a leader from here. You can set the home base for a fleet, which is very important. This is the place a fleet will retreat to if it retreats from a combat. You can set the ship stance for the fleet from here, whether or not it should return to its home base, and whether or not allies should be encouraged to follow your fleet if it should take point. The Reinforce All button at the top allows you to spend all of your resources to add ships to your fleets until they hit their template designs. Alternatively, you can go into an individual fleet and just reinforce those fleets specifically. If you want to swap out one class of ship for another design of a ship in the same class, you could use retrofit. But what is a ship design? Well, let's go to the ship designer tab. At the start of the game, you've got auto-generate designs on. For your first few games, I recommend you do not turn off auto-generated designs. Ship design is its own complex little mini game that will take hours of dedicated effort for you to understand. So in your first few games, go with auto-generated. You can still design your own ships while auto-generated is turned on if you want to, choosing which kind of sections, which kind of weapons, which kind of defenses, which kind of basic components you're going to have, whether or not it should auto-upgrade, and then either clearing the design, filling it up, or saving it. In this case, I've created the Milner design, so I've added a new design, because let's say I wanted some big laser guns on a defensive platform, I don't know. Or let's say I wanted a new Corvette that was a screen, in this case a Black Battery Corvette, by the way. And then if you want to design your own ships, this is, interestingly, the optimum early game design with your first components. If you want the best ships in the game, you could just make this as your first design. You can't delete the auto-generated, but you could go to Fleet Manager and retrofit everything here into the Garuda class. Ships have a cost and an upkeep, and they take a certain amount of time to build at a starbase. Each weapon on a ship also has some sort of damage output. It has a cooldown, an accuracy, which is his chance to hit, a tracking, which negates the enemy ship's evasion. Basically, the way that a ship fires is that you shoot with a gun. It hits, for example, this flak battery will hit 75% of the time, and then of that, an enemy corvette, let's say we're shooting at ourselves, would evade 60% of that 75. So in essence, you deduct that 60% from accuracy after taking tracking off their evasion. So in this case, 75% hit rate minus 60% plus 50%. So it's in total a 65% hit rate with the flak battery. With the red lasers, they're hitting 80% of the time. 90% minus 60 plus 50. Tracking has no effect if it exceeds evasion. Ships have a certain amount of power. Shields take power, as do weapons and normal component modules. You have a power generation, so a reactor, a hyperdrive, a thruster, which changes how fast the ship goes and its evasion, a radar system, which changes how far away you can detect an enemy vessel, and a computer, which changes the combat behavior of a ship alongside giving it some bonuses. There are auxiliary components and defensive components, weapons and armor. Ships have shields, armor, and hull. Generally speaking, unless something has the ability to bypass shields or armor, a weapon will first deplete your shields, then your armor, and then your hull. As your hull is depleted, your weapon damage degrades, down to minus 50% at 0 hull. When you hit 0, you're dead. As you get closer to 0, there is a chance, in this case, one chance, because you have one disengagement opportunity, for your ship to retreat from combat. Later in the game, you'll be able to cloak fleets, give them larger sensor range, increase their damage output, and, as the game goes on, unlock larger classes of ship. At the moment, we only have corvettes and defense platforms, but there are also frigates, destroyers, cruisers, battleships, titans, juggernauts, colossus, and even more, depending on whether or not we choose to become a player crisis. That's a quick crash course on what ship stats mean and what they are. If you want more detail, I will be presenting a full guide very soon. It's not available as of release, but I will eventually be linking it in the description. Go check it out. If it's in the description, it means you can understand how on earth to do ship design. The 10th tab is Contacts. This is where we can find all of the other nations in the galaxy to do diplomacy with or espionage. We can also see what agreements we have with our subject empires, or if we are a subject, what agreements we have with our overlords in the Agreement tab. And if we psychically ascend, this is where we can get access to the Shroud. I'll dive into diplomacy and espionage once we meet an alien race very shortly. The 11th tab is Discovery. Discovery hides our relic collection. Relics are artifacts of immeasurable power that will have an active effect and a passive effect. You can only have one relic active at any one time. Usually they cost a big block of unity to activate and will last for about 10 years. You can find relics through archaeology dig sites, anomalies, event chains. There's a whole host of different ways to have a look for them. An example of a relic is the Galatron. We could activate this for 3,000 unity. It has, as I mentioned, a passive effect, in this case, plus 100% diplomatic weight and plus 3 influence every month. And if we spend 3,000 unity on it, we then get an event. In this case, I've got
Inbound
5,000
message
resources. Huzzah!
Mi
Then I
conderena,
get a
please.
Triumph active for 10 years. That is because it says the relic activation cooldown here is 10 years. Different relics have different active effects. You can, generally speaking, only have one active effect active at any one time, though a certain astral action can allow you to stack 2, but you can have every single passive effect from all of your relics active simultaneously. The Galatron is actually not that good. You don't even want to go for it, really. Honestly, don't worry about it. Collections are where we host our specimens. In order to make use of this, you will have to build a grand archive, allowing you to then place specimens down. Specimens give you empire-wide bonuses when hosted in a grand archive. They cost some energy to exhibit, but once they do, they give you an empire-wide effect. You can automatically exhibit new specimens as soon as you find them, and you've got some additional storage if you fill up the capacity in your grand archive. As of patch 4.4,
When you put a specimen in the archive, it will be locked there for 2 years, but you will have a lot of control over which specimens go where. Once we start doing archaeological dig sites, we'll also get our hands on minor artifacts. These basically represent obscure bits of crap like a half-rusted toaster or something from a long-lost civilization that you can't really do very much with, but once you get a big enough pile of crap, you can sift through it to do things like artifact analysis to get your hands on a specimen, or celebrating diversity to get some unity. There are even more we'll unlock through technologies as the game goes on as well. You can also find space fauna out there in the galaxy like amoeba, space whales, voidworms, cuthaloids, and you can try and capture them and put them in your vivarium once you have a grand archive. Additionally, once you get the smoothest balls in the universe, and I'm not joking there, you need the absolute smoothest balls to do this, you can then start exploring astral rifts, get access to astral edicts, and do
Inbound
astral
message
actions.
traffic.
The 12th item in the navigation bar is claims. Claims basically brings you out to the galaxy map, something we haven't seen yet, so don't panic. We'll take a look at this in more depth in a moment. But in essence, you'll be selecting star systems owned by other empires to make claims on them at the cost of influence. In order to take something in a war, you will have to have claimed it before going to the war, and you must pick the right war goal. Another way of getting to the claims tab is by clicking on your influence. That will immediately bounce you into the claims tab. The final tab is the market. At the start of the game, you'll only have the internal market. Once you've met enough alien races, somebody has to meet 50% of the other nations in the galaxy. Then the question becomes, should we set up a galactic community? If everyone decides to set up a galactic community, or if a majority do, you'll then get the galactic community that can then propose the foundation of a galactic market. Galactic markets will affect everyone in the galactic community, and thus all prices of buying and selling of goods will be affected there. For now, though, you will just have the buying and selling power of your internal market, which lets you sell or buy minerals, energy credits, food, alloys, and consumer goods. You can buy them in bulk, or the more effective way of buying them or selling them is to buy and sell in a monthly trade. To set up a monthly trade, you click Add New Monthly Trade, decide if you're buying or selling that resource, and then choose how much you're going to buy and sell each month. Control will add 10, Shift will add 100, Control Shift will add 1,000. You can also set the maximum buy or minimum sell price per unit. This means you won't spend above a certain price in order to buy a resource. So the maximum total expenditure here of my 10 energy credits is going to be 20. This does factor in the market
Inbound
fee.
message traffic.
How does buying and selling things work? Well, the base price of all of your resources for the basic resources is 1 trade, multiplied by the market fee. So if we're selling 1 mineral, that'll be 0.7 trade to sell, or 1.3 trade to buy. You'll notice here that buying it, because of this 30% discrepancy, costs almost twice as much as selling it. For consumer goods that have a base price of 2, this goes up to 2.6 for buying and 1.4 to selling. Alloys which have a base price of 4 goes up to 5.2 for buying and 2.8 for selling. If you buy or sell too much of a certain resource, it will affect the market price. Market prices can go 5 times higher or 5 times lower than the standard. So the minimum price these alloys can go down to is 0.8 trade per alloy, and a maximum price could be 25 trade per alloy. So there's a lot of movement in this. If no one is buying or selling in the internal market or in the galactic market, trade prices will eventually, slowly over time, return to these regular fees. 1, 2, and 4 for basic resources, consumer goods, and alloys. If you don't want to affect the prices of the resources you're buying and selling in your internal market, these are the maximum amounts you can buy or sell of a certain resource type each month without affecting the price. 42 of each of the basic resources can be bought per month, or 64 can be sold. 21 consumer goods can be bought, or 32 can be sold. And 10 alloys can be bought, or 16 can be sold. You'll notice these are all multiplicative with each other because the prices are multiple as well. Consumer goods are 2 lots of 1 energy credit, and alloys are 4 lots of 1 energy credit. It's also important to know that if you put down a sell order for more than you currently have in storage, the entire order will not complete each month. You cannot sell more resources than you currently have in the bank. The same is true with buying. You can't buy more than it would cost
Science
you
Division
in trade
reports a
every
new
single
breakthrough.
month. At the very start of the game, I'd recommend you sell a little bit of food. You're making much more than you need. Sell a little bit of energy if you've got some excess as the United Nations of Earth, and then spend that plus the trade you've already got on buying more minerals. Having more minerals will allow you to build more buildings faster and bootstrap your economy up into space. That completes the navigation bar. Don't forget, you can also get to the market by clicking on any of the basic resources to open or close the internal or galactic market. Once the galactic market has been founded, slaves can be traded via the galactic market unless the galactic community decides to ban international slave trading. To access that, go to the slave market. Slaves generally cost energy and or trade. The only other icon in this area I've not clicked on is your flag at the top left. Clicking on this opens up your empire view. Here you can see your leader, you can see what level they are, you can see their traits, you can also see the ethics of your civilization, all of the modifiers you currently have. You can see the civics. You can look at an election overview. Currently, Dolores Mwanga is on track to win the election with 58 support. This is not a percentage. It's like a Montu math thing, basically. She's got 58 support units. It goes up more based on being higher level, based on traits, based on the Empire's ethics. You can also see your origin and your diplomatic weight. Here is the Reform Government button. This allows you to swap out of certain civics into others. You can only reform your government every 20 years. It's going to cost you unity to do so. However, in a democratic election, if a new ruler is elected every 10 years, you're allowed to elect a new ruler, then the cooldown on reforms is reset. So as a democracy, you actually only have to wait 10 years before you can have a change of civics. To change civics, simply choose which civics you'd like and then click the reform button. You can also change authorities unless your ethics prevent you from doing so. In this case, I'm fanatic egalitarian, so I actually can't even be an oligarchy. We must have democracy. The people demand it. If we go to the second tab, I can see the demographics of our nation. There are 3 ways to understand how many pops are in your nation. Either hover over empire size and look at the from pops contribution. That's how many pops you've got, 5.2 thousand. Or go to this tab and then see that we've got 5,200 humans and click each other. Or you could go to the species tab and add them all up in here. But this is just kind of a general overview. We can also see the effects currently affecting our pops empire-wide, from happiness to pop growth speed to assembly speed, all the way through to governing ethics attraction. The last tab here is advisor. This allows us to choose our advisor voice.
Don't let the baseless accusations of wrongdoing fool you. Our competitors is simply projecting their own insecurities. Here at Megacorp, we always put your future first.
I would recommend Slick Corporation that we've just heard.
Every successful economy is built around a hopeless cycle of repetition where we sell you the empty promise of happiness and fulfillment, and unfulfilled as ever, you still come back for more.
Ruthless conglomerate.
Workers of the galaxy, unite.
Field engineers have cleared a blocker.
You have nothing to lose but your restraining fields.
Or the worker. Those are my 3 personal favorite choices. If you don't like the advisor, you can entirely get rid of the voice by hitting escape, going to settings, going to sound, and then moving advisor volume all the way down to nothing. The same is true for music, but you can also change the music by going to music controls, opening the music player, and then changing the slider in there. Jumping down to the bottom of our screen, we have our hotkey selection. You can either directly click on these to select whatever is in your hotkey, or you can just press them. 1 is currently your homeworld, 2 is your fleet, 3 is your science ship, 4 is your construction ship. To add in additional things for hotkey selection, simply select them, hold down Control, and press in a key that either does not exist or already exists. For example, I've selected the Sol Station. I'm going to hold down Control and press 5, and now, every time I hit 5, it takes me to Sol Station. Right-clicking on these removes the hotkey, and you can only go up to a maximum of 10, so you've only got 1 through 0 as your hotkey selections. In the direct bottom of your screen, you can see whether or not the game is paused. You can also click on the far left here to open up your Empire view, very top of the screen on the far left, if this system is controlled by you. Sol is owned by us, so that's how I'm able to open this up. If we were in the system view of another civilization, another empire, their flag would be displayed here, and I'd be able to click on that icon to open up their diplomatic screen rather than my empire screen. I can also see the name of this system. Clicking and
Blocker
renaming
cleared.
here allows me to change the system name, which will also rename the star. If we just rename the star, it will also rename the system as well. You can also see that this system is our Empire's homeworld. Now we can get to the galactic map. Either pressing E or M will get us there, or clicking on this brings us into Galaxy View. The Galaxy View looks a little bit different to how it did earlier when we were on claims. That's because I ran into a bit of a glitch and I had to restart the game, and I realized I didn't actually save anything from the get-go. So now I'm going to quickly show you how to save. To save, press Escape, click Save Game, give
Our
the game a
pioneers
name,
have made
and then
planetfall.
click Save. The default is the year of the save, but you might also want to put a few words in as well. You can then go to Load Game and look through the vast array of save games you may
Our
have
pioneers
collected.
have made
This symbol
planetfall.
means it's an incompatible save version. For example, what have I got here? Yeah, I've got saves from 2.8 on this machine. Good lord. We'll deal with Galactic Map a little later. There'll be a chapter on it. For now, let's dive back into our starting system. On the bottom right, we've got some functions you can use. You can use go to return to your home system. You can use search to search either a planet
Construction
or a
complete.
system name, and then find that in the galaxy. It'll get a little ping. Here is Alpha Centauri, for example. I've used go to return back home. If we were in multiplayer, we could use the multiplayer chat. The databank opens up and gives you some in-game information. This is basically all of the different tooltips that you can find written out here. Honestly, I would recommend you go to the Stellaris wiki. It's still so much more in-depth than the databank. To find the Stellaris Wikipedia page, go to Google, search Stellaris wiki. It's the first hit. Lastly, on the right, there is the main menu that I've already looked at before. Above this, we have a variety of map modes which are going to affect our galaxy map. There's actually no point in displaying these until the game has progressed a little bit, because for now all it's going to do is weirdly change the color of your starting Empire blob in a way that makes no sense to you. On the right hand side we have the outliner. The outliner can either be hidden or opened. The outliner has a number of tabs: overview, ships. Later on we're going to get a megastructure tab and also a faction tab. I'm pretty sure we can decide which items are displayed within the outliner. We can also change how our planets are displayed in the outliner as well. I think the default is planet type shown, which just shows you the planet world, or you could have planet designation. I personally prefer planet type with designation in the background, though I could be convinced for designation over type, though I think
new
this
world
is
has been
more
secured for our
information. This is my
colonists.
favorite.
New
You
sit
can
rep.
also choose which things are being shown in your outliner tab and which order they are being shown in. These are collapsible menu items. You can open and remove them entirely if you want to. The same is true in the ships tab, and it will become true in the megastructures tab, etc, etc. Alright, now let's look at the center of our screen. We've been going for absolutely ages, and we haven't even started playing yet. I know. The learning curve on this game is massive, but once you understand what's going on, it is the best sci-fi 4X game out there on the market at present. So what are we seeing in the system view? Well, a system is made up, as you might expect
Field
it,
engineers have
of
cleared a
a
blocker.
star in the center, possibly 2 or 3 if it's a binary or trinary system. Yes, those are possible in Stellaris. A number of planets like Jupiter here or Uranus, a number of moons like Callisto or the amazingly named Luna, and possibly some asteroids like Ceres or Pallas or Juno. If you click on any of these celestial bodies, you will be able to get a little bit
We
more
have
detail on
claimed
them.
a
For
new
example,
world.
Neptune is a gaseous planet with an atmosphere primarily composed of hydrogen and helium surrounded by a dense core. It also has some resources. If we were to build a mining station around this, which we've actually already done, we'd get access to 5 energy per month. That's a lot. I can click Go To come and see Neptune. I can use my scroll wheel to scroll in and take a closer look. And there you have it, a kind of blobby looking planet. Saturn even has its ring, which is resplendent, honestly. Now, you'll notice that the distances between the planets are not entirely accurate. This is kind of a scaled down model. Our ships can move around the system at sublight speeds and move relatively quickly, though it will still take quite a few days to travel from one side of a solar system to another. At the edge of every system, you have the end of the gravitational well, represented by this dotted line. Beyond that is a red dotted line that you simply cannot move beyond. Once you're outside the gravity
Our
well, you can then
pioneers have
begin
made
using a
planetfall.
hyperdrive to go to FTL. That's how your ships are going to fly around. We also have a number of things in the system. So what is going on? Everywhere there is this green bar with an icon on it that represents a ship or a station or a structure that you own. It's got your flag on it because you own it. To select it, you can left click on it. If you left click somewhere else, you will deselect it. You can only make
Our
ships
pioneers
move. To
have
make
made
them move, you
planetfall.
select them, then you can right click somewhere, and that will initiate a move order. I have just ordered my 3 Corvette fleet to move into an Earth orbit. They are at the same distance from the Sun as the Earth. The planets don't actually move. Everything's going to stay stationary because I guess it was just easier for them to animate that way. But overall, the effect does work. Now remember, nothing will happen until we click pause. Once we unpause the game, the ships will begin moving. I'll demonstrate that quickly. Here we go, I've unpaused, and they are flying off. If I pause the game, they will get stuck in place again. And so far it's taken them 10 in-game days, well 9 I suppose, from day 1 to day 10, to get halfway from the Sun, from our starbase orbiting Sol, out to Earth's orbit. As you can see, travel in this game will take you quite a while. The number represents the military power of a fleet or station. We have a Starbase Sol station, and we have the
claimed
first
a
fleet.
new world.
The first fleet has 177 military power, which basically represents how combat effective they
Construction
are. These
complete.
numbers shouldn't be taken as absolute gospel. It's possible for a fleet with a lower combat power to defeat a fleet or station with a larger combat power based on in-game mechanics like range advantages, like a whole host of things. This is simply to give you a
new
rough
world has been
idea
secured
and
for our
estimate of the kind
colonists.
of power your fleet has. Whilst you have a fleet selected, you can do even more things. You could split the fleet in half. For example, I could do that and I'd get 1 fleet of 1 and 1 fleet of 2. I could select 2 fleets and tell them to merge up. Because they were in the same location, it doesn't actually matter that I split the fleet up. I can still merge them without having to pause or unpause the game. I can also remove individual ships or classes from a specific fleet, set the home base, set them to take point or not, set the orbital bombardment stance, whether or not it's going to be selective, indiscriminate, Armageddon, toxic, there's a whole host of different things. Select whether or not the fleet should actively seek out enemy forces in the same gravity well. That's what aggressive does. It means your fleet will actively attempt to engage any hostiles in the same system, whereas passive means they'll stand still. If we control civilian ships, we have slightly different controls. These ships can only be set to passive or evasive, so civilian ships can only be set to run away from a threat in the same system or sit still. Also, we can assign leaders to our fleets. You can either left-click to reassign, right-click to remove,
colonists.
or left-click to assign if there's no one there assigned. We can look at the ship details for our ships. We can also hover over the ships to see their modifiers. For example, here we're getting plus 1.2 disengagement opportunities and plus 3% ship fire rate. If we hover over the ship in-game, I can see the same stats alongside their hull, armor, shields, upkeep, and logistics cost. You'll notice that whilst your ships are docked at a starbase, which is what they were doing at the start of this game, I'll just send them back there quickly, they actually had absolutely no logistics upkeep. If your ships are in starbase, they don't require any logistics to upkeep and maintain them. This kind of represents supply lines to fleets at the front. If they are not at a starbase but within your space, they have a small increased upkeep. Going to the galaxy map now for a moment, if they are in neutral space, that upkeep gets even higher, and if they are deep within enemy space, they are at their maximum in terms of logistic upkeep. To attack a target, you simply need to select the fleet and right-click on it. That will also work for movement as well. If you get the orange symbol, it means they're moving into orbit with something. To move, for example, into orbit with this starbase, I can right-click on the starbase and click Enter Orbit. Let's move on to the control of civilian ships. So, construction ships are necessary for building your mining and research outposts, and basically anything in space, alongside megastructures, orbital rings, everything like that. To build something, we're going to first select the construction ship, then I'm going to go to, for example, Jupiter here that has a 2 energy deposit. I can right-click on Jupiter and click Build Mining Station. That's going to cost me 100 minerals. I have more than 100. No problem. I could also set them to Uranus and get them to build a research station at Uranus. Research and mining stations have an upkeep of 1 energy credit, and their output is equal to the deposit they're built above. The only exception to that is mining stations built above energy deposits. They have absolutely no upkeep. You can also build starbases. Starbases can only be built around surveyed systems. They don't count towards your starbase capacity until you have upgraded them. If you select a starbase and click to upgrade it to a starhold or above, you'll get access to some modules and some buildings, and it will take up some of your starbase cap. Outposts do not, and I need to stress this, do not count towards your starbase cap. You can build mining stations, research stations, observation posts, and honestly, one of the easiest things to do, to set one construction ship to automatic construction. If we set a construction ship to automatic construction, they'll run around spending your minerals, automatically putting things down. Putting down mining stations, research stations, and observation posts above pre-FTL worlds. You won't be building megastructures until much later in the game, but once you have the technology, the button to build them is here. Let's now go down to the UNS Tereshkova. So, the Tereshkova is our science ship. Jumping into the galaxy viewpoint, we can see that there are other systems connected to Sol via hyperlanes: Alpha Centauri, Zaurak, Vimas, and Mindara. With our science ship selected, you can select it here from the overview, or go in close, select the icon, and then press M, E, or this button to go into the system view. You can begin to survey adjacent systems, or explore. If you right-click on a system you see a hyperlane connection to, so far the maximum distance is about here, I can then either click to explore, which will just move the ship there, giving the system a name, letting me know if there's possibly some potential planets there that might be habitable. That's what this icon means, and generally give me a low intel level like Alpha Centauri. But it will not fully survey it, meaning I will not be able to claim it. To do that, I'll need to click Survey System. We can also do that by clicking the Survey button here and clicking to Survey. We could research an anomaly if one existed, change the fleet stance as mentioned before, activate cloaking if we had the technology, assist cloaking if we had that technology, or use experimental subspace navigation, say it with me, if we had that technology. All of this will come later. The most important thing you could do, though, is science ship automation. Clicking on the automation allows you to choose which items your ship is allowed to do. It can explore systems, survey systems, investigate anomalies, excavate archaeological sites, and research special projects. As you progress through the game and unlock more abilities, the list of things you can automate as a scientist increases. This is a massive quality of life improvement that the game needed for a long time. Thank God we now have it. Early on, I would recommend you basically just click Start and set your science ships to explore and survey. In order to explore, you must have a scientist on the ship. You can't send any ship without a leader on it into an unknown system. That does mean you could use your military fleet to do exploration, but that puts your military fleet at risk of dying because there are nasty things out there. The galaxy is dark and full of terrors. If you want to micro it, the recommendation I'd have is that you would first try to survey habitable worlds that match your world type, like this continental world. I'm a continental preference. I can see that Earth is one. And if I go to my human species, I can see they have continental habitability plus 80%. So I'm highly confident that any continental worlds I find will be good for me. So I'll start by trying to survey all of those. When I've done that, I then probably turn on automation. But first, go with actually surveying the planets you can find. One thing I should also let you know when it comes to assigning orders, if you hold down the Shift button and then assign surveys or explorations, these will be queued up. You can get rid of the whole thing by not holding Shift down and assigning some sort of new order, or use Control Shift to add an order in first. By using Control Shift, you put that order in at the start of the queue. Shift is to add it to the end of the queue. Control Shift puts it at the start. This works not just for science ships, but also for construction ships and military ships. Any ship type that you can order around. Last up in the outliner, we have the starbase. So any upgraded starbases you've got will show up here, either as shipyards or just regular starbases. It is a shipyard if it has a shipyard module. Shipyard modules give you access to the shipyard tab and allow you to build either civilian ships, such as construction ships, science ships, or colony ships, or military ships. The best way to build military ships is honestly through the fleet management tab though, so I wouldn't really recommend you screw around with trying to build ships at the starbase, otherwise you'll then have to like group them up and put them into the right fleets. Ships have a cost. It's generally alloys, though in the case of colony ships you'll also need some food and consumer goods.
Science Division
Costs can go up or
reports
down based on modifiers. The build speed, the amount of days it takes to build the ship, can be changed by modifiers, and that is also true for build time. We can also see which fleets are currently in orbit of the starbase. Going back to the command tab, we can take a look at the starbase details to see the weapons and defenses on this ship. As you research new technologies, new weapons and defenses, they will automatically replace the current weapons and defenses on your starbase. You'll also need new technologies to unlock larger starbases. Every time you upgrade, you'll get access to 2 more modules and 1 more building slot, except for the final level Citadel tier, which is the largest starbase that doesn't give you 2 more modules, it just gives you an additional building slot. When it comes to modules, you start the game with access to 4, the shipyard, an anchorage, which increases your naval capacity by 5, a gun battery, which is going to give you 2 additional medium slot weapons, alongside some more hull and armor points on the starbase, or a trade hub that will give you 8 trade. Honestly, the trade hub is better than the solar panel network in the early game. So if you're going to build more starbases for your economy, which is a great early initial investment for alloys, I'd recommend the trade hubs over the solar panel networks. At the bottom section, we have buildings. Buildings give you modifiers. For example, the crew quarters here reduces docked ship upkeep by 25%. I would honestly recommend you switch this out for a hydroponics bay around year 5 or 10. The hydroponics bay will be producing a little bit of food, and you won't have enough ships to really make this 25% that worthwhile. Swapping out for a hydroponics bay should allow you to remove some farmers, which is good. Less farmers is good. Farmers suck really badly, alright? Just whatever happens, never forget that farmers suck. We can also build at the beginning of the game a resource silo for more storage capacity, because our resources have a maximum storage capacity of 15,000, except trade, which is 50,000, and energy, which is 25. The target uplink computer increases your weapons range for all the starbase weapons you've got. At the beginning, that's just 3 mass drivers. The communications jammer reduces sublight speed, and the disruption field generator reduces enemy shields. More technologies will unlock more buildings for the starbase. Generally, there are 4 main categories of starbase in the early game. Shipyards, where you'll put down all shipyards. Anchorages, where you'll put down all anchorages. Defensive starbases, where you'll put down gun batteries or hangars. And then economic starbases, where you'll probably put down trade hubs. Probably not solar panel networks, though. Let's say you're at an energy surplus. Well, you might want to sell that energy. 6 energy will sell for around 4.5 trade, then allowing you to buy about 3 of some other resource. On the other hand, if you have 8 trade, you could convert that into 5 energy by buying 5 energy with your 8 trade, or 5 of any other resource. So the 8 trade is much more versatile, unless you've already hit your energy purchasing capacity and you just need more energy and you can't get it from pops. I started getting a little bit complicated there. I'm sorry, I'll try and slow down again. We haven't even gotten into planetary management yet. So far, I've set my science ship to go up and survey, and I've set my construction ship to automatically build. I'm now going to unpause the game and let it run. I'm going to change my speed up to the fastest until an entire year has passed, but before I can even do that, welcome to an important part of the game, events. Whilst surveying an Alpha Centauri, our science ship has made a discovery: alien life. Not only that, they've also found the wreckage of a precursor civilization. This is a hand, not a spaceship, by the way. Don't ask why it's important, it just is. You have to know it's a hand, don't get tricked. That's some sort of paintbrush thing. Anyway, events generally give you some sort of buff. In this case, we may not be alone out here giving me some society research, and this event, Irasian Concordat, giving me the precursor Irasian event chain and 150 minor artifacts. Events are the way the game communicates story to us. Please read them. It's so thematic. This game is fantastically full of events like this. They're amazing. Go and read them. I'm not going to read them right now. I'm going to move on. There's another type of event where you actually have to make a decision. Generally speaking, whatever decision you pick, the outcome will be told to you. For example, here we've made contact with simple forms of life. I can either get 92 society research, or I can get hyperlane breach points. I'm going to pick hyperlane breach points. Welcome to the year 2201. A year has passed in-game, a year and 3 months. We've now got some resources saved up. I'm going to dive into planetary management. This is going to seem complicated. It is slightly complicated, but it's understandable.
Complete.
All right? It's going to start off by being a little bit, what the hell am I looking at? There's so much, like the game had at the start, but this is honestly the main screen you're going to be interacting with when you're playing this game. Planetary management is a key aspect of Stellaris. Now, to open planetary management, you either click on the planet you want to manage, it will open the tab, click on the name icon, or go up to the outliner and click on it there. With the planet open, you can choose to do one of two things. You can either choose, hell nah, I'm not going to engage with this crap, and left click on automation and turn planetary automation on. I would not recommend you do that. I will go through how automation works a little bit later after I explain planetary management, but you need to be in control of your planet to choose the destiny of your people. No taxation without representation. That's what I always say as a Brit anyway. So there are 5 tabs to planetary management. The surface tab, which shows us the various buildings we have on our planet alongside the different districts. It gives us an overview of production and deficits. Then we have the management tab, which tells us all about our population. That can be opened up into the various strata. And we can see the planetary features, for example, the Scandinavian Reclamation Center. Yes, it is a canon event that a nuclear detonation happened in Scandinavia in Stellaris. And Delhi is an industrial wasteland. There is the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, and some random sprawling slums. There are 2 types of planetary features. We'll get into that in a moment, but mostly they're positive. Then you've got the economy tab. This allows us to, with a fine-tooth comb, manage the jobs our various pops are working. We have the armies tab, allowing us to build and manage our planetary defenses, and the holdings tab. At the start of the game, and unless you are a corporate empire, or you are an overlord, or have an overlord, or you have a diplomatic agreement with a corporate empire, this tab does absolutely nothing. So for the most part, holdings can be completely ignored. Let's go back to the surface tab now and dive into how we build more stuff on the planet. Right, there are some values here that we need to understand. First off, there are the values which are constantly displayed on the top of the planetary management screen. You have planetary stability. Stability can go from 100 down to 0. Anything below 25 and the planet may revolt. If you have slaves, that number is 40. So you must maintain a stability of 25 or higher, 40 if there are slaves on the planet. Anything above 50 and you will get a bonus, plus 0.6% resources from jobs and a bonus to resettlement destination, and a reduction to automatic resettlement chance. That means that less pops will leave this planet to go somewhere else. Automatic resettlement is basically migration. Stability is gained or lost from a number of sources. Chief amongst those is the pop approval rating. If your pop approval is above 50, you get bonuses to stability. If it's below 50, you lose stability. Stability below 50% also reduces resources from jobs and generally has a lot of issues. How do we boost pop approval, I hear you ask? Well, that all comes down to amenities. Pops require amenities to feel happy. And whilst I keep shouting about the word POPs, what is POPs? Well, POPs is the representation of population within Stellaris. Your planet has POPs, in this case 5,238 of the buggers, and they represent the entire population of humanity on Earth. At this point, I'm guessing that's something like 10 billion, maybe 13? Who knows? Maybe there's been an industrial collapse of population and we're now down to like 3 billion or something. Hard to say for certain. It's ambiguous. But POPs give you workforce, workforce works jobs, jobs provide resources. That's the mechanic. So, these POPs need amenities. Amenities are produced from POP jobs, also from buildings like the Planetary Administration, your capital building on the colony, and from our designation here, Empire Capital plus 1,000. They can be further modified by events or modifiers. Prosperous Unification here, which lasts 20 years, is giving us 25% additional amenities, alongside 15% extra happiness. When the excess amenities provided is equal to the POP amenities usage, from base plus pop amenities, then you'll be at the maximum pop happiness of plus 20%. As your amenities access approaches 0, that's what this number is here, available amenities, you get down to adding 0% happiness, and then if it goes negative, you lose pop happiness. That's bad. You can also increase stability from jobs, there are star-based buildings, there are a variety of different skills for counselors that will increase your stability on planets. There's a whole host of different ways to add bonuses to this. The maximum rating for stability, though, as I said, is 100, which means the maximum resource bonus you can get from high stability is 30%. Next up, we have crime. Crime can go from 0 to 100. Unhappy pops produce more crime. The happier and more looked after your population is, the less crime they're going to commit. When your crime hits 30 or above, you can start to get negative crime events, so it is essential you keep your crime at 30 or below. Once you start getting the criminal events triggering on a world, in order to stop these events from triggering, you'll then have to bring your crime down to 0% to get rid of it. To do that, you'll need a specific type of job. We'll cover that job in a moment, but basically it's enforcers. You need more enforcers. Next along, we have available housing. This represents how much extra space there is for people to live on your world. This doesn't really affect you that much if it's positive. It grants you a small increase to automatic resettlement destination chance, so it makes it more likely that people will come and live on this world. However, if it's negative, you'll start getting some pretty big modifiers to stability, and if it gets far too negative, your people will start literally dying because they have nowhere to live. They will fall down dead in the streets from sickness, malnutrition, and other such bad conditions, until eventually you get the housing situation under control. Second from the end is available jobs. Currently we have no available jobs. That's because we've got plenty of civilians. Civilians are basically unemployed pops. We can see here we have 1.9 thousand civilians. If we head over to our economy tab and scroll to the bottom here, you can see them. These are basically people desperately waiting and crying and yearning for something to do. We should give them work, ladies and gentlemen. And so, let's dive into how we start making jobs. Jobs are provided by buildings and districts. There are 4 main types of districts on your starting world. You have your city districts, agriculture districts, mining districts, and generator districts. What kind of jobs do these provide? Well, the basic resource districts, you'd be unsurprised to hear, provide jobs to give you resources of that type. The basic farming district gives you more food jobs, farmer jobs. The mining district gives you more mining jobs, minerals. The energy district, more energy jobs, technicians. But then we've got the complicated resources, the research, the unity, the alloys, the consumer goods. Those are created in our cities, not in our generators and mines and farms. Those are made in our space age industry. Now, if we build a city district, we will not only add additional housing. Every single one of our districts will be adding some housing, 200 for the basic resource districts, 1,000 for the city districts, minus 400 because of the 2 specializations. Districts, you see, can be specialized. Our homeworld starts specialized as an archive, which provides some physicist, biologist, and engineer jobs for research and bureaucrat jobs for Unity. Alongside that, we have a mixed industry, some metallurgists and artisan jobs, which provide alloys and consumer goods. If I select either of these specializations, I can change for 1,000 minerals the specialization type to something else. I wouldn't recommend you screw about with this at the start of the game. You will ruin your economy. As you start to understand how it's possible to specialize in a certain direction, you might decide to do something a little bit more zany, like get rid of your researchers at the start of the game and just have bureaucrats because you want to go for a Unity rush, or vice versa. For now, if I want more research, or Unity, or alloys or consumer goods, I simply need to build a space age industry, which will add a total of 200 jobs. 100 per district. On top of that, I can also build buildings. Specialized districts can only build buildings associated with that type. The archive can only build an admin office to grant me 200 bureaucrats, or a research lab to grant me 180 researchers, 60 of each type. For the mixed industry, I can only get alloy foundries or civilian industries. Again, they're providing 200 jobs per building. If I go over to the left side here, I can put down any type of building, however. It doesn't just have to be the ones specified by the archive in the mixed industry. As we research more technologies, we will unlock more buildings. A great early starting building to put down on your capital is the medical center.
Science Division
this one is going to provide medical workers
breakthrough
that not only give you amenities, but also provide monthly organic pop growth's multiplier and pop growth speed. To get rid of crime, we'll need more enforcers, so there's a precinct house for that. If you need more naval capacity, you'll want soldiers, so that is a stronghold. They take alloys and turn it into planetary defense armies, 2 of them, some stability, and 8
Science
naval capacity
Division
for 200
reports
pops.
a new breakthrough.
Luxury residences are a bit zany. They don't give you any jobs, they simply give you housing and amenities. because of the fact that they give you plenty of amenities and we've got loads, I might actually, when I run out of denizens and I need my pops to work some other job, replace my Hollow Theatre with a luxury residence. Yes, I'm going to miss out on 1,000 amenities, but it is much more pop efficient. I'll get into pop efficiency a little bit later. We'd also put down a commercial zone for some traders and the buildings that were in archive and mixed industry. For now, though, unless you want to specifically grab more of something, it's fine to just build a few more cities. But how many cities can we build? Well, we have a planet size. A size of 18 means we can host a total of 18 districts. At present, we have 4 farming districts, 2 mining districts, 3 generator districts, and 3 city districts, for a total of 12 districts. That should mean we could build 6 more. However, you'll notice there are some red markers here. Those red markers correspond to the 3 blockers, the district blockers, that we must spend energy and use time to clear. The sprawling slums is a great one to clear, though, because it gives us 100 pops, so I'm going to start by activating that, then build a mining district for a little bit more mineral income, and then throw down a medical center. I'm going to come back to what decisions, designations, and automations does a little bit later after I've explained the economy tab. Let's now move on to the management tab. So, management tab allows you to understand how many pops you've got growing on your planet. You will always create an integer number of pops or lose an integer number of pops at the end of every month. The estimated growth is how much growth is estimated across all of your different strata. You have the elites, which are kind of the ruling classes, the specialists, which are the middle classes, and the workers, which are your working classes. Surprise, surprise. Your pops are broken down by first class and then by ethics. So, for example, here I have xenophile human specialists, egalitarian human specialists, and those are the only 2 types of specialists on this planet. Each block has a certain amount of political power. It has a certain amount of happiness. I can also see the rights of these pops alongside their empire side contribution, their housing needs, amenities usage, their upkeep, and what all of these pops are producing. This is not really the best place to look at pop production and upkeep, but it is somewhere you can find out a little more if you need to. Pop growth is based on the number of pops in that group. So, for example, here with the human elites, we're getting a base growth of 1 plus 1.35, which is where we get this total of 2.12 across the entire planet. But that is shared between all of our different biological pops. So the estimated growth next month for elites is 0.08. So how does a pop actually grow? Well, at the end of every month, you get pop growth equal to the estimated growth, except for the amount that is not an integer number. So if our estimated growth here of civilians was 1.76, that would mean I get 1 civilian, and then the game would roll a die, and I'd get a 76% chance of getting another civilian. Because everything is below 1, I've actually got a chance that each month I get absolutely 0 pop growth. The odds on that are so infinitesimal, to be honest with you, given how many rolls you're making here. You know, we've got an 8% chance,
Special project
27%
complete.
chance, 25% chance, 72% chance, 76% chance, and a 2% chance. So overall, we should end up with an average each month of 2.12 pop growth over time. How do we boost pop growth? Well, pop growth is a function of the total population of the planet and the total housing of the planet. I'm going to briefly show you a graph with the population growth charts. You don't need to dive into it too much, but basically know that the more housing you have and the higher the population numbers, the more growth you're going to get. Until your available housing plus empty districts, because the empty districts actually contribute to population growth. It's a complicated equation to work out how to get to planet capacity, and then how pop growth actually works as a function of that planet capacity. But in essence, TLDR is you want to have lots and lots of housing and have population in the middle of the curve. Smaller populations also grow much slower, as you would expect, because this does follow a logistic growth. This is a logistic growth equation. That's what you're seeing. So basically, you want to kind of hit that sweet spot, as you can see from the curves here, but don't worry too much about it. This also explains why your early colonies, which start with only 100 or 200 pops, depending on what kind of traditions you've got, will also have very slow pop growth if you don't allow people to migrate out to those worlds. There are 2 other ways of getting pop growth. One is migration. This is pops coming from other worlds in your empire, or possibly other empires if you have migration treaties with them, or monthly assembly. Assembly can be granted from buildings, most notably the robot assembly plants that give roboticists jobs that convert alloys into monthly mechanical pop assembly. Pop assembly functions in almost exactly the same way as pop growth, however it is not based on your planetary capacity. Excess housing will not matter. Pop assembly is only based on the jobs and then modified by your country growth scale, which is a modification based on how many pops already live in your empire. The more pops you have living in your empire, the slower your pops will be assembled and the slower they will grow. In management, we can also see which sector we're a part of, either edit that or create a new sector if this colony is not in a sector, and when we've started completing some traditions and got some ascension perks, we can start ascending a planet. Planetary ascension improves the effect we get from planetary designation and reduces the empire-sized contribution of this planet. You can only ascend your planets manually up to level 10, though it is possible to go higher than level 10 ascendancy if you have the right psionic
Recon
ascension.
pass completed.
Let's now dive into the economy tab. From here, we can actually see what the actual jobs are. So we have politicians, which are created by our planetary administration.
pioneers
We
have
have
made planet
physicists,
fall.
biologists, and engineers, which are created by our archives. We're getting 60 of each. We have our bureaucrats, again created by the archives in the city districts. We have our enforcers. These are created by the planetary administration. Entertainers, which are created by the Holo Theater. Traders, which are created by the
Council
commercial
agenda
zone.
ready.
Metallurgists and artisans, which are created by the city district again with the mixed industry specialization. And then in the worker slot, technicians, miners, and farmers, created by the generator, mining, and agriculture districts. At the very bottom, we have civilians. If you don't have pops to work a job, and you create more of that job, it does not mean you'll get additional production. This is a fundamentally important concept to understand. Once I run out of planet denizens, once I run out of civilians to take up additional jobs, there is no point in me building additional districts or buildings because I have no unemployed or civilian pops to take on those jobs. I would need to either get rid of other jobs, either temporarily. How can we get rid of some jobs? Let me show you that. So, expanding out workers, you can see here there is a slider. If I move this slider down, it gradually moves up in increments of 5%. So we can choose what fraction of the available jobs are actually worked by our population. You can mess around with this if you need to. If you want to get it back to normal, you can click Restore Jobs to get it back. Generally speaking,
We
you don't
have claimed
really
a new
need to deal
world.
with actual micromanagement of jobs very much anymore. It's easier to just demolish districts and then build new ones if you want to get rid of a job. The only reason you'd really use this is if you temporarily needed to get rid of some, probably not miners, let's say there were some specialist jobs. You need to get rid of your researchers because you're facing an economic deficit with regards to consumer goods. Those researchers become unemployed and then they will immediately switch down to civilians. If you're watching on 4.4 or later, there's no such thing as unemployed pops. They just immediately become civilians. At the moment, technically there's a step there, but don't worry about it. Civilians are cool because they produce a small amount of resources, in this case some trade and amenities, but otherwise they represent unemployed people. As an overview here, you can see how many inputs you're using. So this, for example, is the upkeep plus the job upkeep of all of the workers in the elite strata and what they're producing. 8 consumer goods and 2 food are producing 16 unity, 1 trade, just from living standards, I assume, and 600 amenities. This is not particularly efficient.
Science Division reports
If you hover
success.
over a job, you can also see what the upkeeps and production are. And if you hold Alt and
Recon
do that,
pass
you
completed.
can see what the production is per 100 pops. In this case, we're turning 4.4 consumer goods into 7.75 unity and half a trade. That kind of sucks. The reason I say that sucks is from an efficiency point of view. That is the best you're going to get at the start of the game, honestly. Even the bureaucrats are currently turning 3 consumer goods into 5 unity. So, from a consumer good point of view, that's a little sucky. If we open this up, you'll also notice there's a green bar here. What on earth does a green bar mean? Well, that is efficiency. Hovering over a pop workforce, because let's not forget our pops produce workforce, the workforce are then employed in jobs, we can see that we're getting plus 10% efficiency from our empire capital. If I hover over that, you'll see we get, as you can see, plus 10% job efficiency and plus 10% specialist efficiency from being egalitarian. That means we've got 20% additional efficiency. What does efficiency do? Well, it converts our 60 employed workforce into 72 actual workforce. That means they require 20% more upkeep, but have 20% greater output. If we hover over the actual job production stats here, you can see that we're getting an output from a resource output standpoint of 20% from stability and 10% from prosperous unification to our research. That's this 10% from jobs that we're getting there. These two bonuses are in effect multiplicative, so you definitely want to increase resources from jobs at the same time as increasing pop efficiency. Resources from job increase does not increase inherently your upkeep, so it is the better modifier if you have to pick between the two as well. Though with patch 4.3, The Reckoning, that came out recently, pretty much all job production modifiers have been replaced with job efficiency, kind of across the board. Let's go through what each of these jobs produce then. So our politicians are making unity for us and a few amenities and a bit of trade value. That comes at quite a high consumer good cost. Our researchers are producing research in their respective fields, the bureaucrats are producing unity, the enforcers are producing some planetary defense armies, a little bit of stability, and mainly minus 30 crime. Our entertainers are making 1,500 amenities per 100 pops, our traders are making some trade value, our metallurgists make alloys, and our artisans make consumer goods. Everyone is making a small amount of trade. That is because every single type of species rights creates some base amount of trade output. Utopian abundance creates the most trade per pop, but even stratified economy makes a little bit. Technicians are making energy, miners minerals, farmers food, and then civilians at the moment just trade and amenities. But if we were to change over to social welfare or utopian abundance, we'd also make unity and possibly research from them. That's going to be a little bit complicated to do right now and put us in a consumer goods deficit, so I wouldn't recommend you do that right at the start, not until at least you build another civilian industry. Planets have a designation. Designations give different bonuses. We can either leave our planet to be auto-designated, or if we left-click over here, we can choose a different designation. Your capitals are very unique. The best designation for them most of the time is just Empire Capital. But if you want to specialize them a bit more, you could convert them over into something else. Other colonies outside the capital basically have a designation type that's going to give you a job efficiency bonus for a particular type of job, and they all work in pretty much the same way, with the exception of a couple like Fortress Worlds that will also give you other bonuses. For example, here we're getting more defense army damage and a reduction to orbital bombardment damage, which would be very helpful if our planet is being invaded. I mentioned automation a little bit earlier as another way to manage your planets. At the moment, planetary automation scripting is very suboptimal. It is much better to manage all of your planets yourself. However, with the right coaxing, you can get a lot out of this system. Left-clicking on this toggle opens up the automation settings. We can either turn on automation for just this colony, or if we use Shift, all planets in this sector, or if we use Control and click, all planets in the entire empire. And then we can change what exactly is going to be automated. The first option here, prevent deficit construction, means that if you're going to build a building or district that uses as upkeep a resource you don't have, or a job uses as upkeep a resource you don't have. Let's say, for example, I wanted to make a science world. If I had prevent deficit construction turned on, it will not build any additional jobs or buildings that utilize consumer goods because I'm currently running a deficit of -4 consumer goods empire-wide. If you're a newer player, definitely don't unclick this. However, if you're quite competent with the game, you'll probably want to turn this
Construction
off.
complete.
Designation allows the planet to automatically build buildings and districts that align with the planet's designation. So for example, on Alpha Centauri here, which is a Forge world, designation would mean more city districts that align with more Forge world jobs. Upgrade allows the planetary automation to upgrade buildings, and amenities allows the planet to build buildings or provide additional jobs that will increase your amenities. Generally, this is seeking to bring your amenities above zero, so your net amenities will be in excess. Rare Resources enables the automatic construction of jobs that provide rare resources during an empire-wide shortage. This is vestigial. It doesn't really help us anymore because rare resources are generally only provided as an additional bonus output to some job you already have, like an alloy job or a miner. Pop assembly allows the building and upgrading of buildings that give you additional pop assembly, like the robot assembly plants and the clone vats. Housing enables the planetary automation to build additional buildings or districts that will provide you more housing should your housing excess go negative. Crime will build new buildings. There are no districts that prevent crime, so this is just new buildings to reduce crime. This will also automate your crime jobs so that the planet will not turn on any enforcers if crime is below 30%. At 30% or above, it will start employing enforcers. If you already have crime on the planet and the crime events, you may need to turn this off to employ full enforcers so that you can get crime down to 0. Once you hit 0 crime, don't forget, that is when the crime events start to despawn. Clear blockers allows the clearing of blockers, which you'll normally find under planetary features. Resource usage simply specifies which resources the planetary governors are allowed to use when they are automated and building buildings. Generally speaking, you want to leave all of this on. However, if you, for example, don't want to be using alloys, let's say you've got some specific nanite buildings later on in the game that are using alloys, you may want to save those alloys for something else and turn this off. Using Shift when clicking any of the automation settings will set that setting as a default for all new colonies. It won't change any existing colonies, but that is by the by. On to the last tab that's really important to us right now, the Army tab. Here you can recruit armies. If you want them to deploy on the planet and not go into orbit, you need to deselect deploy in orbit. If you'd like the Army Builder, which don't forget is the third tab in Starbases, to include this planet when you're building armies via a Starbase interaction, you need this one to be selected. Generally, I'd leave this on, but probably turn deploy in orbit off. If you need armies, you then spend minerals, it takes time, you train them up, and they sit on the planet. They don't really do much else. They just sit there, and sometimes they'll fight if someone invades you, or you can use assault armies to invade someone else. You could employ a general here, and that's about it. The fundamental thing you need to get the hang of with planetary management is that buildings and districts provide jobs. Jobs are worked by POPs, because POPs produce workforce that then go into the job. One POP produces one workforce. So building excess jobs, if you have no available denizens, will do literally nothing for your economy except kind of unbalance it, because your workers will start going into the specialist roles if you're making too many specialists, and then you won't have a production of basic resources, which you do need. You still need food, energy credits, and minerals, no matter what anyone tells you. I'm going to briefly touch on the differences with hives now that we've done planetary management. So hives basically have no use of consumer goods, and if you're a guest-out machine, a lithoid, or a thermophile, you'll also have no use for food. Instead of having civilians, you'll get maintenance drones. Functionally, they're pretty much the same thing, though all around just a little bit worse. Your leaders at level 8 will not get access to destiny traits, and you won't have a council, you will just have these nodes that can be leveled up and reformatted. Economically, because you don't have consumer goods, your researchers and your Unity producing jobs will use things like energy or minerals instead of consumer goods. Otherwise though, economically, without that, you're basically the same. You're just losing access to a whole host of leader-based narrative stuff and all of the ethics stuff. How do we expand the borders of our empire? Well, first you have to do the surveying. That's what I've done here. Alpha Centauri and Procyon are surveyed. Then I'm going to take a construction ship, and I can right-click on a star system I've surveyed and build a starbase there. Once I build a starbase, my border will increase to engulf that system, and it is now mine. The starbase comes with some basic defenses, like one gun, pretty much. It will not stand up to even a few ships. So don't expect your outposts to actually do anything. If you have habitable worlds within this area, you can now begin to colonize them. Either select the world, click colonize, and then select the species type and click colonize, or alternatively, you can go to your starbase, build a colony ship of whichever type you want, choosing the species required, spending 1 year to build it, and then send them over to the planet by selecting the colony ship, right-clicking and clicking colonize planet. You'll need to pick a name for it. You can randomize, or you can just use the name of the star system with a prime or secundus or whatever in there. Or alternatively, you can get there from the expansion planner as well. Remember, we looked at that a little bit earlier. Once your colony ship lands, it will begin colonizing a planet. This is going to take quite a few in-game years. This bar will slowly fill up month after month after month. When it gets to the end, you will end up with a new colony to manage. That new colony starts with 100 POPs, though if migration is enabled, you're going to quickly get some more pops due to migration. You can see here 18 people have left Earth to go to Alpha Centauri Prime pretty much straight away. If you're democratic, after 10 years in-game, an election can start. If you have Unity available, which you probably don't want to spend at this point, but if you do, you could decide to boost the support for certain candidates by spending that Unity. I wouldn't really recommend doing that at this point. You're also putting your thumb on the scales of democracy, naughty, naughty. And if you do nothing, at the end of a certain amount of time, someone will end up winning. In the case of oligarchic or dictatorial elections, it doesn't look like this. It looks quite different, in fact. And if you don't support anyone, it's basically a random chance. Any of the 4 leaders presented will end up as your empire ruler. When you hit around year 10 or 11, your factions will begin to form. Let's now dive into the faction tab and take a look at what we're working with here. We mainly only have egalitarianism representing 46% of our population and xenophilia representing 45% in our empire. There is a small amount of materialism. Currently 7% of our pops embrace that, though it should be trending towards 1%. This is because we have a planet with some robots living on. Alpha Centauri has a robot assembly plant, and thanks to its atmospheric aphrodisiac, giving it minus 20% governing ethics attraction. Governing ethics are, of course, the ethics of your nation state, so in that case, it should be egalitarianism and xenophilia. We're getting other things cropping up. You can see that in management here. We've got 158 specialists who are materialist and 293 workers who are materialist, alongside 14 materialist civilians. Disgusting. Different things happening in your empire will give you bonuses or negatives to attraction. For example, having xenophilia represented on the council and in our governance, or if we lived amongst aliens, would boost xenophilic attraction. Having high living standards or the democratic authority massively reduces authoritarianism. We could use edicts like encouraging political thought to increase the ethics shift chance. This is available to egalitarian empires. And some ascension perks like One Vision increase our governing ethics attraction. But we can also click a faction, manage it, and click promote to give them an increased chance to follow that ethic. You don't have to promote factions that align with your government. And in fact, if you have 20% support for an ethic which is not on your council or is not already fanatic, then you can embrace that ethic, and that allows you to shift ethics as a civilization. Suppressing a faction is very, very bad. It gives minus 75% attraction to that ethic type, but also a minus 50% to faction approval, which could grant nationwide minus 40% happiness for anyone in that faction. The only reason you would normally use the suppress action is if the approval of a faction was already so low that it was at the lowest point in terms of happiness contributions, and thus you just want to get rid of it. Suppressing doesn't really do anything else. Each faction is basically a political party and represents one of the ethics in Stellaris. Even though it shows 2 ethics here, this is really the Xenophile party, and this one is the Egalitarian party. The names are semi-randomized, but the party alignment is always the same. Every party has issues. For example, if we allowed purges, the Xeno-awareness movement would be very unhappy. Meeting new aliens would please them. Being proactive and benevolent in our first contact gives us some approval bonuses. Not having benevolent subjugation is something they don't like. That's something we can easily fix right now, so I can go to my policies and change my subjugation to benevolent vassalage, and instantly both the Xeno-awareness movement and Citizen Self-Determination Coalition have become happier. 10% happiness added to them, 5% to Citizen Self-Determination. If your ruler is of the same ethic as the party, you'll get 15% approval, and if they're represented on the council, you get 5% approval. If you fail to have them represented on the council, they will be very unhappy with that. They'll actually get a minus 20% faction approval. Once you have factions, you also get council legitimacy, which basically means the factional representation on your council will affect how quickly new legislation can be passed across your empire and thus impact your council agenda speed. Anything below 50 will provide a monthly penalty to your council agenda progress. Very, very bad. What do factions do for us? Well, depending on the faction approval, that impacts the happiness of pops within that political group. So xenophile pops that are part of the Xeno-awareness movement will get 10% happiness. Not all xenophile pops will be part of the Xenoist faction, but actually they're going to slowly migrate there over time. As you can see here, I'm slowly having these other specialists move into the right jobs. On top of that, if you take your faction approval and multiply it by the support of that faction, which is the political power of all groups of that faction across your empire. And you see, this is why living standards are very important, because the higher the strata of your pop, the more political power they have, unless you're going for something like social welfare or utopian abundance where it's flat. But even then, that's a lot of power per pop. That is going to then provide you with more output. In this case, we're getting unity produced directly from our factions. 20 unity is the equivalent of having for us 400 pops working the bureaucrat job absolutely for free. So it's 400 free pops working bureaucrats, giving us a big boost here to unity. Other civics might give you some other effects or different outputs from factions. Do pay attention to your factions. If there is an economic problem in your empire, it might be because a new faction has spawned which has an ethic that does not align with your governing principles, and you have not made them happy, or at least tried to make them happy. If that does happen, for the love of God, go and check your faction tab out. Make sure you are either fulfilling the issues of your factions or trying to get rid of them. As you survey systems, you may uncover
Science Division
anomalies.
report success.
Anomalies have different levels from 1 all the way up to 10, and you can find them here in the Anomalies tab of the situation log. In order to complete an anomaly, you'll need to send a scientist over in a science ship and get them to research the anomaly. Scientists of any level can research anomalies. However, the higher the level of anomaly, the slower it will be for lower level scientists. High-level scientists get massive bonuses to low-level anomalies. Completing anomalies generally give you an event, which may give you, as I said, some bonuses. Though you may also find some specimens out there in the galaxy. In order to make use of specimens, you must construct a grand archive, which can be constructed in orbit of any planet, though I'd recommend your capital. Once the grand archive is built, you can either automatically exhibit new specimens, or do it manually. As you can see, my specimens are currently granting me 5 society research, 1 stability, 3% trade from jobs, minus 5% leader upkeep, and 250 vivarium capacity. Something else your scientists can uncover is archaeological dig sites. Archaeological dig sites have a difficulty, but once your scientist gets there, they will add their level as a skill bonus. Then, at the end of every unit amount of time, I think it's about 75, you will roll a dice. It's basically like a siege in EU4. Depending on the die roll you get, once you've added in your skill bonus and clues and deducted your difficulty, you've then got a chance of either getting additional clues, or if you get a 14 or higher, completely finishing this chapter of the archaeological dig site. This means that as your scientists spend time digging, they will gain more clues and generally have a higher chance of breaking through to the next level of the dig site. Once you break through a level of digging, you may find some minor artifacts and possibly even more levels of progress. There is a host of content in these dig sites, lots of story about the past of the galaxy you inhabit, so I'd recommend you read it and check it out as you're playing. Once you have the smoothest balls in the entire universe, you will uncover astral rifts. Astral rifts can be explored by scientists that are not on your council. They then function in basically the same way as archaeological dig sites, yet they have branching narratives allowing you some more choice and a little bit of agency in picking your path. Astral rifts have many more relics than dig sites, so these can be really good for your nation. As you complete more astral rifts, you will unlock more astral actions that you can use your astral threads to complete. They all basically do what they say on the tin. Exploring the galaxy will lead you to first contacts. First contacts function in basically the same way as an archaeological dig site, except you use envoys for them. Once you've made first contact, you can then open up the diplomacy screen with other nations and do diplomatic things. You can send an envoy to improve relations. Doing so will increase the relations between you and another nation. Conversely, if you want someone to not like you, which may be necessary to make them a rival or to fight them, you may want to harm relations. Again, you can send as many envoys as you want to monthly decrease your relations with another nation. If we can establish an embassy, we will begin to develop trust with this other nation. Once we get higher trust levels, we can do things like forming a commercial pact, research agreement, guarantee their independence, form a non-aggression pact, a defensive pact. There are quite a few options for diplomacy in Stellaris. If we want to offer a trade deal, we can also
Ships
abuse
refitted.
the AI here. The AI is generally not very smart when it comes to
Science
trade
Division
deals,
reports
so
success.
be warned. You can trade things like food, other resources, even specimens from your Grand Archive in exchange for food, other resources, specimens from their Grand Archive. Whatever you're trying to trade will have an acceptance value in the middle. As long as this is green, you can send the trade and they will say yes. The more exotic the resource, the more valuable the AI will believe it to be. Later on in the game, basic resources like food, minerals, and energy credits may be in fact entirely worthless to AI empires. You can also trade communications to find other nations that this empire has already made contact with. This can be really useful for kickstarting the galactic community as early as possible. You'll also notice that you can build a spy network in other nations. That will enable espionage. Espionage is a little tricksy. Depending on our technology, our civics, and our traditions, we may have encryption relative to the other nation. All nations have a code breaking and encryption value. If our code breaking is better than their encryption, we will get bonuses to our spy network formation. If their code breaking is better than our encryption, they will get bonuses. However, if these are worse, the inverse is also true. Once we assign an envoy here, we will then increase infiltration. As our infiltration gets higher, it unlocks different operations we can do in the game. The only operations that are really worthwhile unless you're role-playing are steal technology and smuggle populations. This allows you to steal tech and steal pops. Pretty much everything else here is basically useless. Extort favors can have some niche uses in the galactic community if you're unable to pass a vote. Acquire asset will increase the base level of your infiltration. Infiltration base level is set to 50, and then a bonus is applied based on relative encryption. Depending on where your infiltration level is, this will also increase your intel. Intel is really essential. You get different types of intel: government, diplomatic, economy, technology, and military. As your intel level goes up, you will gain more information on other nations. Having medium to high military intel is critical to know where another nation's fleets are and also how big they are. At higher levels, you can also see what they've equipped their ships with to be able to perfectly counter their builds. But intel is very, very important for making wise strategic decisions, should you go to war or not. Speaking of war, we can also declare war on other nations. When we declare a war, we have to choose a CB, or casus belli, and that then determines what the goal of our war will be. Once we've chosen one, we cannot change it, so be careful. You can invite other nations into a war if they exist and might say yes, and some war goals may be grayed out. To figure out why, you generally have to hover over them, so I don't have any claims on this nation. Let's say I were to make a single claim, for example, I'll grab Kazvek now. That will instead give me access to the Conquer and possibly the Humiliate. You only get Humiliate if they are our rival. You can also remove claims by paying nothing and getting rid of them. For now, I'm just going to attempt to vassalize the enemy. If someone else declares a war on you, you then get to set your own war goals for that war. As a war goes on, both sides will gain attrition. This is passively accumulated over time, just by time passing. On top of that, due to space battle losses, when you lose ships, your war exhaustion will go up. Any nation that hits 100% war exhaustion can be forced to settle a status quo war, meaning whatever claims have been captured will exchange sides. You can also attempt to force a surrender on another nation by getting enough acceptance. To do that, you'll need to achieve your war goals, have strong navies, and generally be better than them at the war. If it's not going very well, you can also surrender. In this case, I would lose Earth if I surrendered this war. That's not going to happen. Losing armies on planets and neutron sweeping, pacifying, destroying, faith enforcing, or nano-assimilating other worlds will also increase war exhaustion. From here, you can also see how much occupation is happening. Occupation looks like this. Caff and Procyon are clearly inside my space. If I turn off sector map mode, it may be a little easier to view this. And they don't have my flag. Instead, they've got a weird red symbol around the outside and my neighbor's flag. That's because the star bases have been attacked and defeated in combat. If I fly in and attack and defeat the star bases, I will then regain control and reoccupy these systems. Unless this is a total war, you don't lose any systems upon capture. The enemy has to actually have claims on them, and you would have to surrender before anything could go wrong. Now that the galaxy is fairly inhabited, let's look at the different map modes. So first off, we have the default Empire map mode. This colors empires based on the colors chosen in the Empire creation screen. Following that, we have Union's map mode. This means that anyone who is an overlord or in a federation will all be colored the same as their vassals or other federation members. Generally, the leader of the federation or the overlord gets the primary color, which is painted onto everyone else. Diplomatic map mode shows you what is going on diplomatically. If you change over your nation by left-clicking on another one, you can see what is happening diplomatically with that nation. For example, the Latrepian Galactic Union here is rivaling the Ferellian hegemony. The United Nations of Earth, that's us, we're at war with the Kroll Multitude and the Democratic Bactaran Alliance. Intel map mode shows us how much intel we have on other nations. Opinion map mode shows you how much other nations like you. For example, the Commonwealth of Man and the Latrepian Galactic Union love us, but our neighbors hate our guts. AI attitude allows you to see what attitudes the various AI empires have towards you. For example, the Latrepians are friendly, whereas the Flex Kingdoms are hostile alongside the Zachplot stellar hegemony. Neighbor map mode colors any neighbor empires to your own in green. Neighbors have systems adjacent to yours through either hyperlanes or bypasses like wormholes. The final map mode type is weather forecast. This allows you to see where cosmic storms are headed to and also try and tell where they are. Some other bits and pieces you can change here. We can turn on sector map mode to view where our sector borders are. We can also turn on or off details map mode. Details generally shows you additional detail you don't need all the time. I like to have this turned on because I like the wealth of information, though you may wish to have it turned off because the map is somewhat prettier to look at. The last type here is player map mode, which only counts in multiplayer games. This only colors human nations in color and places all AI nations as grey. If you choose a grey color scheme, if you choose the right grey color scheme, and someone turns this on, you can remain invisible, so just bear that in mind. Let's briefly dive into how cosmic storms work. So, cosmic storms will have a planetary modifier that may increase devastation. It may give you some changes on your planets in terms of what their outputs are. Beyond that, there may be fleet modifiers. In this case, we have a particle storm here, which is going to damage any fleets that are in the same system as this particle storm. With the weather forecast map mode, we can see which direction this storm is going in, and if we zoom into a system, we can actually see what the storm looks like as it floats around. At the moment, devastation is balked, so you basically don't get any, and you can entirely turn off cosmic storms in the game setup page. After a storm leaves a system, you may get an aftermath applied for up to 3 years with certain modifiers. In this case, corrosive winds, which would give us more volatile motes from all of our pops, but massively reduce mechanical pop assembly speed and minerals from jobs. Certain buildings and technologies allow you to shelter better from storms like a storm relief center, or attract or repel storms with storm attraction and storm repulsion centers. These also give you some physicist jobs, so they're not all terrible. After you either win a war of vassalage or use diplomacy to create a vassal, to do that you'll need to have 50 trust with them, and generally speaking higher fleets, you can then negotiate terms. Your basic terms will be set depending on your policies. We have benevolent at the moment, which is granting us some bits and pieces. We can move things around here though. We can either give subsidies based on a percentage of the vassal's income or take things. Additionally, we can change the type of vassal to specialist vassals, which come with additional bonuses, but if your tech level is too high, they can only be protected.
Skywatch has sighted
Released
a spaceborne
sectors
life
will have
form.
identical technologies to you, so if you really want some specialist vassals, the best way to get there is to release one of your own sectors. Possibly create a unique fake sector and then release that with maybe a habitat or something.
Tracking
Once
enemy
you've
fleet.
chosen the new policy terms, you can then spend influence and click proceed. This will update the terms to something new. To dive through what the different terms do, integration allows you to integrate a vassal, taking direct control of them at the cost of monthly influence while the integration takes place. It generally takes years to do that once you can initiate it. You can only start integration 10 years after a vassal has become your own, and you can't do it, I believe, whilst you have a truce. Diplomatic freedom changes whether or not a vassal has the right to vote independently, or whether they can even do diplomacy at all. If you set limited diplomacy on a megacorp, that means they won't be able to create commercial pacts, and then they'll suck. Don't do that. Expansion allows them to claim new systems. Contribution determines how many resources either you are giving or taking from the vassal. Overlord conflicts determines whether your vassal will join your conflicts defensively, whether they'll join none of them, offensively, or both offensive and defensive conflicts. Anything which is more in favor of the Overlord generally takes away monthly loyalty. Anything better for the subject grants monthly loyalty. Holdings limit determines how many holdings we can place within the vassal empire, and censors allows us to share our censor link as an Overlord with a vassal nation. Vassals can also request to change contracts with their Overlord. To do that, it's exactly the same screen, but as a vassal, you'll just be proposing to your Overlord and hope they're saying yes. After you have proposed something, even if they don't have a tick mark here, which you'll want for them to guarantee a yes, as long as they don't have enough influence to spend to counter your spend. For example, if we sent over a contract that was worth 1,000 influence in cost to us, not just 127, and the Democratic Bacatan Alliance did not have 1,000 influence, they would be forced to accept. This does allow you to abuse vassal contracts, either as a vassal or as an Overlord. You'll want to be careful that your vassals have good loyalty with you. The more vassals you have, the more you will get negative loyalty from divided patronage. Getting ethics in alignment with your vassals, and additionally getting bonuses from the contract or from your relationship, so we can trade some resources to this vassal. Let's give them some exotic gases for plus 100. Will boost our monthly loyalty change. Once we're above 0, the vassal won't be tempted to rebel against us. Multiple vassals can rebel simultaneously, so you want to be careful of that. If you have holdings, you'll then get a use for this 5th tab in the planetary management view. You can place holding buildings down on vassals. The buildings generally either pilfer some resources from your vassals or just give a flat bonus to the Overlord. Most of the time they provide some jobs which will be worked by the population on this planet, but most of those resources go to you. Specialist buildings like the Ministry of Science require that the vassal be a specialist like a Stellarium. Ministries of Science will enable you as a vassal to force the researchers of this vassal to contribute to you instead.
Enemy station.
Generally speaking, though, it's better, I find, to just utilize contributions from resources than try to directly steal them. But what about megacorporations? Well, they are functionally the same as normal bioempires, except they have a different civic set, usually just swapped out versions of the regular civics, and they can open branch offices. To open branch offices, you will need to form a commercial pact with another nation. Then you can go to a planet and spend a bunch of trade and influence to open a branch office. Depending on how many people live on the planet and what their capital level is, you'll get access to a number of buildings. The income for the branch office is based on how much trade is being produced on that planet. Placing down corporate holdings that boost trade output is good for you. Corporate holdings give you not only possibly some jobs on your own capital, for example, the commercial forum here gives us some trader jobs for us, but also gives jobs to the planet on which you place the branch office. And it will give you a small increase to trade production for certain job types. So you'll want to match your corporate holdings with the jobs that this planet currently has on offer. This way, you not only maximize your income, but also boost the income of the nation you have the commercial pact with, making it a positive symbiotic relationship for both nations. If you don't want to go to war, another diplomatic option you have available to you is forming a federation. You can also propose subjugation. I'll get to how vassals work in a little bit. But in order to form a federation, just like getting a vassal, you'll need at least 50 trust and positive acceptance. Then you can offer them a federation type, give it a name, and bada bing, bada boom, you're then in a new federation. Just like the Galactic Council, we can send an official to this one. However, this will increase cohesion. Once cohesion gets to 100, we'll start getting Federation experience. At 100 cohesion, we'll get 10 experience every single month. Negative cohesion loses XP, but XP cannot go below 0. As we level up, the Federation will grant additional bonuses to our members and a special bonus at each level to the Federation President. We can see which members of our Federation there are, and we can also change the laws of our Federation. These require majority vote from the
lost to enemy action.
Important to note at the beginning, every member has one vote, though you may want to change this to diplomatic weight if you have more diplo weight than other nations in the Federation. If you don't, spin up a bunch of tiny one-system vassals, and then each of those can join the Fed if subject join is turned on, and thus give you full voting control of the Federation. There, look, I just made politics easy. Higher level centralization is required for more complicated laws like having larger naval fleets as part of the Federation. Federation fleets are now very, very good, by the way, and having different succession types for who is the president. Generally, only the president has control of the Federation fleets, which are designed here in the Federation Ship Designer, and you can tell they're different because they've got this little Federation symbol on the bottom left. I don't really feel there's too much I need to go into here. Federations basically do what it says on the tin. You are a joint supranational organization that are agreeing on some sort of legal code and becoming more and more cohesive. I almost wish at level 5 there would be the ability to begin a project to create some sort of super nation where the individual Federation members are just relegated to being sectors only, and you are, in essence, one single empire. Higher centralization and diverse ethics amongst your members will lower monthly cohesion, so you'll need higher and higher level officials to keep cohesion positive. Getting up to level 5 can be really, really good though. Some of the bonuses here are a total of 50% additional damage to endgame crisis factions. Wow. Once half or more of the galaxy have been met by a single nation, the galactic community can spawn. Members of the galactic community have voting weight based on their diplomatic weight. Diplomatic weight is calculated as follows. Fleet power is a function of your total fleet power, multiplied by some numbers to get a fleet diplo rating. Pops is based on the number of pops you have in your empire. At the moment we have 10,000, multiplied by their happiness. So happier pops contribute more to diplomatic weight. Economy is a function of your economic output. That is the energy credits, minerals, food, consumer goods, alloys, trade, and strategic resources you produce every single month. Finally, technology diplomatic weight is calculated based on the technologies you have researched, not your research income. In the galactic community, you can send an official. If you assign an official to the galactic community, for every point of their skill level, you will get a 10% bonus to your diplomatic weight for delegate. On top of that, different traits will give you additional bonuses to diplomatic weight. Some technologies will give you bonuses alongside your diplomatic stance. Cooperative here would grant us a 25% bonus to diplo weight, though Supremacist, granting plus 100% diplo weight from fleet power at the expense of economy and tech diplomatic weight, is very, very good in the mid to late game. We can then spend influence to propose new resolutions. Resolutions generally start at a low level with minor changes. These could be bonuses or negatives to every empire in the galactic community.
Enemy station.
As you go up to level 5, most resolutions go entirely insane. For example, corporate peacekeeping here gives minus 80% naval capacity to every single empire in the galactic community. That is really, really painful.
Spaceport reports enemy
contact. We'll need to spend some influence to propose a resolution, and then depending on the support of other empires, whichever resolution has the most support, when the Senate recess gets down to 0, will then go to the Senate floor for voting. If there are more supporting votes than opposing votes, the resolution passes, otherwise it fails. You can also call in favors to steal the diplomatic weight of other nations and add them to your own. Favors can be gained from the diplomacy tradition tree, or from certain leader bonuses. You can also get favors with
Science
espionage.
Division reports
10 favors
a new
allow you
breakthrough.
to entirely steal the diplomatic weight of another nation. Though they do cost influence to use, and once they've been used, they are gone. You'll have to try and reacquire new ones. To form the Galactic Empire,
Fleet action
you might want to know
underway.
about, you'll need to first form the Galactic Council, then make sure you are a member of that Galactic Council by being in the top 3 empires in terms of diplo weight, then propose yourself as custodian, then as custodian, remove the term limit for your custodianship, and finally proclaim Galactic Imperium. Doing so will remove all federations from the galaxy and create a whole new world. But you may
Engaging
get
enemy
a
station.
safe and secure society. As you explore out into the galaxy, you may come across some enclaves. These are really, really good. You'll have to do a first contact in order to speak to them, but once you do, you'll then be able to get bonuses from them. For example, the Curator Enclave here can aid us in our research. By spending some energy of a value relative to our population size, we can get 5% more research speed, 20 opinion with them, so we'll be able to do more in the future at the cost of just 5% additional upkeep. Another type of enclave you may meet is a mercenary enclave. If you have Enclave capacity, which you can get from either the Lord of War Ascension perk, some civics, or some
Fleet
lords in the
action
Galactic
underway.
community, you'll then get the ability to build Mercenary Enclaves. Mercenary Enclaves will have to have 100 fleet size and an admiral on them, and then we'll spend some energy credits, influence, and alloys to set up this private military company. We'll then be able to rent our fleet back at
Spaceport
the cost
reports
of some
enemy
energy,
contact.
and they have lots of fun
Spaceport
additional
lost to
options
enemy
for us. For
action.
example, we can increase the fleet size of a Mercenary Enclave by giving them more energy and more alloys, and we can also share technology with them as a patron. Whilst a Mercenary Enclave is within your space, you are said to be the patron of that enclave, and they will pay you
Engaging
regular
enemy
dividends
station.
that may come in the form of energy,
Spaceport
but it can be
reports
other
enemy
things like
contact.
ships and research.
Spaceport lost to enemy action.
When it comes to expanding, you may need to terraform planets that are uninhabitable. To do that, simply open up the planet in this planet viewer, click terraform, and then spend lots of energy to turn it into your preferred world type. You can increase the speed of terraforming by using the Terraforming Gases Edict that comes with a small but manageable exotic gas upkeep. Later in the game, you may research cloaking. Your science ships and military transports can be cloaked, and they will have a cloaking strength depending on your technology and any environmental impacts. Strength can range from 1 all the way up to 10. The higher the cloaking strength, the fewer penalties you'll suffer while cloaked, and the fewer penalties you'll have once you decloak. In order to get cloaking on a military fleet, you'll need every ship in the fleet to be armed with a cloaking field generator in an auxiliary slot, and then once you turn it on, you'll be able to cloak an entire fleet. To deal with your enemy's cloaking,
Fleet
you'll need
action
detection
underway.
arrays. Every detection
Spaceport
array will add
lost to
+1
enemy
detection
action.
strength, with a dark matter resonance chamber granting you an additional +3 per detection array, for a total maximum, generally speaking, of 8. Once you have completed 2 tradition trees, as your 3rd ascension perk, you'll be able to take one of the ascension paths. If you're a regular biological empire, these are biological, cybernetic, synthetic, or psionic. For the Gestalt empires, they have different options. Taking one of these ascension perks starts the appropriate ascension situation for that path, and then you'll have to do whatever the ascension path is telling you need to do. For example, with biomorphosis, I'll need to build some genomic research facility buildings on my planet to advance this forwards. There are generally events that will pop up as well, either giving you some specific choices for the final ascension you'll take, or giving you some flavor as you ascend in the case of cybernetic or synthetic. You'll need to finish the situation in order to take the Ascension Path tradition, and after you've done that, you might even unlock more
Spaceport
interesting things. In the case of
reports
psionic,
enemy
access to the Shroud, and then for most
Spaceport
empires,
lost to enemy
advanced
action.
government authorities that are better than the regular authorities. Once you unlock your 4th Ascension perk, you'll then get access to some of the player crisis paths. These give you massive bonuses and allow you to win the game early. You might not even have to defeat an endgame crisis. You can either blow up the galaxy and ascend to being a being of pure intellect, you can leave this universe for another universe, you can
Council
cause
agenda
the early
available.
heat death of the universe and not in the way you're thinking, or you can become a giant space kaiju and eat everything. Once you've chosen one of these, it is done. You're locked in as a Crisis Empire forever, and it will prevent you doing things like becoming the Custodian or Galactic Emperor, so do be warned. Much later in the game, different Empire types, machines, hives, and regular biological normies get access to different specialized worlds. Each of these worlds are functionally pretty much the same. There are Ecumenopolis worlds for normal bio-empires, machine worlds for machines, and hive worlds for hives. Taking the Ascension perk grants you access to a decision to convert a planet into an advanced planet type. To do this, every single district must be completed, there must be no
Spaceport reports
blockers on the
enemy
planet,
contact.
and they all have to be city
Spaceport
districts.
lost to enemy
It
action.
won't work if I have any other district types like a mining district here. Then I'll be able to activate the Arcology project, and after 10 years, this will become an Ecumenopolis world. There we are 10 years later, and Alpha Centauri is now an Ecumenopolis. Ecumenopolis worlds don't get access to basic districts, however, they do get some fantastic bonuses. 15% additional organic pop growth multiplier and mechanical pop assembly speed, alongside guaranteed 100% habitability and 20% additional resources from jobs. If that wasn't enough, we also get additional jobs from each of our districts. We don't get access to any mining, technician, or farming districts. Instead, we get multiple arcology districts, which are basically all city districts. Each of these grant us 600 additional jobs, so we can stack massive planets with massive bonuses and massive specialized jobs. You'll need lots of other worlds for your basic resources, or maybe some megastructures, which we'll look at in a moment. But late game, arcology worlds, hive worlds, and machine worlds are the way to go. It's important to note that machine and hive worlds are quite different. Machine worlds don't get access to food districts, but still have access to mineral and energy districts, and hive worlds get access to any districts you want. Let's take a look now at basically the last thing I'm going to cover in this guide, and that is the building of megastructures. There are two main types of megastructures: kilostructures, which are small and repeatable, and megastructures, which are not repeatable. The kilostructures are hyper-relays, orbital rings, arc furnaces, and Dyson swarms, alongside deep space citadels. Habitats aren't really a megastructure, though they are in this tab. Building a habitat basically gives you access to another world with low habitability in a system. Depending on the number of major bodies in that system, that will change the maximum district number of a habitat. Arc furnaces can only be built around molten
enemy
planets.
station.
And as you level this up, they will place first deposits of minerals, and then minerals and alloys on every celestial body in the system. I brought this arc furnace up to its maximum level, and that means I'm spending 100 energy a month for 40 more alloys and 40 more minerals, on top of the 60 and 94 I'm already getting from all of my mining stations that are already in this system. Completely putting down all of those mining bays is giving me a lot. This is because I had 20 possible deposits available. It's really good to find systems with the highest arc furnace deposit sites potential when you're looking for an arc furnace. Dyson swarms, on the other hand, boost the output of the star they are placed in orbit on. You can see a Dyson swarm flowing around Mindara, which had some energy. This is only at the lowest level. I'm now boosting the production to 27. At the max level, I've taken this Dyson swarm up to 127. Beyond that, we can upgrade one Dyson swarm in our nation into a Dyson sphere, though we will need the Galactic Wander's Ascension perk first to build ring worlds, matter decompressors, and Dyson spheres. The other kilostructures are hyper-relays. You'll generally want one of these per system. Putting in connected hyper-relays changes the outline of a star to a thicker color, and this basically represents the fact that to get from one hyper-relay to another, you don't have to cross an entire system. You simply get into the hyper-relay, charge up your hyperdrive, and then move to the next relay. This allows you to travel across the galaxy much quicker. Think of hyper-relays as a motorway or a train. The last kilostructure on the list is orbital rings. Orbital rings can either be built defensively, they can be converted into a shipyard, or used to boost the planet below. By adding additional habitation modules, we'll increase the number of maximum districts on the planet below by 1 per habitation module. On top of that, we can put specialized buildings on these orbital rings to boost the base production of jobs below. This is really important for getting the maximum efficiency out of a specialized world. Put stratospheric ionization elements above an energy world, or alloy processing facilities above an alloy world to get the maximum out of the world below. There are other buildings as well, like the orbital stock exchange, shield generators, embassy complexes, lots of various things. The other option, as I mentioned, is defensive. We could put planetary defense guns, defense batteries, defense hangars, and fill this bad boy up with defense platforms to make it more statically defensible. Generally, by the late game, static defenses fall off hard, and they will not really be able to help you defeat the Crisis or other high-level empires or players, so probably don't go this way, go for the economic boosts instead. Let's now dive into the megastructures. So there are different megastructures that will do basically whatever you'd like. We have sentry arrays that will give you vision over the entire galaxy, science nexuses that will give you additional research and research speed, strategic coordination centers that will give you additional naval capacity, additional defense platforms, additional sublight speed. They are basically a military bonus hothouse. Mega art installations will provide you with amenities alongside additional unity. Interstellar assemblies boost your diplomatic weight and give you a slight reduction to empire size. And then we've got a couple that must be built around stars. Quantum catapults basically suck because they scatter your fleets everywhere, but do allow you to hurl fleets very long distances across the galaxy, useful if you don't have gateways. Mega shipyards have the ability to build 20 ships at once, and at the highest levels can build Titans and Colossus ships. Speaking of getting across the galaxy quickly, gateways can be placed in every system, and every non-hostile gateway is always connected. So as long as the borders aren't closed, all of your gateways and all non-hostile gateways out there in the galaxy are all connected for you. For anyone at war with you or a crisis, your gateway network is not accessible to them, but it is still accessible for you. Once you have fully upgraded a megastructure, once it is no longer possible to upgrade it any further, that is either by restoring a ruined one or building one up, you can then take galactic wonders. Dyson
Special
spheres
project
provide
complete.
energy. This is a lot of energy for absolutely no pops, though it is modified by things like Federation taxes and galactic community modifiers. The maximum level will be providing you with 4,000 energy, and on top of that, you still get whatever output you were getting from the star
Science
itself.
Division
If that's energy, it's
reports
more
a new
energy, but it could
breakthrough.
be things like research from the Dyson swarm. That still is provided to you. As long as you have a black hole, you can build a matter decompressor and get your hands on 2,000 minerals. All of the megastructures I've covered so far, not the kilo structures, are limited to a build total of 1, not including those you've captured or those you've repaired. There's one other type of megastructure, and that is the
Science
Ringworld.
Division
By
reports
upgrading
a
this
new
Ringworld
breakthrough.
site, I'm going to destroy all the planets in this system, so I can't build Ringworlds anywhere where there are colonized planets. Also, it's important to note that the Dyson sphere will turn basically every world here into either a frozen or a barren world, so make sure there's no habitable planets if you're upgrading a Dyson sphere. Having no planets in the system does
Science
kind of
Division
suck, but we
reports
can
success.
build Ringworld segments. Ringworlds are now terrible when compared to advanced worlds like Ecumenopolis worlds. Yes, you get lots of jobs from each of these districts, 1,000 jobs per district, but overall, that is just 10,000 jobs, kind of at a minimum. You can get a few more, but around 10,000 jobs per Ringworld segment. Any size 18 or above arcology world will have access to more jobs, and you will get additional bonuses that Ringworlds no longer have access to because the devs have kind of balked things around. I hope this changes, but at present, Ringworlds just aren't that useful. The only exception being that Ringworlds allow you to build food and energy production areas, so if you need more energy or more food, which could be automated, this is where you can do that. Speaking of automation, I haven't touched on how that works. Automation can be done either through the Fallen Empire buildings like the Class 3 Singularity, or the basic buildings that can be researched by any empire. The basic buildings allow your basic resource automation to come up to 50%, whereas the Fallen Empire buildings go from 75 up to 100% automation. Automation replaces regular pop jobs. They require some energy per job you're automating in order to make it work, and then they give you output. Automation will not benefit from any job efficiency modifiers, though you do benefit from bonus output. Output works on automation, but job efficiency doesn't. Efficiency is really good late in the game if you need to get more resources without increasing your empire size too much because you need more pops, or if you just can't get those additional pops and you need more resources. The galaxy is yours to make of it what you will. Stellaris is the grandest and largest 4X grand strategy space game we've ever seen. It is now 10 years old. I hope you've enjoyed this long video. I hope you've managed to get through it. I hope it's been helpful for you. And I hope you go out and do great things in that galaxy of yours. Terrible, yes, but great. If you enjoyed this video and you want to watch some more Stellaris tutorials or Stellaris videos on this channel, you may want to click the video on screen now.
Tracking space counterinsurgency efforts needed.
Council agenda ready. Council agenda ready.
Skywatch has sighted a spaceborne life form.
Council agenda ready. Council agenda ready. Council agenda ready.
Science ship reports enemy contact. Tracking spaceborne life form. Alert Con 1 in effect. Enemy offensive action imminent. This is not a drill. Incoming enemy ground forces. Construction ship reports enemy contact. Taking evasive action. Station reports enemy contact. Spaceport lost to enemy action. Tracking enemy fleet. Station reports enemy contact. Field engineers have cleared a blocker. Tracking spaceborne life form. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Station reports enemy contact. Skywatch has sighted incoming enemy ground force. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Construction ship reports enemy contact. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Tracking spaceborne life form. All Anvil ground elements.
Council agenda ready.
Tracking spaceborne life form. Incoming enemy ground forces. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Incoming enemy ground forces. Insurgency underway.
Council agenda ready.
Spaceport reports enemy contact. Skywatch has sighted a spaceborne life form.
Council agenda ready.
Inbound message traffic. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Station reports enemy contact. Spaceport lost to enemy action. Counterinsurgency efforts needed. New sitrep. Skywatch is tracking a new enemy fleet. Skywatch is tracking a new enemy fleet. Skywatch is tracking a new enemy fleet. Inbound message traffic. Aliens have signed a federal cooperation treaty. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Space... Skywatch is tracking a new enemy... Taking... Spaceport lost to enemy action. Tracking... Station... Taking evasive action. Station reports enemy... Mining... Tracking enemy fleet. Station reports enemy contact. Spaceport lost to enemy action. Tracking enemy fleet. Skywatch is tracking a new fleet. Inbound. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Skywatch is tracking a new... Skywatch has sighted a spaceborne lifeform. Station Space Fleet Act. Station reports enemy... Research station. Tracking enemy fleet. Space. Mine. Tracking enemy fleet. Skywatch is Spaceport reports. Skywatch is Space. Station reports enemy contact. Skywatch. Spaceport reports enemy contact. Tracking enemy. Station reports enemy contact. Skywatch is tracking a new enemy fleet. Spaceport reports enemy contact.